This session brought to you by Odyssey Games for pre-orders and sealed product, CCG Prime for tons of singles and supplies, Cardo Doko for international rulers looking for product, and fowtlibrary.com for articles and wonderful deck lists. It's also brought to you by our guest lecturer patrons, Vite Ramen. Class is in session.
Hey there, rulers. Welcome to Caseyville, Illinois. I am Jeremy Franklin, DMO73, and I am joined by an empty chair, because today it looks like, at least for the beginning of the day, I'm going to be running solo today. Glad to have you all here. I'm very excited to see what gets played here. We've got people on contract rulers, singleton rulers, tag rulers, all kinds of stuff is here in the building. We're very, very excited to get into that. I just want to say a huge thanks to Games & Geek for getting this all set up. Looking very much forward to getting things kind of put together here. And just being able to bring you guys some pretty fun games. Just as we get in, again, just as a reminder, if you are here watching the stream and you are not a member, welcome. We're glad to have you here. If you would like to engage with us in the chat, I will pump up my volume there. That hopefully is a little bit better. If you want to engage with us in the chat, you can consider clicking that join button down below. It is the easiest way to support us financially. It's like a Twitch membership, essentially, and it gets you access to all kinds of cool emotes and stuff, as well as the chat today during GP streams. If you don't decide to do that, that's fine. We appreciate it if you're just here checking it out, and maybe consider clicking that subscribe button or liking or sharing out the video so we can get people hanging out. We are getting ready to get started here with the player meeting. Ultimately, we are still waiting for that to get started. So we'll probably cut away to a quick break, but I did just want to, again, welcome you all here. It looks like we're going to be at about 6 rounds today. There's probably going to be a meal break at some point in time today. I don't know exactly when that's going to happen, potentially after round 2. We'll be looking to try to get players to kind of do interviews and stuff after their games, talking about the crazy decks we have here, because I've been walking around and there's some pretty cool ideas that I'm very excited to see what turns out. It'll be interesting to see whether or not we have decks from the Germany GP kind of showing up here, or how well that maybe gets counter-picked in terms of what people brought to kind of prevent those decks from being successful. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out on top. It certainly seems like a pretty dang wide spread from what I can see, so it's going to be some pretty interesting matchups today. Again, I do want to thank all of our wonderful sponsors you saw there at the beginning. Odyssey Games currently has pre-orders for the next set, as well as the Ruler Box 10th Anniversary Collection. You can check that out in the link in the description. CCG Prime has over 100, I think over 500,000 singles at this point, including stuff from the new set. So if you're still looking to pick up some new cards, you can go check them out. If you're an international ruler, you can go ahead and check out the cardodoko.com website, because they have access to promos and sealed product and everything else, and you can get that shipped to you outside of the US. And then also fowtlibrary.com, wonderful site for deck lists, article discussions, everything else. We're glad to have them all be sponsors here, as well as Vite Ramen and the OLS, who you'll see sponsorship slides for later. Super excited to be working with them. Overall, also just want to let you know again about FowFest coming up November 5th and 6th at Kalamazoo, Michigan. We are currently at about 25 grand worth of stuff and cash to give away. You're definitely not going to want to miss that, and I'm still even getting more stuff to be able to show, to be able to give away for that event. So we really hope you check that out. Massive amounts of pricing just for showing up. Side events, fun times, lots of exclusive promos, lots of exclusive playmats, all kinds of wonderful opportunities, prize cards of acrylic through gold, cash, prizing, custom mats, everything else. It's really going to be worth your time. November 5th and 6th, there's a link to that in the description down below. Again, if you are in the chat and you notice anything in terms of an audio issue, or if you're noticing anything about a specific deck that you're really interested in trying to get up, we'll put up some polls as we kind of get some options later in the day. We're going to be starting with a Mika list. I'm very excited to see how this plays out. You'll have to forgive me if we're a little bit quiet today. I am flying by the solo by myself for commentary today, so I'll do my best to kind of give you that play-by-play and color commentary until someone is willing to come and step in with us. As well as, unfortunately, just due to some audio issues that we weren't able to work out, there will not be any table audio today, so just keep that in mind. But thankfully, the players are able to update their own life totals, so they'll be able to do that for us, too. We're looking forward to jumping in here. If you have any questions, you can leave it in the chat if you're a member, or otherwise, no justice. I think there are some justice players here. We're keeping an eye on them. We'll definitely find them today. But for right now, as we get started waiting for the player meeting, I'm going to kick us off to a little bit of a break. We'll be back shortly, just so I'm not continuously talking and the booming of the microphone isn't omnipresent. So we'll be back soon. Looking forward to talking with you all today and having a wonderful day of Forcible. So I guess we're on a little bit of a break here in class, and we'll see you back here in just a little bit. Okay, let's get started here. Waiting to find out. Oh, Derek's name's too long. Round 1 has begun. 50 minutes on the round. Getting excited to start our first round here. Let's see how this goes. I'm still waiting to get that ruler reveal from Chris over here. Clearly, you know, some kind of tri-ruler deck. Rolling to see who goes first. Looks like we're going to have Arastella. Looks like Fairy Tales. Most likely. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Let's see how this goes. I'm excited to see how we see here with Mika. I'm also excited to see we get a Rogue Spectator revealed right off the top. So really just getting that extra additional outside the game card revealed here just to make sure we are all set up. Stopping life gain for a turn seems pretty good if you're just trying to go for lethal. Do you see Contract? Do you see Warhorse? Looks like that was Mad Hatter. Darkness Switch being played in the main. Well, how many copies of that? So this looks like very similar to what we might see from the Germany list to see exactly how aggressive this deck's going to go. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Derek being on the coin certainly gives him an advantage here because it does make sure that Chris doesn't have a way to go into charge of the Fairy Tale King early. Magi Trooper, Never End. Does get to draw some extra cards there. Beginning of game triggers for the walls here. Both players grabbing Wall of the Great Wall of the 12 Sacred Knights. Just to have some buffer here. Getting our first stone. We see the Water Moon fragment to be able to do 4C1 and really sculpt that hand. I wonder if we just go ahead and play the Magi Trooper here. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, just to get a body on board and set us up for future turns. Does get us to see, you know, we get to draw that card that we like, Falling into the Cracks of Time. That's a great card. Falling into the Cracks of Time, certainly a card that we expected to see a lot more play after the German results. Just as a essentially, it's these one-drop quick cast cloud effects are kind of really good going into this format. It's an Alhamat's Ancient Magic Stone. Did not expect to see that. We're going to pay the 300 life there for Derek. Did not expect to see that stone anywhere in this environment, but there it is. Black-white source here. I imagine we're probably playing a pretty control-y Mika. But also, both players are using Fire Moonchild and Light Moonchild, so that's not entirely sure. Before recovery, we see Dark Alice Rabbit Princess. Obviously, doing all of the work of helping to protect the graveyard from being removed, as well as get us through our deck and get other cards to the graveyard to make cards for Never End to be able to make it to Fairy Tale. Interesting here that I wonder if there's, well, no. Because of what the hand is, if we're going to go for contract here, I imagine we save Light Moonchild on Derek's side to be able to respond to the contract. And then, or, yeah, respond to the contract. Or you just do it in response to his Light Moonchild if he tries to do God's Art, because you cannot contract unless you've done a God's Art this turn. So if he tries to go into using light, you just respond with your own. Ultimately, though, we're just going to see that Never End come down here, set up for a future turn. There's no reason to necessarily go in for pressure. We've got Never End can kind of do the work here and kind of sit comfortably. Ooh, okay, end of turn, we're going to see a Choir of Fallen Angels. Okay, so going into not human tokens, but Fallen Angel tokens here. That's pretty nice. And then move to recovery, nothing before recovery. This angel's going to get to fly in the air for 4. We do have the Never End, which is a flyer on Chris's side, but we're certainly not going to try to block it. Does Derek play Gleipnir? I don't know. I don't have the deck list. It's a good idea, though, man. You and I have talked about before about using Gleipnir and Mika. I think since he's not using the Cocoon Solaris, I think since he's not using Solari, we probably won't see a Gleipnir because it looks like Derek's not going to be producing a ton of tokens necessarily every single turn to set up for contract. See that third stone here. No charge. So doesn't seem like a super aggressive hand here. We do see the Guinevere. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe the Guinevere comes down this turn, just to be able to set things up. Player count, I believe, is either 37 or 38, so we're going to be at 6 rounds today. I'll get a final total as well as the ruler breakdown here in a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Guinevere come down here because he'd have 2 wills still for interaction. Pitching that that angelic battle barrier, because he has such a slow start, might actually come back to haunt him. But they both have White Moonchild to be able to kind of play through some stuff. Fire Moonchild finding its way. Doesn't look like either player is going to be really able to use Fire Moonchild this game because we're not really going to be doing many cancels. Wondering if Necronomicon Barrier, because we don't seem to be playing blue, I wonder if Necronomicon Barrier might find its way into the Derek list just to be able to mess with a kind of pop-off turn without having to use a God's Art, as well as potentially Intimidate is the other big interesting idea. That is a Dormouse. Okay. Phantasmal Dormouse. Not a card I expected to see. Does get us more draw card potential because it does seem like this hand is pretty suboptimal. We finally start our charge here. Oh, and we have done a contract. So this is the point where I think where we do Fairy. You either do White Moonchild to just make it so that like this is as far as you go for the turn, because he's completely tapped out, or a Cloud effect. So we see Contract of the Watermoon attempting to bounce. Did he do the God's Art of Dormouse? Or is he just bouncing the wall? We did contract, so we must have used Dormouse here. Interesting that we didn't go ahead and do White Child there. Because now we're going to start to see Charge is good, Dark Alice is coming out to hand. That's being cast. Horse is then being cast. Gonna try to give the swiftness to the Fairy Tale King. Unless Derek's like letting him kind of go as wide as he wants and then has a punish for it. That'd be interesting to me to see. I just wonder what the punish is here. Swing in for 2. You see a flashing smile there. Oh, okay. Derek has to be really careful here. A flashing smile would be really good, potentially, with what we have. We have 1 Neverend activation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, we have Neverend. We might be waiting for him to try to activate the Neverend with that last J-Ruler piece. The chain here, I think, actually, to win this exchange is wait for Neverend, go to White Child in response, go to Charge, go to Flashing Smile, kills the whole board before the Neverend survives. He'll get 2 more things, but then everything's kind of tiny. And he can't cast another Warhorse. Frankan, 15, welcome to Student. Thank you so much. You can pick up your syllabus at the front desk and return to class. So glad to have you here. Derek's in actually a pretty strong position here. He also has a blocker for the 1 Neverend that might come down. Seeing Coin. This is one of the reasons why I wish we had table audio. We have 3 will to be able to work with here. I see a Lumia. See. Oh, no, we're doing. Okay, Flashing Smile is coming down now. In response. We tap White Moonchild in response. Flashing Smile is still gonna get to see. I don't know. That feels like a error. We do have Lumia to be able to remove a Never End, which is helpful. Yeah, okay. Lumia's gonna get to remove the Never End. So I feel like Derek would have won through this exchange. The charge in hand doesn't help us here. He can do, if you remember Quick Cast Charge of the Fairy Tale King, we can go get another Never End, but he's got a blocker for it. If he goes to do white here, you most certainly use your Light Moonchild here. I would think. That means that the next horse can't get cast. This Never End gets removed. He gets another Never End and a Dark Alice, but it can't be. Oh, he's just gonna let it resolve. What is happening here? Very confused by how much of this we're letting resolve. Charge of the Fairy Tale King gets to go get 2 1-drop or less Fairy Tales, although it seems like going through that deck we might not have any Never Ends left. That's a really unfortunate. Oh, there is another Never End. Okay, cool. So Never End gets. We have another Never End here. Do we have another horse in the main board left to be able to grab? We have a Dark Alice. Seems like we're not casting a horse here. Okay. Interesting. So Derek's not going to take any extra damage this turn, actually. He's going to draws into a Witch of the Fallen Kingdom, then does. Looks like that was drawing into an Origins. Oh yeah, the last horse is in hand. Okay. So this very aggressive turn from Chris is going to kind of convert into almost no damage. Yeah, we don't have the will for that. And then Derek's actually in a really good spot to potentially really kind of crack back, potentially, especially since we might have another Flashing Smile in hand. Why is everything else dying? Hold on. Sorry, 1 second, guys. Okay, good. We got it. That's what I thought. Looking at Neverend, I think Neverend in general isn't like continuously. He's like it's an activate ability that just then gives everything um gain, like they permanently gain that even if you've gotten rid of the Neverend. And so the flashing smile, I think the idea would have been like the flashing smile then killed everything, but it was still like he had another Neverend on field. And so the other Everend was still giving everything eternal, even though the first one was gone, and because there were enough fairy tales everywhere. And so Neverend, the flashing smile wouldn't actually kill anything. And that's what I just wanted to make sure with the text of Neverend. Because it's not like a continuous ability of Neverend to give them fairy tale. They just have it until end of turn because of the activate ability. And so the second Neverend protected the board. And that's what I wanted to make sure. The flashing smile wasn't gonna, the continual damage from the flashing smile wasn't going to be able to save everything or kill anything. Origins of the 7 lands coming down, which is great timing for Derek since his opponent just drew into one. But his opponent is tapped out, so he's managed to make that entire round and burn a bunch of cards out of Chris's hand without having to deal with like any damage. He took, I think, a little bit of damage from the Dark Alice, 4 damage from that. Institute comes down here. This is absolutely ridiculously good. Because this, as long as we can get rid of the Dark Alices that are on board, we can start removing the graveyard, which means that the Neverends can no longer get to 10 fairy tales. The biggest thing is we've got to kill the Dark Alices, which are currently 6 9s. And that's the biggest piece here. So let's see. So that's what I'm saying. Of like, why weren't we not using the White Moonchild to kind of mess with things here? Using a stone to Ancient Magic Stone, get a 3rd stone here. So now our Angel is at 10/10, so that actually gets us 1 Dark Alice out of the way. The problem is that there's a Neverend on board that can block it. Although we still have lots of potential things that aren't spells that could potentially kill the Neverend and then let us get through. You don't want to kill the Fairy Tale King here if you can help it, because you don't want to set him up for being able to do another contract. You want to say, I need you to have charge, and not just contract for Search for Horse. That being said, we know that it seems like Chris is out of horses in the main deck, which is kind of relevant. He might only be playing 2, it seems like. See a sealed one-eyed dragon there. That can help us deal with the Neverend, so we can still kill the Dark Alice. We do need to get the other Dark Alice killed, though. We have spot removal for the other Dark Alice, though, in terms of the Lumia. So the Lumia could kill 1 Dark Alice, although we might be under White Moonchild. We're going at the Fairy Tale King with the 10/10 Angel token in the air. Interesting. We no longer have the buff. We're back to Aristella. My problem here is now we're set up for Birth of the Twin Princes. That's the other thing, too, is Birth of the Twin Princes is a wonderful mastery card that we don't want to necessarily let them have. And now Arastella is active for there. We didn't kill the Neverend. We didn't kill the Dark Alices. This is very interesting. Let's see. Chris is in a pretty good spot here, calling another stone. Or proactively tapping Neverend. Oh, just activating Neverend to be able to go in for 1500 against Derek. We do have Lumia to be able to spot remove it. That again brings up the problem of Birth of the Twin Princes, which we can do for free. And still call stone. Is there a world where we take 15 knowing that we're going to try to awaken the Lumia? Gain the life back and remove something else that he's going to try to play? That might be the play line here. just to burn through more cards. We have the wall that's back in our hand. We do have Sealed One-Eyed Dragon in the form of Chris's side. Takes the damage, goes down to 16. Yep, down to 1600 there for Derek. Still haven't called Stone. We see Origins. That's not going to produce any will, but it does get him to at least lock out Derek from producing will. And then let's see. What are we doing here? We have a... Can still call Stone. Second Never End. We're getting close to a point where, like, Derek's... If Derek can answer these Never End, in response to the cast, we're finally going to see the Light Moonchild come down here just to say, that is your one card for the turn. I feel like we should have done this a little sooner. I feel like this board state wouldn't have been nearly as established if we just did Child of the Light Moon. Response, while we can still cast cards, we're going to see a Birth of the Twin Princes to try to protect the two Dark Alices. Not using the Mastery for it, which is interesting. I think maybe just to save up another tap to be able to protect the Never Ends. Or, like, I don't think we're trying to win this turn here. And so them getting the boosts for this turn is not super huge. Although it is more free damage. That's a 6. It's going to put Derek down to 4. It's actually potentially lethal. Because of the Sealed One-Eyed Dragon in Chris's hand, he could just burn that way. It takes him down to 10. Sealed One-Eyed coming in there. We do have the Lumia to be able to protect it, which is nice. We're going to be able to gain a bunch of life, which is helpful. I think if the hand is double Lumia, we do Lumia recover. We have at least one. Are we taking the 6 here? Going down to horse range. I don't think you can. I don't think you can afford to. So I think the time now is Lumia, remove the Never End that can be removed. Gain up the life. Block with the Dark Alice. Or block the Dark Alice with the Lumia. That to me feels like the only line. Because if we do take this damage, then Chris can just swing with horse. And in response, Sealed One-Eyed. Yep, okay, that is going to be down to 4. Sealed One-Eyed comes down in here. We do see built a Lumia to remove the Never End that is tapped. Is there a second Lumia in hand? Sealed One-Eyed to pay down, to burn him for 6. Sealed One-Eyed pay 6, burn him for 6. Do we have a second Lumia in hand here to be able to stop the burn? It has to be... Oh, he's doing it to draw a card. Oh, he has barrier. The player has barrier because of White Moonchild. I completely forget that White Moonchild gives him barrier. So he does get to remove that. He gets to gain life back up. Oof. That's on me for forgetting that White Moonchild will give him the player barrier. You gain barrier. Back up to 31. And then taking... And then you can just block the horse because it's a 2/5, so your Lumia doesn't die. Wow, Derek's played that really, really tight. Well done, Derek. Do we see a Call Stone here? We have another Birth of the Twin Princes, so... Why is the... Oh, right, the Lumia is huge. Even bigger because of the +6/+6. Is there a world where we call stone here? We have so many Birth of the Twin Princes. I feel like you do. You have the will to be able to play Birth of the Twin Princes as opposed to trying to do the mastery stuff. And having more stones is just better in later turns. But no, we're going to leave one up for Neverend and one up for Birth. Or one up for some other form of interaction. One stone, one child for Birth of the Twin Princes, or for Neverend's regular activation, and a Arastella for Birth of the Twin Princes. So we do have some plays here. We do still have to crack the wall, but thankfully we're checking how many Neverends we've already used. Birth of the Twin Princes, the pump is temporary, so those are no longer big. Just double checking that. We've played through and removed two of the four Neverends. If we have a fourth one, looks like before recovery we're gonna go ahead and see. Oh, this is cute. Before recovery we're using. Then we're not gonna produce the will, so now is the time to use it. I imagine we maybe see a Dragon of Solari. That is a it's a Child of Kronos. Gets you another token. Mechanized Children of Gaia. This is also the one that forces your opponent to banish 2 Resonators, so we can get that other Neverend off the board. Don't care about Eternal if all your stuff is just has to be banished. Anyway, this is a really good card here. So we can use the token that can fly to force the Neverend to block now and swing into one of the tokens. Force him to be at only 2 Resonators. We can then cast the Mechanized Children of Kronos, sacrifice the machine token we just made, and then destroy the destroy the Moonchild we just made, or the token we just made, which potentially sets us up to be able to contract here. That's very, very clever. Well done, Derek. It's a very clever idea. Attempting to move into combat here, it seems. Token's going to go in at, I imagine, a token. Just gonna go at his face. Neverend tap for the Eternal buff. Do we see Sealed One-Eyed Dragon come down here? Yeah, Yink, we wanted to start with a Mika. I've heard good things about this deck from what, there is justice here at this event. We're looking at it, don't worry. We've got our eyes on. The first damage will be prevented, and it looks like we're going to go ahead and crack the wall. We need to kill. The problem is the Neverend is now giving the Dark Alice's Eternal. We need to find a way to respond to the Neverend activation here. Because we need something on his side of the field to get killed. If we can get rid of the Dark Alice's, this also puts us in a good spot to be able to... Oh, this is actually pretty good. So we force with Mechanized Children of Kronos, Mechanized Children of Gaia, we force him to either get rid of the 2 Dark Alice's, which then immediately turns on our Institute. This is very, very good. And so now, because his graveyard can be removed unless he has another Dark Alice in hand, that graveyard is going to get removed, and that Neverend is essentially being reset. Which is pretty huge for this matchup, and he can do it again, too. Derek doing a wonderful job here of playing through the outs. And Chris doing a good job of not just trying to... Like I said, we see he does have the other Dark Alice in hand there, which is pretty good. But we can always... we're using Institute, so Institute is doing here. Because we actually have Mika as well... even if he does flash in Dark Alice, we will be able to respond by doing it again. So Derek's in a good spot to get this graveyard gone, which means that Neverend is going to be tiny, which puts us in a really good spot. No, it's just going to get removed. That whole graveyard is now just gone, and so we are back down to only 4 Fairy Tales, and so Neverend is only a 1/1 again. Down comes the Lumia here. This should be enough to crack the wall finally. Ooh, and a Pollen. Interesting. Pollen can certainly be used to get rid of the wall. Dark Alice coming in here. In response. Pollen is a good Olympian quick cast just in general to be able to remove an addition, which is very, very nice. You can get rid of the cocoons, get rid of the walls. Dark Alice coming in here. Not gonna do a whole lot. There's a world where I think in response to the Dark Alice, we're gonna see a sealed one-eyed dragon to get that never end off the board. I just want that gone. I don't believe that Chris has much like resonator buyback. So recharge a God's Art, which is not helpful right now at all. Second Origins is immediately getting pitched. That hand is... If we'd had another stone here, there's a world where we could have done Falling into the Cracks of Time to get rid of the tokens, which would have certainly been helpful here. Before recovery, we're going to see a 4C2 draw one from the Tales of Twin Princes. Let's see what comes down here. How do we play through this board? We do have another contract, and we have red. The problem is we don't have a target for Red Child. We do have Mad Hatter, which gets us an access to another God's Art. And also Phantasm Mad Hatter is just a good card to be able to swing through. Ultimately, though, I think Derek has kind of turned a corner here, sitting on a hand of removal. He's got a Darkness Switch. Or sitting on looks like double Origins, which is mediocre, but Derek's in a position where he can start revealing stuff before recovery since he doesn't care about the will. Getting close to a potential contract turn for Derek as well. Charge of the Fairy Tale King, I imagine we see that Darkness Switch come down here just to stop it. Derek has 2 Floating Will available. Yep. Which the Fallen Kingdom coming down here. Do we have any spot removal in Chris's hand? There's the Falling into the Cracks of Time, but that would also hit his board. It creates a field for both sides of the field. Right? Yes. So that we're gonna tap out for a okay. Phantasmal Mad Hatter gets to come in here. So this is helpful. The problem is, oh, and Derek doesn't have white, and can't filter into black because of the Dry Wing. So Phantasmal Mad Hatter is going to put his Darkness Child or his Dark Witch back into the deck. Phantasmal Mad Hatter now gets to go searching, or Charge of the Fairy Tale King gets to go search. Looks like we're going to grab that last Never End, and that looks like it's the only option. It is just Never End. So let's see. Phantasmal Mad Hatter gets to have those extra tokens on the Dark Alice, which can attack this turn. We're now back to 5, being able to get Never End live again. If we can get rid of the Dark Alice one more time, we can remove the graveyard, and at that point in time, we're pretty done. I wonder if Derek is playing more copies of Children of Gaia in the sideboard. That'll be interesting to see. Okay. up to 5 unique stones, so everyone getting +10/+10 thanks to Institute. That token is now currently a 14/14 in the air, almost bigger than Neverend. When Neverend is pumped. We didn't see another Children of Gaia, so I wonder if that's a 1-up in the board for Derek. Finally seeing the Rebellion. Supporter of the Rebellion coming in. Yeah, very long game. Both players playing very tight. Playing through a lot of outs, still applying pressure and finding ways to rebuild boards. This has been a very good game. An excellent start to the day. Very excited to see. Most of our players are still playing, actually. We have, it looks like maybe only 4 or 5 matches that have finished up. Most of the decks are still playing. So you love to see people playing full games of FOW. Looks like we have the math being done by Derek's side of things. How we're going to pay for it here. A second Institute. Oh, goodness. That's so much. That's a lot of aggression. At that point in time, it's like, well, I don't care how big your Neverends are. My flying token is bigger. Brissia's Memoria. A lot of... What is this? Is this a Singleton Stone deck? This is very cool. This is very cool to see. And also very cool to see the other fairy tales get played by Chris. The Dormouse was pretty clutch to be able to start being aggressive. In comes a Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. We are at 5 stones. Are we going to see Pumpkin Witch? Yeah, Pumpkin Witch is going to come in, going to give everybody swiftness and flying. And at that point in time, Chris says, nope, my wall's gone. I only have 1 flyer. That is going to be the game. So Derek taking game 1, finding his way to mitigate the damage of the aggression in a way that was very, very effective. Well done. I go have them reset their life totals real quick. I'll be right back. So, very real potential that this could go to game 3 based on what the potential openers are for Derek. Chris opens up strongly enough, especially since he's going to be able to take the draw for a potential turn 1 contracting. The problem is, though, at that point in time, he does have Derek, who's playing White Moon Child of the Light. So, I believe we're at 38 players, Echo, so a little bit of a smaller attendance today than anticipated. But a lot of new faces. A lot of new faces today. Very excited about that. It's good to see everybody, and also good to see all of you in the chat. Super happy to have you all here. Hope you're enjoying it. Really excited to bring you guys some pretty cool decks. So, looking forward to, let's see. let's put up a poll. You should be able to do the poll even if you are not a member. So let's see what you guys want to see next. Justice, Olivia, or Wolfgang? Yeah, I also think people might be saving up for Fowfest travel. Might be sure. So yeah, get those votes in. Let's see what we're going to see played next here on stream. We're going to be jumping around quite a bit again. Usually we try to, for those of you who might be new to the stream, we try to focus on enjoyment and diversity, at least on day one, even if that means bouncing around to some different tables, because you're going to see the decks that are successful on day 2 for Top Cut. So let's have some fun on day 1. Ooh, getting some contention here in the voting. Let's see how this goes. Both players revealing wall at the start of the game. Both players drawing that extra card. Oh, we went into both players going into Child of the Darkness Moon here, which I think is smart. Neither of them were playing cancels, and so Fire Moonchild doesn't super help there. Ancient Magic Stone coming down. Twin Princes before recovery. If he recovers that Aristella, we're in trouble. Oh, yep. I think Yep, Derek already caught it. Yeah, Derek already caught it. So we saw a Twin Princes using the Mastery effect, but both players skipped their first recovery phase. And so, yes, he can do that, but now the Aristella is just permanently tapped. Or tapped for a turn. Derek caught it before the judge was able to get over there, but thankfully we got that resolved. Origins of the Seven Lands, certainly a helpful opener here for Chris to be able to be a little bit more aggressive in that opening turn. And again, you can contract even while we're tapped, so it's not a huge detriment, although I'm not entirely sure what that Wind Will is going to be used for in the Arastella deck. We are going to see at the end of turn just a slam of this in terms of, I think it was a pass, which is the Fallen Kingdom, just to say like, hey, this is just going to be here now. If you want to tap out to do stuff, we'll make that happen. Which is a good call. Derek was talking about, I want to play cards during my opponent's turn, which is not something that a lot of people are not, it's a mix of a proactive and a reactive format, and Derek was like, I just want to play on my opponent's turn. And so this idea of like Windmill Slam on Witch of the Fallen Kingdom when you have the opportunity is pretty good, because now Chris has to deal with that card. Don't get me wrong, the God's Art of Darkness Moonchild can be doing that, as well as then being able to set up nicely for into contract. But if he, there's still only so much that will be able to do, and Derek can still kind of keep playing. So essentially asking Chris to use his resources proactively rather than reactively, which means Derek has more chances to be able to play through it. Institute coming down here, now that Dark Witch of the Fallen Kingdom being an 8/8, choosing not to swing because there's no point, because it's not big enough to block kill wall yet. But Derek in a nice spot to be able to potentially answer a Dark Alice and then remove the graveyard, which is very, very helpful. But Derek setting up for a very nice opening reactive line to be able to mess with what Chris is going to have to try to do to push through for damage with only 7 minutes left on round and down a game. Origins of the Seven Lands coming down here again. Yeah, that's fair, Echo. You're coming to Fowfest, though, so we'll see you there. Mechanization revealed here, so we want the blue. Not going to... And then we recover, so the blue goes away. Oh, so just doing it for an extra draw before recovery. That makes sense. Mechanization getting us a nice little extra card in the hand. We do see that Water Moon fragment come down here. Magi Trooper finding his way to another drawn card. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Darkness Moonchild God's Art targeting the Which I almost wouldn't be surprised if in response to that we see a white Moonchild from Derek, especially since he's already cast Magi Trooper, just to say like, okay, you've killed it, but you can't do anything else this turn. Although Derek might be again waiting for more of a commitment from Arastella before he pulls that off. To bait more resources out of the game. Falling into the cracks of time. Looks like a Wind Witch into the main, not of the Phantom Moon. So all very good cards. I think I saw a charge of the Fairy Tale King in there. Holding his hand a little bit back, so I'm not quite sure. Yeah, but no contract. Oh no, maybe there is a contract. We're just gonna go for a hard charge. Let's see. Dennis, good to have you here, my friend. A second one coming down here. We're going to see a coin or a falling into the cracks of time. This is going to hit both players, though. So this means that at this point in time, Chris gets specifically, without Derek having to do anything, this means that Chris gets exclusively Mad Hatter, which is, if that's what you're going to spend your 2 will on, that feels kind of good. Yeah, exclusively Mad Hatter. This actually feels very, very good for Derek. To say, like, hey, you know, you've got Mad Hatter, that's cool. All of my guys are going to be bigger than that. Your Magic Trooper can't swing. It doesn't. The Mad Hatter doesn't have anything to be able to target. I imagine we see just a going ahead, yeah, using Institute here. You might as well before the recovery just to get those cards out of the game. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Gusting Skies, we're up to 6, +6/+6 off of the Institute. And then pass. We've used Darkness Moonchild, God's Art. Another stone. Light Moon Fragment here. Phantasmal Mad Hatter still is good pressure. I mean, it's 700 unblockable and can't be killed. And you see we do have what looks like Night of the Phantom Moon here. If we have a way to get Warhorse. Maybe, but obviously I do see we do have another charge of the Fairy Tale King in that hand. So that's a World 2. I don't see a contract, though. With no contract, how aggressive this turn gets is a little bit weird. Down comes that first Never End, trying to draw into something. We do see a Guinevere. If that Guinevere gets cast, I imagine we see a God's Art White Child in response. While it's, yeah, we see White Child in response here. Well, no, he's already tapped stone, so we can't charge this turn. So, we don't have a, do we have a Darkness Source? We don't, and we can't filter into one. So we can't Lumia to kill the Never End right now. So the Guinevere, I mean, for the turn, we're safe for Derek, even under the tax. And if we really wanted to, we could just pay 1 and kill the Never End, especially since the Never End is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8. So we would be pretty safe to just kill the Never End outright. It wouldn't have a way to get to 10. And we also don't have a way to get to... we don't have a way to get to... Oh, we do have a Darkness Source. Okay. Looks like in response to the Guinevere, we're finally going to see that Apollon come down here to say, get that wall out of here. Also gets that card removed from the game, which removes it from the count for Never End, which is great. And now that Apollon is currently a 12/13, so very, very large. And it's a 2-drop, so it's pretty safe there as well. That's going to get removed from the game as well. Guinevere is now active, and we still have 1 will to be able to pay into the God's Art of either Darkness Moonchild or Light Moonchild if we need to, which is pretty great. Okay. Minute and a half here for the stream. Ooh, Justice got outvoted. Seems like Olivia might have No, Justice is not still winning. Wolfgang 2 got some of the votes here. Before recovery. Sorry. Looks like beginning of Derek's turn. We're gonna make a token. While we are not under the tax of Guinevere, and that is gonna be our one. The rulers and additions get turned into fairy tales, but Neverend's ability specifically only counts things that are in the field, Kevin. So it makes everything, as long as there are 10 or more fairy tales in the field under your control and or in your graveyard. So the stones count, the things in the board count, the thing in the graveyard count. The rulers do not count. So all of them have fairy tale. But they don't count towards the 11, or they don't count towards the 10. About to give them time on round here. We see a sealed one-eyed dragon to kill the Guinevere. There's not 11. Rulers aren't in the field. The ruler zones are not on field, Kevin. There are things you control, but they are not in the field, so they do not count. So, sealed one-eyed dragon trying to kill the Guinevere. We see an Arastella with twin princes to try to save the Guinevere. Currently, Derek is turned 0. A flashing smile would feel really good here. No worries, Kevin. Happy to help. Glad to have you here, buddy. Good to see you. A flashing smile in response to this twin princess would be really, 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 really good. But I don't know if we have a way to make that happen. I don't see one in hand. I also think we potentially do Lumia here in response to Twin Princes to get the Neverend off board. Is that Alice's World of Madness? No way. Glenn Dragon, welcome to Student. Glad to have you here, Glenn. Good to have you, my friend. Is that a World of Dark Alice? There's no way. Each player chooses a resonator. They banish all resonators, but that's actually really good. I did not think about it. Yes, this is Messiah, although we haven't seen Messiah Mika contract. I know he is playing it, but he doesn't seem to have one here. If that is the card I see in hand, that is absolutely insane of a choice. That's very cool. That's a very cool tech. Everyone gets to pick one thing and banish everything else. What a cool mode. We see an Origins here before recovery. Chris is in his first of his 2 extra turns of time. And we'll see what happens next. Wow. Leave it to Derek to find a Dark Alice card that is relevant in the meta. Shark of Solari getting revealed there to draw him an extra card. Chris has this turn and one more to be able to do lethal. Derek is currently under White Moonchild is currently, we're going to try to remove the graveyard here before recovery, just to say you're even further behind. Currently we are at 6 cards in graveyard for Neverend. And we do have the activate ability of one more. That is probably Chris's only Guinevere. Most of the time that deck is playing a single copy of it, mainly because you can grab it off of Charge the Fairy Tale King once you've used Neverend, because he gives everything that's in your deck Fairy Tale as well. And so you can use Charge of the Fairy Tale King to grab one drop Guinevere and kind of protect the rest of the combo turn. I did not catch whether or not Derek used White Child's Child of Light's God's Art in Chris's turn, if Chris only has one card for this turn or not. If it does, then Derek's in a really good spot because he can just kind of essentially win this game 101. So we'll see if there's more cards coming down here after Chris's turn to see whether or not we have a Child of a second spell. If there's a horse, then we know that there's a second one. Omega Zero, welcome as a student, my friend. Glad to have you back. There's a Dark Alice. Do we see a horse? We do see a horse. So yes, we are not currently under Child of Light God's Art for the turn. Glad to have you back, Omega Zero. I didn't realize that your support staff one had stopped. Ooh, Angelic Battle Barrier is pretty okay. Although, yeah, not super helpful here. Yep, discarding some Origins. Draw from the Never End. Force gets to give something Swiftness. We certainly have enough cards in Graveyard here. But that's where the World of Dark Alice gets to come in. It looks like it's potentially an Alice's Fantastic Trick as well, which is pretty cool. We're going to see an activation there of Never End. Is there a world where we try to kill this Dark Alice in response to the activation to try to bait out the second one? No, it does not look that way. Never End gonna swing in. Oh, very clearly we have Lumias. Well, still glad to have you here, Omega. Appreciate your support, buddy. Block with the token, who is currently a 12/12, so we stop that damage. Second Never End gets to come in here. That is certainly an Alice's Fantastic Trick. We also have a Lumia. The wall prevents the damage. The wall gets cracked. Swing with the Mad Hatter. Takes him down to 17. Or takes 7, takes him down to 18. We do have the Phantom Moon. I imagine swinging in for 0. Why? It's not currently boosted. We just take 0. Yeah, I guess. Oh no, it's a 1/1. I apologize. Takes 1. Force to use Night of the Fairy Tale Moon. This, in my opinion, is where we see the World of Dark Alice come into play. Night of the Phantom Moon to try to recover those. Oh, it lets it resolve. Interesting. Not what I would have gone for here. He didn't pitch the World of Dark Alice, did he? I don't think so. CNL. Oh, okay. Oh, but now we can't do World of Dark Alice. Interesting. Fire of the Fallen Angels. From the graveyard gets to get us 2 tokens. We can bounce one of the problem is we can bounce one of the tokens out of the way with Mad Hatter. This is fortunate. Did we might have forgotten about the Mad Hatter God Art. Let's see if Chris sees the Mad Hatter God Art. No, we did not. We just took the block. Interesting. Oh, he recovered Never End and Mad Hatter, so it's swinging in for just 7 or 9. This will be 9. What is that other card in his hand if not World of Dark Alice? Takes this 9, goes down to, and then we see pay 6. So he took the 9, went down to 8, and then took another 6 and is down to 2. Yeah, okay. Getting the life totals updated for me here. Derek should be at 2, paying 12, paying 6 for Chris, so Chris should be at 34. Just forgetting to tap the button there for me. And trying to go in using... I forget what this card does, Pot of Greed. It's the white Mika card. I can look it up this way. Judgmental Recovery. Judgmental Recovery, he can kill his own token, banish his own token, and draw 2 cards. With Mika. Did we draw into something there? We've got a Lumia. Lumia to try to regain all of the life before we take damage. Is there a second... is there a second dragon here? Doesn't have enough... oh no, we are at Seal 4. Which with a pointy hat. Seal 4, we're going to prevent that enter effect. Do we have another way to gain life? Do we have another Lumia? Does not look like it. And so at that point in time, that game is going to be a draw. That match is going to be a draw. Wow. Quite the strong play from both players. A little unfortunate that it ends in a draw, but I mean both players played very tight. It definitely looked like a World of Dark Alice. And if it was, that's actually a really good card for this format. And if it wasn't, I've accidentally found something that's good for this format. So yeah, that is it. Thank you both of these players for a wonderful game. Looks like according to this voting that we are going to try to go for a Justice next round. So I'm going to go see what we can do to find out that Justice. Thank you all for voting. 38 votes. Justice coming out on top. So I will find the highest placing Justice and we will put that on stream next round. So thank you all so much. We will be back in just a little bit.
Hey there, Rulers, Demo73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There is so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So, let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership where you get to get, it's $100 and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have pricing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about Fow Fest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support and it helps to make funds for FowFest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much, see you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.
Okay, everybody, we're getting set up here for round 2. On the left, we have Logan Moses playing Arastella Control. It is not the Arastella Fairy Tale package. It is a very, very different deck. And on the right, we have Toby Gaffney playing Justice. Very, very excited to see this matchup play out and to see kind of a different take on Arastella. We'll exactly see how this goes and how many games we have here, because it's a very real chance of just 2 control decks being control decks. But we'll see how this goes. Still waiting on time on round to start here, but we are going to be starting here with round 2, and I'm very excited to jump into it. Seeing who's going first here. Looks like Toby's going to be going second. You guys can start! Start! With that, it looks like round 1 already, or they already started time on round here, or timer, so now the stream is starting and we're going to get right into it. Looks like we did see a Warhorse on the side of Toby. Looks like I did see a Schrodinger there, so there's very likely that the win con of this control deck is going for the Mikey Jack of all trades Schrodinger Infinite as a control finisher, which is very, very cool to see that being played. This is something that is a card I definitely didn't expect. I do see a Mikey, I do see a Wall of Terror here. Beginning of game triggers, we get a wall. Hold on. Just real quick. Okay, so we've got wall for both players, and we're getting started here. Light Moon Fragments. Looks like we see Feasting on the side of Logan, starting off immediately right there. The question that's going to come down here is going to be interesting about whether or not, like, so just Toby's in a good, or sorry, Logan's in a good spot here because he already sees Darkness Moon, Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Justice is in a good position to be able to potentially search out the Origins of the Seven Lands, although it does definitely look like Toby already has Origins in hand, which could be very good. Logan drawing into Origins of the Seven Lands here, which is very, very strong as an opener here. So both players are going to be having their Dry Wings, their Origins essentially turned off right at the go. Logan knowing that that was there, of course, which is why he chose to use the one-eyed dragon proactively because of that 4C. Now, what are we going to use that floating green for, Logan? Or are we just going to let the turn pass? Doesn't look like there's much in that hand to be able to use the green for, so it looks like we're just going to let it fizzle and go into Toby's turn. Toby's probably going to go ahead and do that Dry Wing just to get it on the board now, since he knows that Logan's is active. He can get the Dry Wing just to get the recovered stone, knowing that he's not going to get the extra will. We do see a daily research coming down here. Interestingly, that we did not see there must not be an Origins in that opening hand like I thought, because if there was, we'd do Origins first to make sure that we can't filter into Darkness. With this, filter into Darkness will. Although I do imagine that if we have a Feasting in hand, or Toby, oh, it looks like it, so we're probably going to see... She's going to use a coin. Feasting's going to come out here to stop the Witch of the Fallen Kingdom unless Logan pay 1. That is going to stop that Darkness Witch from resolving. Do we have anything here? There's a world. I mean, I don't think there's a reason to use White Child God's Art here. Seems very suboptimal. I don't think Toby needs to cast any more spells this turn, really. He's going to be like, that's fine, I'll go search for an Origins and move on. Yeah, does decide to just let that happen. Feasting gets to field, Daisy Research gets to grab us any addition. If we did not have, gets to go grab a horse as well. Interesting here. Grabs the horse proactively off of the oh wow, okay, and going into Institute. We must have Origins in hand here. After all. Paul's gonna be really sad that he's not here for this event, considering how we've seen 2 decks already play Institute, and I imagine there might be one as well in Logan's deck. We see Origins here. It doesn't get to produce any will, but does get to get that Dry Wing, so it gets another recovered will, another recovered source. Doesn't have the extra green here. Are we just gonna swing in with the horse, or swing in with whatever we gave Swiftness? Interesting. We don't have any extra will. Both players under Dry Wing. Awakening of Feasting? Gets him with a 1 cost, so it gets him a 0 cost, but can also get him another horse. Interesting. And gets him a Magi Trooper as well. What a cool choice. Very cool idea from Toby. Very aggressive justice here. Let's get another horse out. Magi Trooper gets to get him another card. And now we get to swing in for 8. It's not enough to crack the wall though, so there's no point in swinging. It just is like, hey, next turn we're gonna really start pushing stuff through, and having this kind of a board established into getting under a control Aristella is very, very cool. Both of these players are Grey Grubbler. Both of these players are 1-0. They both won their first round. Awakening of the Winged Lord. For Logan's deck, seeing this kind of a board state, the stones are really going to matter being under Drywing, because he no longer has filter. That's going to be pretty huge. Do you see a Campanella? No, what it's called. Try to find it. Fountain of the Oblivion Moon. You're going to see a proactive Awakening of the Winged Lord. This feels a little risky, but hopefully trying to see something like an Institute. Does look like we did not. We saw. Okay, so this is pretty decent. We have currently tapped out, but now we're on 0 damage. We saw this on the channel earlier this week. The question becomes, does Toby have any way to deal with additions? Because if he doesn't, then at this point in time, Logan will just win. We need a way to remove an addition from the game. Killing Stone coming in. Toby choosing to pay the 3. Because the way this works with First Moon is wall can't ever actually destroy itself, and as such, it can't ever be removed from the game. Let's see here. This is why we talked about going into this environment that you need to be able to find ways to you need to plan for spot removing addition. Logan getting a very, very nice grab off of that proactive Awakening of the Winged Lord. Institute does not super help us here, because it doesn't matter how big they are. We do see the Institute come down anyway. Gets us a new stone. Darkness Moon Fragment gets us 4C1. Wish I had the deck lists. I'm gonna look real quick to see if we can get those deck lists for this one, so I can peek through. 1 second. Working on getting the deck list so I can see what might exist there. Light Moon Fragment. Currently no way to produce Darkness Will. We need Darkness and Light and Water to be able to go for the Mikey. It seems like that's probably what we're going for with this list. A Wall of Terror coming down here. Target entity gains barrier by discarding cards. Gets you a way to be able to further protect the combo pieces. Waiting on the deck lists here. Oh, that's from his own hand. Thankfully, it is from his own hand. He's just shown his opponent that he has a feasting in hand. Thankfully, he was not calling it from the wrong deck. Okay, looking at Toby's main board here. Oof, there is nothing in this main board that is any form of addition hate. So at this point in time, there is nothing in this main board that can deal with that addition. So what is going to happen here? We see Origins, just revealing more cards, gaining 1,000 life. That being said, we are playing like Mikey's and Castle of Belial's, as well as the Schrodinger Infinite on Toby's side. Just one each, one Schrodinger though. But Castle of Belial's could be cloned with Mikey as well. I mean, there's a very real chance that we like hit a board state where, oh no, I think even through walls and Castle of Belial's, Mikey gets infinite attack and it attacks infinite times. So both of these decks are trying to kill with Mikey. Toby playing not a single copy of the contract. His deck is literally called the Contractless. Not playing a single copy of the contract in the main here. And also Logan also not playing a single contract in the deck. So 2 contractless decks here, both using essentially the mastery, using the ruler specifically chosen for the mastery here. Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance comes down here. It is just a shell game at this point. Toby needs to... Does Logan have any buyback to be able to save his Mikey? He's playing 2 Mikeys, 2 Schrodingers, and not a single card of buyback. So if the Schrodingers get killed, or if the Mikeys get removed in any way or cancelled, Logan also doesn't have a way to close out the game. Although Logan is also playing, he is playing contracts. He's playing 3 Flight of the Holy Swords. And so that is another reason to play Aristella, so you have this quick cast, awakening kind of big body here. The out for Toby is take this game to a draw, unfortunately, in the main board. There is nothing in the sideboard that can help answer that. Although I said, no, actually he does. He has Einsberg, Mechanized Invasion Leader. Potentially. Yeah, he could gain control of the addition. And then pop things that way. So you see Logan also has the Einsberg revealed. Correct, Omega Zero. He has 2 copies of Flight of the Holy Sword in his hand. The problem is that the Wall of Terror is also protecting the moon, because the Wall of Terror can give anything, I believe. Yeah, or target entity. So he has to kill the Wall of Terror, and he has to play Einsberg all in one turn to be able to get to our win con, essentially. Although I do what happens when there are 2 infinite Mikeys? If there are 2 infinite Mikeys, then they can both attack and block each other infinitely, always being bigger than the other. So, like, that's just a draw, which is where Flight of the Holy Sword comes in. So that's very interesting. Certainly not the lines that I expected either of these decks to be taking. Very real chance that this just ends in a draw. So Mikey's going to come in, going to duplicate the wall, and target the wall to duplicate the wall. We have 2 walls now. Why did he just draw a card? Oh, because of the new wall. Yes. Yeah. Nope. This is, other than the one copy of Einsberg, this could end in a, neither player is playing Horn, so this actually could also end in a deck out, which would be very interesting. What happens when two Dirtle decks get paired up against each other? Seeing a couple of Birth of the Twin Princes here to kind of foresee just digging into those cards to kind of sculpt the hands. Birth of the Twin Princes coming down. Campanella. And a Schrodinger, both going to stay on top. Looks like Schrodinger's coming to the top. We don't have a Mikey still yet. We need the Mikey. And looks like a Schrodinger's going to come down. Here, targeting, this gets canceled, right? We have a feasting in hand. You stop the first Schrodinger with, you have to stop the first Schrodinger here, right? This is all before recovery, which feels kind of mediocre, but like, honestly feel like you can't. You can answer both Schrodingers, then you're in good shape, I feel like. Gonna target the Dark Alice, comes into play tapped. We're digging even deeper. You see that Mikey? This is before recovery. So a very real chance that we see the Mikey Infinite go off this turn. Toby's sitting on 3 additions, so feasting is a double cancel here. Pitching a Flight of the Holy Sword. Pitching another Dark Alice. Toby's at a little bit of an advantage here because he has Fire Moonchild to protect the feasting potentially. Double feasting in the hand of Logan. This is a very strange interaction. Does he feel comfortable enough with double feasting in hand to go for Mike? If Toby's hand is double feasting, he wins this exchange. Because he can go flash in first feasting to stop the cast of the Mikey. Stop the first flash of the Mikey. When the second feasting comes in, you Fire Moonchild to protect the feasting. And then Logan's going to do his first card of the turn. You proactively do Red Child right now. Second feasting comes down. Toby does not have 3 will to pay for it. Yeah. So Infinite Mikey's gonna Logan. Yeah, that's a little bit of an unfortunate sequencing there by Toby, and the Infinite Mikey swings win out, and will push through for the lethal. Mikey, the jack of all trades, really just needs to do one trade a lot of times. So very, very cool to see kind of that combo seeing its way into the environment as that control finisher. We had talked about it for a little bit before about people who were trying to do it incredibly aggressively and how that's just not super great, but it does make for a good control end finisher. Looking at the sideboard here, though, we need to see, we have a first moon for Toby. We see Angelic Battle Barrier, Lightning Cave. That doesn't help here. 3 Heavenly Gusts. That's what needs to come into play here. And for Logan, Logan does not have anything like that in the sideboard. What he does have is the main board Flight of the Holy Swords to clear out additions. So honestly, I think that in Game 2, Toby is favored. Because of the fact of Heavenly Gust existing and being able to just get rid of all those tokens, or get rid of all those additions. He doesn't even have to cantrip it, or he doesn't even have to torrent it, because he can just, the moon will prevent all of the other ones from being destroyed under the Heavenly Gust, but it does give him a way to kill the first moon. Looking at Logan's list, we are playing a total of won the first moon in the entire list. So if that first moon gets answered, we are in a good spot. I'm going to go have them reset their length. Let us hear what they're sideboarding, and we'll jump into game 2. Okay. We see Darkness Moonchild coming in here for game 2. Makes a lot of sense. Wind Moonchild's not really going to be helpful in this matchup. And Darkness is just a way to be able to kill something. Oh, the other thing that I guess I didn't really think about is the fact of Heavenly Gust might actually be very good to do for the Torrent, because you don't want to have First Moon get protected by Wall of Terror. So that's interesting. It's very interesting. Logan choosing to stick with White and Darkness. Light and Darkness Moon Children. He is playing no other Moon Children in the sideboard. He is sticking to Light and Dark. Toby choosing to take the coin again here. Do you see Sealed One-Eyed Dragon, another Prince, Twin Princes, a Dark Alice, Wall of Terror in the opener is pretty good. The deck is playing 3. Beginning of game triggers. Looks into and then get a wall for Logan. Intimidate, which is a very good answer to when the Mikey Infinite goes off on Toby's side. Just stop the damage for that turn. Do we see... I was going to say, I was wondering if there's a world where we see a Windmill Slam in the Wall of Terror, but I don't think it's worth your time. Calling Stone here. Do we have the Origins? We do get the Origins Drywing right off the top. This is pretty good for Toby. It's a strong start. He gets the extra will, gets to recover the stone. He has protection here. He can go for a daily research with a feasting backup without having to use his coin or his stone, leaving up 2 will during Logan's turn. Seeing a first turn Institute, also a very interesting grab here. Does get him to get a card. Yeah, Kevin Logan is playing the 2-drop as his way to clear additions off the board. Yes. Magic Stone of Knowledge coming in there off of the Institute. Not a great, super great stone, but we do essentially have whatever filter we need. Oh no, we have black, green, red access to the stone. And we have coin for blue So we have access to every color except white right now. Do we see a pre-recovery? Which of the Fallen Kingdom? Does seem like yes, and I think you honestly let that slide. Yeah, it's not the card you want to cancel, especially since his hand doesn't look like it has much search in it. And he does have Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance in that hand to be able to deal with it as well. For next turn, especially since if Logan doesn't have an Origins here, it puts him in a pretty good spot. Looks like with those 2 cards at the top of the deck might have been an Origins. Maybe the debate is, but if he doesn't have a sealed one-eyed dragon, do you draw it now? Doesn't have sealed one. No, he does. Wait, no, is that Hungering Dragon? Or Envious Dragon? There's no way. Trying to look and see what that one red card is. Wall of Terror is going to come down with Feasting. Or we got to use coin for Feasting to stop the Wall of Terror. That's very, very good here. Doesn't have 2 will. Gonna get cancelled. It looks like it's either Sealed One Dragon. It has to be Sealed One-Eyed Dragon if that's the only red card that I can see. Because he's not playing Envious Dragon in the sideboard. So, Amadeus Holy Crystal turning into a 5-color stone. We are active with another Origins Dragwing. I imagine that gets used immediately here. Just to get us some more will. Yeah, it's a full art Sealed One-Eyed Dragon. Origins to 7 lands here to get us another Drywing. Get us some more will here. Yeah, it is Sealed One-Eyed Dragon. Yeah, use the Trishula coming down here. That's another way to make Infinite Mikey's trade, is that give your Mikey Eternal so that like your Mikey can kill his Mikey. Because if they block at all, yours will have Eternal and his won't. Yeah, very much. The 2 decks kind of just stalling each other out here. Doing 4C off of that, we're up to 6 stone, or 3 stones, so +6/+6. So if he thinks a 10-10, pretty slow start it looks like from Logan. His hand does not look to have any of the combo pieces. The Feasting came into play during the turn with the Wall of Terror, so it can attack, swinging in for 10. It's going to crack the wall, like it's enough to crack wall. Do we see an Intimidate here? We can't. We can't filter into white. So we are going to see both Godsards burned here already from Arastella. I think you let this happen? I'm not sure of a way we can protect it. What is that purple card in his hand? And then I pass turn from Toby. Sealed One-Eyed Dragon, going to draw him into a card here. Paying 6, go down to 31. Draw him into a card. To be 31. I think he tapped a little bit too fast. So we know that he's 100 less. Castle of Alvarez. It might also be Castle of Belial. He is playing a single copy of Castle of Belial in the deck here. Before recovery, we see a Never End here. How did we pay for the 4C? No, we didn't use the 4C. My bad. We just did Sealed One-Eyed Dragon. I don't believe it's Alvarez, the True Demon Castle. I don't see that anywhere in the Toby's list. Really trying to dig here. Now we're both under Drywing. The right time to use Drywing if you're under a Drywing is in recovery to get a reveal and then just not care about having the stone tapped. We have Mastery Twin Princes. This, I think, oh no, we're out of, we took off of Wind Moon Child, so we do not have a way to stop that. So draw 2, does get to see another Wall of Terror. 1 of 3. Problem is here is he needs to be able to protect, the Wall of Terror is very helpful to be able to protect Mikey, especially since he's staring down a Darkness Moonchild. His hand is very reactive. Down comes the first moon. Don't see. But then when the first moon gets cast, if there's a Feasting in Toby's hand, that's probably going to get cancelled. Toby having his first moon. Both players really getting into Dirtle mode here. Ataroctia's Memoria, and I imagine we're going to see first moon come down. So now at that point in time, it comes down to who draws the addition clears first. We see a Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance hit the board. This is now sitting pretty at a 12-12 because of the Institute. We are at 4 unique stones. And then leaving up that stone, down comes First Moon. The first moon has hit the board. We have will to be able to play Feasting in response. We have protection. Ultimately, though, that hand from Logan is very defensive and little to no proactive elements or disruption, really. It's just defense with no disruption, which puts him at a good spot. Sealed One-Eyed Dragon pays 600 life to go ahead and deal 600 to Logan. Logan should be at 25. Wish I could change that from here. Logan should be at 2,500 damage. Oh wait, no, that damage would be prevented. Hold on. I'm gonna pause it real quick here, 1 second. I just wanted to make sure that I caught what that Sealed One-Eyed Dragon was used for, because they updated Logan's life total too. So they just got Logan's life total back to normal, and he used Sealed One-Eyed Dragon to draw a card. All as well. Einsberg coming down here. That's an interesting idea. Logan can go nice First Moon, think I'll take it, and then play his own First Moon, which would then lock him out, actually. Although we do have Darkness Moonchild, there's a lot of potential interactions here. But Logan could set up double First Moon here, and at that point in time, Toby can't. It literally becomes a Dirtloff. And I think Logan wins that because he's playing the second Arastella contract. Very clear about what cards go where here. So Logan does need to find the second Aristella contract here. We do see his First Moon come down. He doesn't have the Darkness Will to be able to cast it here. This is very risky. If he plays the First Moon here and there is the access to the cancel from Toby, then he's out of luck. He's only playing a total copy of 1 First Moon in the whole deck. And so there's just no way to prevent himself from being killed. Second Wall of Terror comes down here. Toby is not currently playing any board wipes that I can tell, outside of Mikey Infinite Kill You. Let me see, looking at Toby's list. We do not have any board wipes in the main or the side for dudes. And so interesting. What did we pay 400 life there for? Oh, 300 for Killing Stone. Does look like we have a Mikey here. Is Toby going for the Mikey Infinites? We have Mikey trying to get a second First Moon. And then at that point in time, Logan's locked out of the game. Because at that point in time, Logan has no way to destroy 2 First Moons at once. Although he will have the Einsberg to steal one of the First Moons. This is just ridiculous. This is just 2 players trying to make the biggest shell, and I am here for it. Very interesting decks to see played here. We have a second First Moon and a Heavenly Gust. That is going to get the wall off the board and just say, look, you might have a First Moon in hand, but I'm gonna get rid of that wall, and just make it so that, like, Heavenly Gust. And I don't think, are we just gonna steal each other's additions? Looking at Logan's list, there's no copies of the wall in the main board and only one in the sideboard. So Logan is now prevented, because he has no buyback, prevented from being able to protect himself infinitely. Toby's at a very good spot where if he can protect... Logan does not run any walls in the main deck. It comes down, honestly, it comes down to Einsberg stealing his wall back, which is very strange. Arastella Twin Princes, Birth of the Twin Princes here to kind of draw into something better. If in any way we get to, if we stop the Einsberg, Toby can't lose, and we're gonna go into a game. I mean, well, it becomes like stall out to try to loot, you know, just, to try to win. It's very interesting. Dark Alice, Logan just trying to dig for something, trying to draw for contract essentially at this point. Mikey can have +6/+6 per, +2/+2 per edition. So currently Mikey is sitting at 6/6 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 unique stones. So 16/16 can get up to being a 20/20, 24/24. And then plus, so like he has the ability to give everything eternal on his side too, simply by tapping out all of his additions, because of the pumps for the Fallen Angel as well. Logan digging insanely hard here, trying to get into something. There's Schrodinger, there's a Sealed One-Eyed Dragon. Neither of those are going to be very helpful right now. He does have the contract, but Toby's in a position where he can give his entire board eternal. Because they don't lose all of their abilities. In response to the contract, you know, we cancel the contract with a Feat Sing. We're not protected by Fire Moon Child. In response to the Feat Sing, we can tap it up to make our whole board eternal. So then the contract can't kill either the additions or the Mikey. This is, I think... It's so interesting to me that we picked two matchups that are probably both going to end in draws, but this has been very fun Force of Will to watch. Recover. Because we do have to fully tap out to contract, and if there's a feasting in hand, we're out of luck. The problem is here though that even the Excalibur doesn't actually kill the walls. That's the biggest piece. Is that because none of his additions can be destroyed and he has 2 First Moons. So the First Moons are protecting each other. So even under this, tapping out, it doesn't actually let him win the game. It just gets rid of a Mikey and a with Fallen Angel. Birth of Twin Princes. Yeah, 2 draws, but in 2 different ways. Right, for sure. Another Birth of the Twin Princes here. Logan seeing his Mikey, but with no additions. That doesn't help him here. The other problem is here, Logan's biggest cancel is Featsing, and he has 0 additions. So Featsing right now is not actually able to cancel anything, because X will be 0. So Toby's in a very, very good spot here. If Toby finds Schrodinger, this is the game. And we will go into a game 3 with 11 minutes left on the round. Let's see. Bones. Okay. 4 will is a lot, but what do we do with it is the problem. We have a first moon, but no wall. We have to play Einsberg to get to a wall. End of turn, we're just going to discard to hand size, and we go into cleanup. Let's see here. What is the out for Logan? Since we had that Heavenly Gust. Wall of Terror is not going to help. We don't have a way to search. That's a big piece here, right? Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance needs to get cleared off board. We could just try to kill it there, but if there is a Schrodinger, another Institute. So now these things are even bigger, and if that hits, if that resolves, then nothing on Toby's board can ever die. Because he has Trishula, which is also protected. So now, unfortunately, even the contract doesn't save Logan, because it doesn't remove any abilities. So each of them is giving plus 10, so it's getting plus 20. So now he's at Trishula, so they all have Eternal and Pierce. And yeah, double Institute and a Castle of Belial. That is a lot of additions. That is a lot of additions. This has been a very fun match to see two decks just windmill slam additions left and right, left and right. Swinging for 24. We see an Intimidate come down here finally. That Intimidate cannot be... Hold on. We're under Dry Wing. I'm just making sure here. One second. I forgot that Dark Atlas lets his cards be any, stones produce any color, so I thought Moonstart would not be able to produce Intimidate. It absolutely can. He has a stone in graveyard from earlier. So Intimidate prevents that damage for the turn, which is just fine for Logan. We have a wrong card. Going to play another Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance, and just build, yeah, Toby is building a fortress. His board cannot be killed here, except for something that banishes. There is absolutely no way, so the only out for Logan at this point is Einsberg. He has to play through an Einsberg to be able to steal one of Toby's walls. That's literally his only out. The problem is, though, that like even that's not super great. You see an Awakening of the Winged Lord come down here during the recovery phase. You say that's fine. You're only trying to stop Schrodinger. Campanella is not super great here, but might be the one that's grabbed. Milky Way Moon. The Tarshish wanted it for a Water Moon card. I imagine we're probably going to see, just to stop Schrodinger, we're probably going to see, yeah. Before the Fat Fairy, you can use this to stop Mikey from being able to swing infinite times. This is a little bit of a protection. It also prevents the Mikey from being able to be pumped up. The problem is, again, there's just so much pressure, and everything here has swiftness, or has Pierce. I gotta restart their clock. Thank you for that. That there's a very real chance that, and this is, you know, in recovery, so there's still very much a world where that gets, you know, negated. There is a world here, too, where you... Okay, we have it making a token. Oh, he's calling Castle of Belial? Okay. Non-J-Ruler card. Looks like Castle of Belial is what we stopped. Interesting. That's not what I would have stopped there. I would have stopped Mikey. And the deck is playing... How many of that moon? Only one. main and side. So that's just committed now to the additions. I guess I understand that because of the flyers. Like, don't want to make it have flyers. Lars G, welcome back. Glad to have you here as a member, my friend. Yeah, this board is very protected at this point in time. We're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 additions, 2 first moons, a Mikey, everything's getting +10, +10. So we have Eternal and Pierce live. So like that's the other reason why doing the Milky Way moon, or sorry, doing for Castle Isle doesn't make sense to me. Mainly because again they have Pierce. So like we can swing through. The only out at this point is exclusively the only out that I can see in Logan's deck at this point is exclusively Einsberg. And he can't find 2 darkness sources to save his life. Although he has Dark Alice out, so he could just play darkness. He's got to play Einsberg. But if it gets canceled, he's screwed, so just a pass. It is a shell game right now. Only 2 cards in hand, though, for Toby. Doesn't get to... But he can swing multiple times with this Mikey, so if I was in his position, I'd probably just go for lethal this turn to try to swing through with the Mikey. Also, before recovery, we could have pumped up the Mikey a lot, but we've already recovered, so that was a little bit of a mistake. Yeah, it does have 6 minutes left on round, for sure. And Origins of the 7 Lands. Gonna reveal Solari, Shargo Solari for him. Yeah, I think that's what Logan's trying to do because he won the first game. He's trying to just kind of hold out. But Toby does need to get at least a game under his belt here to be able to push through for lethal. If there's a Schrodinger here, finally. Second Mikey. Second wall, and the game's over. You clone wall here, and then Einsberg can't even get... Einsberg stealing 1, and that's the game, but he just has to win, right? Yeah, okay, second wall comes in. Okay, now Einsberg's not even a threat, so it's literally just about Toby swinging through for lethal, which he just needs to start attacking. We see another Intimidate as we go into combat, just burning through those. The deck is playing a grand total of... Logan is playing a grand total of 2, so that's both of them. These Monkeys are huge. You pump them up next turn before recovery. Awakening of the Winged Lord coming down here. Does see his Schrodinger. Schrodinger not going to help him here, though. What Resonator are we flickering off of the Schrodinger? Targeting Dark Alice to try to dig, to draw into something. Does see his Mikey, but again, the board is so big that there's no way for him to ever deal damage to Toby, even with infinite damage. And then we see a pass. So no, I mean his feastings are alive now. Toby needs to execute lethal next turn by just pumping up his to recharge the God's Arts here. Flight of the Holy Sword not awakened. I think you're fine with that. I don't think you care. He's trying to make it so that Toby only has potentially only one card per turn. Darkness Moonchild. You draw a card using the Oblivion Moon and then recover. And dig into a bunch of cards here. Toby is going to be able to have 2 with, let's see, it's 2 additions for, it's 1 addition for +2/+2, right? So Mikey Jack of all trades. So essentially both mission 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he can give both Mikeys +8, and they'll have Eternal and Pierce. So then they just swing in for lethal. It's so big, and then you can tap them and attack multiple times. So we have to go for the Einsberg here. Einsberg is his 1 card. He can target a single wall and try to go for his first moon. So the shell game commences. Toby does play. Toby does. Oh, it's gonna happen. Okay. Very interesting. Toby does have enough will here to be able to potentially pay through a feasting. We've got 3 additions here. Toby's still, yeah, Toby lost his wall. The Einsberg has to get killed here. If there's a world where we have First Moon, we attempt to cancel this. Hold priority. First Moon's gonna resolve? Interesting. And a Mikey. You cancel the Mikey? Why are we not? Oh, we just don't have a feasting in hand, unfortunately. Now they're both under lock. Infinite Schrodinger's. We have Infinite Schrodinger's. Pump up this. We need Heavenly Gust. But the problem is we don't even get Heavenly Gust. So because we have 2 First Moons, this match is going to win 101 Origins. Revealing, what are we grabbing here? Mechanized Children of Gaia? Oh no, Bird of Solari to gain 1,000 life. What is the out here? To both people having a wall and 2. It came down to Einsberg. And all of these guys, but we can't deal any damage because there's a wall. Both players are under double First Moon wall. Neither player can die. And a Warhorse. And simply pass with 26 seconds left on round. That is going to be time on round for Logan's turn, which means that unless Logan has a way to kill the double First Moon wall, like he just wins 101 here, because they're both protected. Can't remove his graveyard for any reason under Institute. And time. They are now under time on round with Logan having a lot more cards in hand. Still not able to actually kill anything though. So since we have double First Moon, we have no way in Toby's list to clear those moons off the board. We also have no way in Logan's list to kill this. Neither player can do any damage to each other, and so Logan is going to win the match. Toby is the problem here with having his own Einsberg is that there's the Wall of Terror. So we have no way to be able to kill. We have no way to be able to kill his Einsberg to take the wall back. That's the biggest piece. Wall of Terror is suddenly becoming the thing that's allowing him to survive this game because he has no way to kill the Wall of Terror in the list that I can tell looking at this list. He has no board clears. Correct. There are 0 board clears for Resonators in the deck for Toby. So he is unable to get rid of the Wall of Terror, which means he's unable to play his own Einsberg, because Einsberg will target something. Wall of Terror protects the thing he's trying to target, and therefore you can't play any of the games. Yeah, this match is like watching Pokemon Harden. Yeah, for sure. Another Mikey. Toby is turn 1. We see a Feasting come down just to stop that other Mikey. We see Red Moonchild, Fire Moonchild to try to prevent it from being cancelled. We get another thing. We draw another card. That's a Never End. That draws us another card. Can't act. He can rest that to play Engineer, drawing another card. That's a Warhorse, that's not another card, and so that is going to be... Toby gets 1 more turn after this, but there is nothing in Toby's deck that I can see that actually answers double First Moon, other than Heavenly Gust. And Heavenly Gust doesn't work. Neither player can hurt each other. The Dirtles have dirtled their last dirtle. So, Logan can make infinite attacks, but it doesn't matter because there's infinite damage prevention that he can't possibly destroy, and Toby can't clear it either. So both players have hit a game state where they don't have life loss, and so they can't kill each other. And this is why we play Spirit of Decay, ladies and gentlemen. For just such an occasion, we play Spirit of Decay to stop this kind of thing from happening. Justice is not playing the contract at all. Logan is only playing the sword contract, not Aristella's base level contract. Yes, this is two walls that can't kill each other in a game 2. So the player who won game 1 wins the match. Drawing 1,000,000 cards. We need more. Justice Missile Pod, I think, could have helped for sure. Justice Missile Pod to be able to deal with things like the Wall of Terror right now. Let's find out what we're going to try to see next. Oscar Machina or Wolfgang 2. See something different. Second Infinite Schrodinger's. Oh. That's kind of relevant. He loses one of his walls trying to take one of the other walls. Trying to take one of the first moons to set him down to only just one moon. Logan might actually have a way to win this because he flickered his second moon. Oh, hold on. This is kind of relevant. 1 second. One second. Okay. So just wanted to double check what that first Einsberg had stolen, if it was, because it's, when he flickers it with Schrodinger, that thing that he stole is going to go back to Toby's side, and he gets to take something different. The first thing he stole with the first was the wall, not the moon. Just, there's so many things going on here that we just wanted to be absolutely sure. Just needed to know what he took with the first Einsberg. Which is relevant, because actually, it is relevant here. Because now he only has one first moon, so now his stuff isn't as protected. Because now Toby can just, or now Logan can play the contract ordered. Sorry, he can contract to kill the first moon, which would get the walls out of the way, and then infinite, or which would make the walls destructible, so then infinite Mikeys can swing in. Paying 4. Light of the Holy Sword coming in here. Drawing an extra card. Playing Flight of the Holy Sword. Awakened. Do we have Neverend to give his whole board Eternal, which also gives all of his additions Eternal? Oh, goodness gracious. So the Neverend coming in here, clutch. Lars, at this point, I have... Why didn't I step in when Daniel told us that kind of thing? I have been instructed to only step in certain situations, and I didn't see the thing that you're talking about. I didn't see it, and we'd already stepped too far. So we are outside of very obvious like game state pieces. We at the stream table are stepping away. So that's what happened there in that situation. So Excalibur comes in. It's to try to kill everything, but it doesn't actually destroy anything. And then Toby can't win in game 2, so Toby can't kill in a turn, and so at that point in time, it is going to be the match. So Logan, neither player can kill, and then it goes into a game of 1-0-1, and Logan is the winner of the match. So there you guys have it. We're going to round 3 here in just a minute. I haven't been told that we're doing a food break at all. And let's see here. Going into round 3, looks like our voting is over, and Asuka is what people want to see next. So I will look and see. We have a couple of Asukas here, so I'm going to look and see what highest ranked Asuka is, and we'll find that for next round. So thank you guys so much. We will be back in just a minute. Thanks. Hello, everybody. We are here. Sorry, I know we did say we were gonna do Machina versus or Asuka versus Darktree, but we had one of the players who requested to not be the ones to play on the stream, and so we're gonna respect that for newer players, especially. So we are here with Brendan Hill on Machina 1.0 versus Jesse Jekyll on Wolfgang. 1 second. Apologies, I just realized I have not unmuted myself. We are back. So Machina here has this wonderful ability to search for cards with no cost, or void cost cards, which is things like Magi Trooper or Typhon, to get horses. So we're playing horse dot deck, essentially to try to barrel down through. This is pretty good for Jesse in the fact that if he can set up a stat for a board neg, he can potentially set up stuff. But the Machina list is going to put in pressure very, very quickly by getting out horses. He is playing a single copy of Typhon Asteroid Cluster to be able to search for, and falling into the cracks of time coming into there to say, look, this turn, no, we're going to put those back in your deck. It's not super great, like necessarily super the best against horse, or against, because he just gets to put them back into the deck. Can continue to fail to find to grab more horses, but it does at least prevent some of the pressure here from these early horses, especially if he has a sprinting steward in hand, which it looks like he does not. Looks like we are going to see the single copy of Typhon Asteroid Cluster here to get 4+1/+1 counters. One of the interesting things here is we are playing 3 copies of one of the Sacred Beast. We're playing 2 Togusa, so we have a 1-drop that we can search for. And we are not playing any copies of... we are playing 4 selected decapitations in the main board. The big card to be able to essentially cycle your stuff out here. There is a world there, because I don't see any addition hate. There is no addition hate in this version of the deck, where Wolfgang, if it's playing it, is... Scorching Mountain Trail. You can turn horses into losing your own life. Getting another horse here. Searching during, I believe, Jesse's turn. Wait, hold on. Oh yes, searching before draw on Jesse's turn just to get another horse into the field. If I'm Jesse, actually with this board state being what it is, I honestly go for Scorching Mountain Trail immediately, kill the horses, and make it so that if you want to sacrifice horses, you're just killing yourself. Like, stop that immediately, just go for a 2-drop, grab Scorching Mountain Trail, and it makes things really, really hard for Brendan. It also cuts his life total in half, so Sprinting Steward is not nearly as aggressive. Scorching Mountain Trail is really, really good here. It's just a matter of, because it's a mandatory life gain off of the horses. Do we search for a 2-drop here? Does look like he maybe has another Falling Through the Cracks of Time. We're just going to... Oh, this is very helpful. We have no way to give Eternal. This does certainly give Jesse some potential protection. Archon. Acheron, the River of the Dead. Whenever your opponent Resonator attacks, your opponent has to pay X, where X is the number of demonic worlds with different names you control. So this means every attack essentially costs him a will, which is pretty big. Could lead to not having to worry about life as much anymore. Getting a Scorching Mountain Trail in like here would be pretty huge, like next turn. We have to hope that we survive through this turn here, but we are probably about to see, even with sprinting, one thing would be able to attack. So honestly, that actually really helps against the Sprinting Steward here. Because even if he gives it swiftness, he'd only have enough will for one thing to be able to attack. So this is actually a very good opener here for Jesse as well. There is nothing in the main deck for Brendan here that can answer a addition. So these demonic worlds are just going to sit on board. That's very, very good for Jesse. So not playing. Magi Trooper coming down here does see him that Origin to the 7 lands. Wing is active, doesn't super matter for Wolfgang. Playing too many, so there's a world, so like hear me out. There's a world where you get Scorching Mountain Trail and get the -4, like get to a point where you have, and you get to a point where you have a -4/-4 because of Forest, and then everything just dies. Just like dies immediately, and then like every horse is just like immediately dead and lose 1,000 life, and it's just not a good spot. I think looking at hand, there's one more horse in hand, so we just discard for hand size. Getting rid of the other horse. We need to see a horn here, and we pass. This is a potential very, very good spot for Jesse to be able to set up. Grabbing a heart-to-heart talk would be really good here. Although, let me look at Jesse's list here. Is he playing it? He's not. Not playing any single copies of heart-to-heart talk as well. We're just hard playing these cards. No sealed One-Eyed Dragon, because that's a Moonshade. We have Feast Sing for cancels. Searching for a 1-drop here. Paying 2. We play an Amadeus Holy Crystal. It's going to gain him 2,000 life. A Plane of Raging Winds in hands would be really nice here. Because then he could just go for the -4/-4. And then you're just really locked in here. Is he playing Plains of the Raging Wind? He is. He's playing 2 copies. Is there a second Plane of the Raging Wind here in this hand? Angelic Battle Barrier doesn't stop you here, because then you just recover stones and grab a 2-drop off of Wolfgang. And your life total doesn't matter when you're just going to shoot something once with Terminus and kill it. Searching for a 2-drop. We don't have a Witch of the Fallen Kingdom for Brendan here. I would grab... We're just going to grab Terminus. That's very interesting. We get to go get a 3-drop. Get a horse. Get a Terminus here. The problem here is Gradius. There is double Gradius here. He has no protection for the Terminus here through the Gradius is the problem. As he's moving into combat, yeah, I expect we might see a double. Honestly, though, Swings in for 10. You just take the 10, I think. Yeah, Gradius here. You just apply the -8 to the board, or just let it happen. Like you just, oh, but then he can block. So you have to apply the -8 to the board here in response to the Gradius. This is why I wanted to do the setup, the board setup. I don't think you needed to get this greedy and try to win the game that turn. Yeah, we're just going to apply the -8 to the board here. The +4/+4 won't save it. So it'll make it a 14/14. Are we trying to bait out the second Gradius? That feels incorrect. Also, now we're at 3 Demonic Worlds, so every attack costs him 3. So we are just, it's going to get pumped up, so it's going to be 1,400 damage. Coming in, goes down to 26, potentially. I wouldn't plus it 4 twice. Right now you're at 14/14 with 800 damage. Nothing he has blocks it. The Magic Trooper dies, and we apply. If Brendan doesn't, like, here's the thing. We go to Brendan's turn, and I apply a -8 to the board. Like, we have no horn. He has, like, yeah. The -8 to the board comes down here. Jesse's in a very, very strong position. Like, every Demonic World that comes out is just more will that Brendan has to play to try to be able to attack. And Brendan has 0 ways to give things eternal. And so he does not have the will to be able to actually make competent swings. Search for a Magi Trooper, the last horses in graveyard. I mean, I'd still apply the -8s to make it so that, like, nothing even comes into the field to mess up with selective decapitation. Like, make it so that he can't draw. Before draw, we're going to go ahead and apply that -8 to the board. Yup, that's going to come through. And Brendan's going to get to gain. He's going to sack 2. The Terminus would stay regardless. Because it'd be plus 14/14 and take 8 damage. Nothing on his side of the field has enough to do 6 damage to it. We gain 2,000 life. Get to 4C2. A bunch of triggers go on the chase because of selective decapitation. Horse is going to get him some life, but life total doesn't matter when Terminus has to shoot you 1 time. And the only spot removal that Brendan has in this deck is Sealed One-Eyed Dragon and Gradius. We've already used 1. There's another one in there. Typhon Asteroid Cluster is also there. Gonna go up to 6,000 life to Jesse's 58. We do see a sprinting Flame Horse there. Making sure that life total is updated. Could have double Gradius, which is a thing. Draw for turn. Search for a 1-drop. Proactively using Origins of the 7 lands here. What are we grabbing off of Origins? More draw power? Ooh, Einsberg is an interesting choice here to steal the Terminus. Let me see how big the Einsberg is. 10/10, it'll survive. The Einsberg will absolutely survive the current -8/-8 that's on the board, which is very interesting. It can't attack. The Terminus can't attack, but lots of things are possible. I have a specific outside the game zone. I don't know why they're not using it. Search for a 1-drop using the will off of the Origin of the 7 lands. We see Tagusa. We're really digging, but I don't know much about what could possibly be in there to set up the dig. So let's see. Let's see. He hadn't drawn for turn, Lars, I believe. So we need to play Einsberg, 4 cards in hands. We're playing a neg 12, neg 8, neg 8 to the board. Do we have any? We don't have Sealed One-Eyed Dragon in Jesse's deck. We know that much. Because he's playing the Moon Shadestone. Let's see, what comes down here? I'm just looking at Brendan's list trying to find out what's the out to this Terminus now that it's already on board. We have another Gradius. I mean, the out is like play Einsberg, steal it, Gradius something. Yeah, the Einsberg's getting cast here to try to take the Terminus. But even that's not a big deal because next turn we're just going to taking the Acheron. Interesting. Not what I anticipated. Yeah. So next turn we just Judgment Wolfgang and kill him, I think. Because we'll have 2 Terminus at that point. We can get another Warhorse. How many Warhorses are we playing in the deck? 2, but we also can grab a 4-drop, so we can just grab the Fallen Angel. We'll be at, yeah, no, you just Judgment Wolfgang next turn, and you have lethal. And there is currently nothing in the Brendan's hand that can stop that. Well, that's not true. How big is Wolfgang's defense? Wolfgang's defense is 10. Nope, this is guaranteed lethal from Jesse if he Judgments. Because Wolfgang comes in, counts as a demonic world, gets you another paradise. That paradise gets you a 2nd Terminus and a 2nd war and a Fallen Angel to give your Terminus's barrier. Einsberg doesn't fly. Oh, but he can just kill the Acheron. He has the will to be even able to pay for the Acheron. Yes, Einsberg does not fly. And so we get to go get a demonic world here. We get another paradise that gets us a 2nd Terminus. And the angel, we can pay 1 to keep the Terminus alive while still tapping enough demonic worlds to one-shot Brendan. Don't know. The only option in hand is Gradius, but that can't kill anything here because 2nd Terminus is going to come down. And thankfully we have 1 well remaining here to be able to pay for the Acheron. Oh, Paradise does only count. You are correct. My apologies. He would get a 2nd Terminus here. But he does play a 2nd Warhorse, so it works out. Gradius. Beatsing. Unless he pays 2, but now we don't have the will. Oh, we also missed the trigger on Wolfgang to get himself a free stone. We don't have enough demonic worlds now because the Acheron's already tapped. You could apply, so now that we've used the Featsing, the out is, unless he has Paradise in hand, I mean, like, it comes down to what he has in hand, right? Yes, missed triggers happen for sure. Missed advantageous triggers happen. We are not interrupting for those as well. We've been instructed not to from the stream. Not interrupt for missed triggers. Only game state pieces. Yeah, there's no out to this. Okay, so the Gradius gets cancelled. We get to go get a, so if he has another Paradise in hand, oh, he does see the stones. Oh, it wasn't response to all the triggers. Now that he gets the stone, Wolfgang trigger is going to get him a Paradise? Maybe? Nope. Wins. So it's going to recover all 4 of those stones. Let him continue to play through. And at that point in time, once again, we have the will to be able to play through Acheron. So that is lethal. Paying 2 here. Playing a first jewel. The other ones don't matter. We've got enough demonic worlds here to pay through Acheron, and so we swing with Terminus for lethal, I believe. Another one? I guess. I don't know why you need to play out your hand. We really are just playing them all. Oh, Dispelling Stone. That'll do it too. Destroys his own one, gets to draw a card and then shuffle back. Shuffle the... And at that point in time, that is the game. Doesn't matter how much your life total is if Terminus deals damage. Wow, Dispelling Stone mainboarded? Absolutely is. Oh, you are correct. Drywing is on field. That, I think, we need to pause for, because that's a game state thing. Gonna pause it to talk to the judges. Does matter. Hold on, getting a judge over here. Thankfully. Oh, but he's also shuffled. Hold on, we'll talk about it. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just gonna verify exactly what is happening here in terms of, it looks like a accepted board state, how they're moving forward, and then yeah, Brendan's gonna concede that game, and we're gonna go into game 2. So it does look like, because again, we can't hear what the judges are doing, but we explained the situation to Cal, and Cal came over and discussed it and made a ruling on what the established board state is. So sorry that there's no music when that hold thing goes. It's just silent. But at least this way you guys know that we're trying to figure out what is happening in the match. So I'm just going to go make sure they reset life totals, and they just did it for me. Perfect. And we will go into game 2 here. And also make sure we get them a little bit of a time extension. And I'm back. Okay, let's take a look at these sideboards here. Sideboard for Machina. Outer Space, I would consider potentially. Because it stops the judgment. Not much other than that. Witch of the Fallen Kingdom, for sure. Those are definitely coming in. We need to be able to stop Wolfgang from searching for the things that just shut our deck down immediately. Sideboard for Jesse. Probably not much here to be able to work through. Yeah, not much here. In the sideboard, Garion maybe. But certainly seems like Witch of the Fallen Kingdom is definitely coming in against Jesse. As we go into game 3. Why is their clock paused? Here we go. Trying to manage everything independently is tricky. Thank you all so much for being so flexible and enjoying the stream. Just being here. It's a lot of fun to be able to be here with you guys. We currently have an undefeated Wolfgang. Yeah, there's a Wolfgang that is currently 3-0. Jesse and Brendan are both 2-0 going into this match. And Jesse being up a game here puts us for a potential 2-0 Wolfgangs. There is another Wolfgang that is currently 2-1. Ruler breakdown wise, I'm waiting for the full breakdown, but I do know it's, I think, 9 Machina, 5 Wolfgang 2, and I think 6 Arastella, and then a bunch of things that are 4 or less. But it's a lot of different decks as well, singleton decks. There's also a Gris Ballesta Moogedart Diversity Palace, I think. Let's put up a poll here again. Let's see. Look for Vega. Seen Vega. A different Machina. Olivia, if it's still in. I'll put Olivia up if it's still in. Those are our 3 options for our poll for right now for after lunch. After the lunch break. We'll see how it goes. Going into game 2 here. Again, there's this situation of get that horse out of your hand as soon as you possibly can. Yeah, there we go. Get the Darkness Witch in. Finally seeing a horn. Very, very nice. Does look like a Decapitation also found its way into Brendan's hand, so a pretty strong opener. He's going to get to draw a lot of cards here. Choosing to take the play against Wolfgang. It's a very interesting decision. He posted the glow. I don't have access to Facebook, Robert, so would you mind posting it here in the chat? My phone is currently our hotspot for the sake of the stream today. Thank goodness for the signal. That is a post-mulligan double engineer and double engineer into a Magi Trooper. 4C1 here off of the Fire Moon Fragment. We're going to go ahead and pay 0, search for Warhorse. And grab another Magi Trooper. Or are we grabbing the addition? We are going to grab the Magi Trooper here. I do kind of feel like our first grab is just Acheron until Brendan shows us a dry wing, and then we are concerned there. I mean, kudos for Brendan for playing the Einsberg so that I can steal something like Acheron, because that is a really, really big detriment to his deck. Draws a card, sees another horse in hand. Do not want to see horses in hand for this deck. The stone base for the Machina deck cannot cast them. Those horns in hand cannot be cast. He has 4 Fire Moon Fragments, 4 Scorched Bales, and 2 Stones of Purgatory. Those are all red-black stones. They cannot be grabbed. 9 Machina, 6 Arastella, 5 Wolfgang, 2 Mika, 2 Falchion, 2 Zeus, 2 Vega, 1 Alice Order Creation, 1 Asuka, 1 Gruce Ballista, Moonstart, 1 Dark Tree, 1 Kaguya 1 Olivia, 1 Lumia, 1 Violet. A lot of creatures. If we see Origins here, is there a world where we try, and we have a 1-drop Demonic World, is there a world where we play the 1-drop Demonic World, search for Acheron, and just have 2 immediately up? Robert, that is perfectly acceptable. Or we just go for Acheron. Also, we do see Scorched Mountain Trails there, but I honestly think that Acheron is a better early grab than Scorched. But we do have to contend with a potential Fallen Angel, a Black Witch. So going for Scorching Mountain Trail just to get it outfield. We are going to try to search here. Do we have a response? Don't have many outs in Jesse's deck to a Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Is going to resolve. Oh, it's just, well, oh no, just playing a interesting Academy Guard. Not what I expected to see here. Certainly felt weird. He's already played a card for the turn. That's so smart. Because Brendan's already played the horse this turn. Now he's locked out of being able to play another Resonator, and so we can comfortably play Wolfgang to be able to grab a 1-drop Demonic World. That is very, very clever. The problem is it's not Acheron. We need to survive 1 more turn here. Gets us 1,000 life. Hopefully just to not die to what's on board. That being said, the hand of Brendan didn't look like it had Sprinting Steward in it, so, you know, every turn that Jesse doesn't get immediately rushed down by Machina does get him more chances to set up just an unkillable board state. Very interesting. It also just means that while it's on field, if Brendan wants to be able to try to cast a horse, he can't cast anything else, any other Resonator too, which is pretty, can be pretty debilitating. There's his Origins. I imagine that's immediately going to get used before recovery for a reveal and a search. Ultimately, though, no. Oh, yep. AB. Searching for a 1-drop or a 0-drop. Pretty even split here between Olivia and Gruce Mooge Diversity Palace. What is the grab here? Is it a search for a 1-drop, or are we just going to go ahead and... Oh, we're going to play the Black Witch. So we are now locked out of Resonators for the turn. Until that Academy Guard is dead. That being said, we don't have Sprinting Steward. Origins. That's going to reveal Dragon of Solari? Yeah, that's going to reveal Dragon. And Dragon is going to go ahead and burn that guy out of the field. Most likely, I imagine. It is, yeah, Dragon's going to reveal. There's a outside the game zone, Brendan. Dragon of Solari is going to get to burn the Academy Guard out of the field. He's got floating red. Does have the Sprinting Steward here. And that is going to be lethal. Most likely. How much life are we paying down here? He can get another horse. If he's got another one. Paying down to... This is why I said going for the Acheron felt like the better play. Paying... Everything's getting +8? He's playing 32? No. Yes. Down to 32. Everything's getting +8, so horses are 12. Black Witch is 12, that's 36, and then the Magi Trooper is lethal. So, 12. Oh wait, no, he's got 4,800 life. So, takes him down to 16. He needs another body, but he can just search for a Magi Trooper, another horse if there's one in there. So he picks it up, and we go into Game 3. Seeing our first Game 3 here. Yeah, this is why Acheron is good. Because that can't happen. I think that's the game plan, right, for Jesse, is you just windmill slam Acheron, make it so you can't possibly take damage, and then every addition after that just makes it more and more and more expensive for him to be able to swing. I'll give them that reminder as they're going into it here. 1 second. And we go into Game 3. Did Jesse take the coin again? I imagine you probably do. Yeah, for sure. I honestly think if you're Jesse, you like snap, slam, Acheron. This is the other reason why I think I personally have been playing Sealed One-Eyed Dragon instead. So that if I need to windmill slam a 2-drop and they go to try to Darkness Witch in response, I have something to be able to kill the Darkness Witch. So that I can try to play through. Has his own Darkness Witch, which is pretty helpful to be able to stop those kinds of things. And we already saw that Brendan doesn't have a ton of spot removal in the deck. So there's a world where maybe, yeah, pay 0. Does he have a spot removal for it? He has his own Sealed One-Eyed Dragon. Yes. This is why we liked Sealed One-Eyed Dragon in this format. We need Origins. Jesse needs Origins here to be able to go for Acheron here, because now we have Horse and Magi Trooper. What gets Does Jesse have Origins in the opener here? He's only playing 3. So the hope is that he saw it, because if he does, he still gets to go for it. The problem is also we see that Brendan has that Darkness Witch in hand, so opened up a very good hand here. And Brendan now has his Origins too. Oh no, that's not good for Jesse here. We essentially need to have Acheron in hand here to be able to play through, because Origins can't even get us the extra will. Togusa using the Void. Looks at those top 3 cards. He's the competent investigator. What comes down here to stop this onslaught at this point in time? And he has a horn, so now we're already set up to be able to recycle. And we have a Magi Trooper to draw another card. Has he reordered second Darkness Witch? Is there a world where you just play Darkness Witch now, or are you trying to bait out more of the resources from the Wolfgang player? Because this is very, very good. There's a very real chance that we're just going to see a turn 2 lethal here. Before he draws, we're going to go ahead and get that search out of the way. We get another Magi Trooper to hand and another horse. Pony meta. Hashtag pony meta. Doesn't see the Sprinting Steward quite yet, but there's a lot of card draw in this deck, so there's a very real chance that he just sees it. Draws for turn. Brendan doing a very good job of establishing a board while being able to leap up the interaction on Jesse's turn. Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Attempting to resolve. We're searching for... Are we searching right now, or we just end the turn? Garyon to cancel it. Are we just searching for a horse? For a 0 drop to get horse? Fail to find? Interesting. I think you're still dead, but... Unfortunately, burning that coin... I think burning the coin to try to do the Darkness Witch to stop the search ultimately kind of backfired. Third. I'm seeing his third Darkness Witch there. Does he have a Sprinting Steward in hand? He has a Togusa to be able to look for it. Togusa to look at the top 3 and see if one of them Sprinting Steward and then win the game. I mean, it feels like the play, especially since we got a third pony here. And grab another Magi Trooper, just another body to be able to swing. But I'm personally of the opinion that I think Horse is a very good card. It's very strong. I think that there are just a couple of decks that abuse it, and so I honestly think that there's a couple of combination bans you can probably do with Horse. We still need to see the results show up, because we had a Wolfgang. Another deck that used Horse pretty effectively was Aristella, and we heard that this round 3, that an Arastella playing the Horse package got beaten handily by a Wolfgang 2. And we saw in game 1 that Jesse was in a very good spot against this deck. I just think he's kind of misplayed himself a little bit out of games 2 and 3 in terms of what exactly are the important cards to mess with the Machina deck. And so he's just kind of let things resolve that maybe shouldn't have, or has been trying to establish things that don't really matter. Also certainly helped that Brendan again saw those Darkness Witches, because those were his only sideboard card in this matchup. So those have been certainly helpful, which is another other reason why, again, I think Sealed One-Eyed Dragon is the better card for Wolfgang rather than the Moonshade Stone. Do we see a Sprinting Steward in those top 3? We see a Gradius and not a Sprinting Steward. and the other one to go back onto the top. Is that a Sprinting Steward in hand? That bottom card Sprinting Steward? Did I just miss that it was? Origins. Dragon of Solari. Burns the horse out of the way. Gonna give 1,000 life to have the red, use the red, have a clear board for Sprinting Steward. He did see the Sprinting Steward. I didn't know if that was Sprinting Steward or something else. So, and that is going to be turn things sideways, and the game is over. Opening, just trying to be a little bit too reactive as opposed to just sticking to your taxing pieces to stay protected. Turned out burning Jesse a little bit here in this matchup, and not having the sealed one-eye dragons also turning out to be pretty detrimental. And then at that point in time, everything's going to swing down. Sealed one-eye dragon also would stop this here, like Brendan pays down to enough life, and then you just sealed one-eye to kill him. But that is the game. Thank you guys so much for that. At this point in time, it looks like our next poll is going to be Olivia next after lunch versus Gruspelest at Moodstart, or followed by Gruspelest at Moodstart, based on whether or not these players are still in the game after lunch. So, lunch break is up next. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break here. Going into round 4, and still got a little bit of time left on this round. Still quite a few people playing, and then we're going to go to a lunch break. So thank you guys so much for being here. I'm hoping that after this next round, we might have, after this round, after lunch break, we might have a co-commentator for me today, but we'll see how it goes. You guys have been a wonderful audience so far, and I really hope you've appreciated the diversity of games we've seen here today, and we will be right back. We're going to play a quick ad and then go to a break. Thank you all so much.
Hey there, Rulers, Demo73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There is so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So, let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership, where you get to get, it's $100, and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have prizing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about FowFest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support and it helps to make funds for FowFest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart, and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much, see you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.
No matches?
Let's fix that.
Hey there, Rulers, Demo73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There is so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So, let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership where you get to get, it's $100, and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have pricing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about FowFest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support and it helps to make funds for FowFest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much, see you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed. Hey there, Rulers, Demo73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There's so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So, let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership, where you get to get, it's $100, and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have prizing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about FowFest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support and it helps to make funds for FowFest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart, and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much, see you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.
No matches?
Let's fix that. everybody. We are back for round 5. We are getting started right here with we have the wonderful, we have Diversity, Gru's Blues, and Moonstart versus Olivia. We got both of the decks that we wanted to play. So you are in for a treat to see exactly how this goes, to see what deck is going to come out on top. For those of you who haven't seen Diversity Palace before, Kingdom of Diversity Light Palace, making things very, very large. And Olivia doing Olivia things with Dolly and everything else. Not playing the Fish Drive combo. It does look like Diversity Moonstart is going to be going first. Extra coin for Olivia, certainly helpful. Having access to Dolly to be able to pop the Diversity Palace is going to be very helpful for Eris here. Eris of Vite Ramen, glad to have you here. In for a full treat here as we get started in Game 3. After this, yeah, you got your cake and can eat it too. After this round, we are going to announce the question for the giveaway of the entry promo pack for playing here at this weekend. For those of you who are in the stream who could not participate in the event, we have one set of the prizing cards from this event to be able to give away to everyone who showed up for a chance to win the set of the entry promos that everyone get for just coming to the event. Going to be giving one pack of those away to a lucky stream watcher. So be tuned for that out of this match. And let's go ahead and go in. 6-card mulligans here for Diversity Gru's Mooch playing against Olivia. Everybody loves Dolly. Gonna be rocking out some stuff here. Looks like mulligans decided. This being a Sparklefish, that looks like a Shackles of Ice. Shackles of Ice could be pretty good here, stopping the Moonstart filters. Could be very, very good early on here. Oh yeah, God's Art, coin, and once per turn random to help indicate for us for on stream here. First stone getting to be whatever stone we want because of Gru's Ballista. We're going to grab Magic Stone of Moonshade. Getting to replace our first Magic Stone here. We're just set up nicely for that. Interesting that we used Gru's Ballista for that, as opposed, or we used Moonstart for that as opposed to Gru's Ballista. I feel like I would have preferred to have used Gru's Ballista to be able to filter more. The only thing I can think of is potentially using a Phantasmal Ascendant here, so that we're setting ourselves up for being able to sacrifice the stone proactively with Moonstart. A very real option there. Let's see. What is the line here? A Sparklefish. Just a pass. Just a Coldstone pass. Looks like we're burning God's Art here after draw, but before recovery. Paying 2. Gonna go try to get a Dolly here. Lorite to try to cancel the God's Art. Do we have anything to stop that Lorite effect? Does not look like it, unfortunately. So the God's Art's just going to, unfortunately, get cancelled. So not having access to that Dolly is a little unfortunate. But certainly some things we could do here. We do have Random Stone. Still get to make use of Origins of the Seven Lands, even with Dolly. Get a Dry Wing. Recover that stone, have an extra floating green. What are we using that extra green for here? Is there something we're using the extra green for? No, we're just going to pass. Does look like there's a world where I think you kind of cast the Shackles here. Yeah, just to get that out into the field. Mainly because you don't have anything that's instant speed. And you've already burned the God's Art, so at that point in time, you're just kind of good. This is going to make it really, really helpful because now Gruus Ballista is not going to be able to sacrifice those temporary stones. We're not going to be able to filter off of the Moonstart. Just locked out at that point in time. What is the play here? Without saying more, I don't have the deck list for these two decks, so I'm not entirely sure what's going to be going on here. We're going to probably see a lot of unique stones. I imagine potentially Magic Stone Golem coming down here. Although, we're playing Diversity Palace, so I imagine probably Zeus Alice is somewhere in the deck. So the idea here being that Alice Zeus Incarnate is every race, right? So when you have Alice Zeus Incarnate and then you have Diversity Palace out, every single Resonator you control essentially gains plus 40 grand because there are so many different races in the game and Alice is all of them. So it counts as this kind of thing. Dark Alice coming down here. And at the end of the turn, we're going to see, just going to call a stone. Nothing there from Iris at the end of the turn. Just going to call stone and pass. Call another stone. See a black silence here. Let's see what comes down here. Wondering if we're playing any Pulsing Thunders. We do have the cancels. Looks like a Viola in deck. We do have the Origins here. Don't seem to see an Origins on the side of Jeremy. Does commit 2 for a... Oh, interesting. He does have a Resonator to be able to target Sacred Burial. Gets to get him Black Witch back to his hand. Gets him to draw a card, and he gets to ramp into a new stone. I imagine there's a world where we Sparklefish that because it has the Darkness Witch. I think maybe potentially we're using these stones to be able to ramp Darkness Witch into Pumpkin Witch so that all of your Resonators, you know, have that swiftness and flying, and then you play Diversity Palace and everything's huge. We get to get a stone into play. It's Light Moon Fragments. We get to 4C. Helpful since we can't use Moonstart to filter anymore, and if the hand's pretty dead, it doesn't help us very much. Sacred Burial, a very, very good card. I like that card a lot. It's like, is that a Wellsir in hand? Looks like a Magic Crest card. So it's like, wait a minute, what? We did draw into Apricia's Big Show. This could be potentially very helpful for Eris to be able to start digging through and setting up for those Prisia chains. Or not Prisia chains, like Prisia utility grabs. This could grab something from, you know, things like Valentina. Valentina, keeper of the theater, which could honestly be very, very good against the Diversity Palace deck. Like when if they, you know, tap out and try to make a bunch of things, you just steal their Alice. We need to see a dolly, though. That's a big piece here. Because we're currently operating off of just one random choice per turn under Olivia, which is not great. Another Moonshade. Like 2 falling into the cracks of time in that opening hand. Getting to use another Origins of the 7 land here. Probably going to be another Dry Wing. This is helpful for because we could use the green now that we've seen. Oh, Shark of Solari. Okay. Draw another card. Have a blue floating. I mean, the blue is helpful. And we knew what that top card is of the deck because of the Perseus Big Show. So if we play, the Shark's going to draw us what we just put on top, and we have floating blue. Discard to hand size at end of turn. There's our Pulsing Thunder. Very helpful to be able to mess with the Diversity Palace. Still have access to coin as well. Magic Stone and Moonshade up to 4 unique stones and 5 stones. 1 more stone and suddenly we have Gris Ballesta, who has that Eternal buff. Can start kind of swinging in that way. What are we going for here? What is that hand, Jeremy? Witch of the Fallen Kingdom coming down here. We are going aggressive here, so we're going for a Seal 5 Witch, which means we're going for Pumpkin Witch. Which I think, if I'm in Eris's shoes, we let happen. Because the amount of damage is so low, like make him burn a Pumpkin Witch now when it doesn't super matter. We are going to see Origins. Oh, it's not Seal 5. We just went for a Darkness Witch proactively and then passed. And now, during opening of Eris's turn, we're going to go ahead and see Origins of the 7 lands to get Dragon of Solari to burn the Black Witch off the board. Blowrite to cancel that. Still have the floating red, and the dragon is revealed. Interesting. So no Pumpkin Witch, just getting a Darkness Witch. Does turn off Perseus Big Show, so I understand that. Seems a little bit too aggressive, but I also will say that, you know, every little 1-drop that's on the field can also just really mess with, you know, it's another body to swing in with 40 grand damage, so it gives you more outs. Discard for hand. Discard for hand size, and discarding her own Darkness Witch, saying, I don't think you have much search, and this card's not doing me much right now. I'm going to get it out of the hand. There's our 5th stone, Light Moon Fragment, getting to get us on the top. What are we doing? I mean, we also haven't been swinging. Like, the Dark Alice could have swung, the Lorite could have swung. It's still like 2 damage, 2 damage. It does actually win games. Seems like Jeremy's hand is not great, and so we're just seeing the evidence of that opening Shackles of Ice really serving to give Eris a good amount of safety net here to be able to set up. The longer this goes, it feels like the better it will be for Eris, because the more interaction will be there, especially since Jeremy is burning a lot of his reactive stuff now, like the Lorites and stuff, as opposed to Eris, who's just sitting on cards. the biggest thing is that we just need cards to be able to start applying pressure. Eris is not getting that. Wind Moon Fragment here. Looks like a sealed one-eyed dragon. Oh, no, it can't be sealed one-eyed dragon. There are Moonshades. It's going to stay on top of the deck. And then a pass. Neither player really taking many actions here. Discarding for hand size. Down goes another... I get where Eris is kind of going for here. Waiting to be more reactive. A lot of Olivia's stuff can be that reactivity nature, and so having Jeremy kind of gas himself out, get punished, and then swing back through on the crackback seems like probably the best approach for Eris. Awakening of the Winged Lord coming in after recovery, potentially. Seeing if we can hit a Diversity Palace right now. Looks like we have, I think, 3 different races right now, so everyone's getting +3/+3. Do we see a Diversity Palace in that 4 cards? Nope, we do not. We see another Darkness Witch. Doesn't seem like he's going to go for the Seal 5. Must not be sideboarding them. This is one of those things I'd like. So start swinging. I wonder if Eris is playing Valentina. Another Priestess Big Show coming in here, really going to be digging deep with all that opening will going into her turn. Is that going to resolve? Finally going to burn some cards out. Cast a Lorite doesn't do anything. Oof. Eris being very kind and letting him kind of... He can technically cast Lorite in response to that. We see a Welser. His last lecture. Does essentially the same thing. To try to put the Perseus Big Show back in her hand so it doesn't... But you've still cast it once, so like... Eris won't get to scry, but will still get to count it towards her Perseus count. And now we have another, using the rotation from Olivia, we have another His Last Lecture. Burning those, forgetting to put those 4 counters on those. It's a mandatory part of the resolution. Oh. The beauty of Eris recognizing that they needed to put those counters on. Eris called it. Big Show again. Ooh, okay, that's pretty good. Doesn't get to draw it. Make sure she doesn't draw that. But I imagine the horse gets into the bottom and the pulsing thunder is going to go stay on top. Thanks, Rustin. It makes it very easy to be able to make it very clear what we're doing and why there's a lull in the audio. That's a new addition this time around. I'm kind of proud of it. Trying to remember the name of the card. Thunder Empress's Strike, with all of its millions of text and millions of modes. It does actually have access to 2 Darkness Will here, which is not super great. Pulsing Thunder would help to clear this board state. And would get 2 of those Darkness Witches out of the game, which would be nice. Aris just slowly killing herself with the yeah, again. If we can get those dark Witch of the Fallen Kingdom off the field, we're in good shape for Eris. Let's see. Diversity Palace. Yeah. Falling into the cracks of time, certainly going to the bottom of the deck. And another Sparklefish finally. I do know that Eris is playing Schrodinger and Mikey, so we could also see that line come down for Olivia. Is the end game. 4th Moonshade. We finally see a Dolly. Love to see it. It's been taking forever. Using my counters to nicely, our will coins to nicely indicate whether or not we have random options left. Using the Dolly non-random, we see to draw a card, I think, or produce will, potentially. Missed exactly what that Dolly was being used for. Bird of Solari, gain some life back. What else do we have going on here? Using Olivia's, the white from there. Oh, we did produce blue with Dolly, and then we produced white with the Bird of Solari, and now we're going to do Pulsing Thunder with using Olivia's randomization to destroy all of those resonators, which sets up very nicely for this Prissia Big Show we have that is currently sitting at 4. Most likely, I imagine, going to grab a Mikey. But we don't have Schrodinger yet. Going to see a Judgment of a Moodstart, potentially. We also have access to Thunder Empress's Strike now, because the Dark Witch of the Fallen Kingdom is out. So that puts it in a very good spot as well, and Eris is sitting on a lot of will here. I think Eris forgot to give herself 1,000 life, so I think she should be at 39 right now. 4th Moonshade. Judgment in Gruce Palesta right now would almost certainly be your very large creature with Eternal. That is a Majin subjugation. What wicked spirit? Oh, that's how we get Alice. We banish the Lorite to sacrifice to go get the Alice. Let's do non-random to do green, blue. Perseus Big Show. Response. The Resonator's gone. Gotta make sure that that's gone. What 2-drop are we going, or 4-drop or less are we going to go grab here? Double checking. And a horse. To the Fallen Kingdom coming in here. Horse not super important other than to serve as another body for Eris to start forming aggression with. Trigger from Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. Gonna grab a second Darkness Witch from the sideboard so that we have this kind of protected, and into Pumpkin Witch. Double checking that the it is banished as cost, so the Lord is not on field. And so with 2 cards in hand, that looks like a Setting the Stage of Providence and not much else. So I imagine we're going to see a Judgment in Gru's Ballesta here, who has Eternal. So because we're doing Pumpkin Witch on Jeremy's turn, Eris does not have the flying here. So Gru's Ballesta has those 4 fun counters, so it's currently an 11-11. There's 5 unique stones. So he's getting an additional 20 or 10, so he is a 21-21 with Eternal. And his magic stones can now produce any color. Let's see what happens here. We gotta get, like, I mean, only 1 blocker. Call stone here. We're getting close to Olivia being able to push in the lethal. I mean, there's so much damage on board here anyway that you can kind of just swing in, but also you can just kind of sit. Is that a horn? No, it's another pulsing thunder, but we don't have a way, unless we have a way to remove the abilities of that Gru's Ballesta, it's going to get to block 1 thing every turn. What is that other card in his hand other than Setting the Stage of Providence? Oh, also a missed trigger to draw a card when he judgmented because of Mood Start, but we cannot do anything about that at this point. Perseus is going to get to swing in for 7. So, like, either you block this one and take the rest, or, yep, the block is that one. Hang 2. It has Eternal. Do not Pulsing Thunder. Schrodinger. Oh, well, that's the infinite. That's a way to go get Mikey. So Schrodinger's going to flicker, and then Priscilla gets to come back in, and then we'll go get a 2-drop Resonator, which gets her Mikey, and then you make infinite Schrodingers. You stack the triggers in such a way that Horse... oh no, that's not entirely true. But the cast of Horse and the Mikey will go on the chase at the same time. So you can choose... No. Mikey's effect will go on effect afterwards. Mikey's going to make infinite. Oh, okay. Mikey's going to make infinite Schrodinger's. Then Horse will then resolve and give Mikey swiftness and be able to kill him. So Mikey wins the day. And that I don't think there's anything in hand that can stop that. Depends on what that other card is, but we also know that there's Sparklefish in hand from Eris to be able to protect it. The only other card is Setting the Stage of Providence. And at that point in time, after explaining the combo, Jeremy scoops it up, and we go into Game 2. It was certainly interesting to see how different ways that we're going to get Diversity Alice to the field. Majin Subjugation, certainly a card I haven't seen in a very long time. Ultimately, though, that Shackles of Ice just proved to make a bad hand not able to get better by the filtering of Mooge Dart. So opening that Shackles of Ice, mainboarding that Shackles of Ice turned out to be really, really helpful. Currently, from what I know, that is undefeated. There's a Wolfgang in the 2-1 bracket going into this round. It played against Brendan. There was a 3-0 Machina going into this round and a 3-0 Wolfgang going into this round that paired up. Brendan played against that, and I don't know who won. Zeus is currently undefeated. Of the two Zeuses, I don't know where the other one is. Looks like Arastella Control is still in contention. Couple different Machina lists in contention. Justice still in contention. Couple different Justices in contention. Currently staring at a Justice mirror match of Mikey Justice versus Avenger Justice. Looks like over there. So non-order rulers, order rulers, and Moon Children rulers all very much in contention for the top 8 finish here. An event with 3 unpaid invites on the line. Gonna go make sure they reset the life totals here for me real quick. Yes, Dalton is still undefeated on Zeus right now. Playing against... I'm not sure what he's playing against right now. Diversity choosing to take the play. Interesting. There's a world where before you even call Stone, I think Eris grabs Dolly off the God's Art. Well, there's not any possibility of there being Will available. It's a little bit of a toss-up. Almost actually called Stone instead of replacing it. First turn Moonshade. Robert, how's audio sound? Does it sound good? Sound pretty balanced? Too loud? Is my voice too loud? Are we going to see another God's Art here? Oh, proactive. We are certainly going to see a God's Art if he spends that will right now. Do see that Phantasmal Ascendant, as expected, to be able to make use of Gru's Ballista. Thanks, Rustin. Good to hear. Let's see. We are going to see a Phantasmal Ascendant proactively. This is during his turn. We are going to do the God's Art in response while we have the chance. And then, honestly, if there's a Falling in the Cracks of Time in that hand, still before the Phantasmal Ascendant resolves, you produce Will off of Dolly and then cast Falling into the Cracks of Time. So then the Phantasmal Ascendant just goes to the bottom of the deck. And it just fully taps out Diversity Palace. The question is there a Falling into the Cracks? Because that would be a pretty strong play here. Looks like there might be. No. There is not. We are going to bounce it back to hand, so we still get the stone trigger. Is there a way to have the background on when I'm not talking? So, Gary, we have had, yeah, I understand that. Normally, there would be more talking because I'd have a co-commentator. Sadly, we are in a position right now where I'm the only co-commentator, and our table audio isn't coming through as much as I want it to be able to do. So for the sake of, like, we're just having some technical difficulties, and so for the sake of it, I'm just committing to just going to be my voice for now. The hope is that after this round, I might get a co-commentator, which can fill in the space a little bit, so I apologize on that. And we are working on potentially purchasing some new equipment to get a new microphone, a wireless microphone, thanks to our members for being able to help us with that, but we're still waiting on that at this point. We do see a Callstone Energize into Shackles of Ice because we've already done God's Art, so we don't care about our abilities of our rulers anymore. And now we get to see an Origins come down here. And now we're also saying to Jeremy, like, not only are you not getting any more stones, you've done Gru's Ballista once, that's cute, you also are not going to be able to filter any more through those hands. So I hope you like the hit cards you have. Priscia getting to use the Floating Will. No worries at all, Gary. Happy to answer the questions for you, and I hope you're enjoying the games. These have been really fun. We've seen in 4 rounds, we've seen 8 very different decks, which has been very nice to be able to comfortably say. And as I said before, even if I am commentating by myself, it's easier to commentate by myself when I'm getting to watch very different decks, because I'm not just saying the same things over and over again. Things that are still sitting at top tables. I'll take a look at kind of what's going around at that point in time, what's still being played. So I'll do this. Let's see what you guys want for next round, round 5. Dark Alice coming down here with the Magic Stone of the Moonshade. Falling into the Cracks of Time coming in response. We did have it. Just to say, look, none of your 1-drops are gonna hit the field this turn. That's okay. And again, have to stick with the hand you have. which I do see a Diversity Palace promo in hand, that looks like. Awakening of the Winged Lord there, although if it only hits 1-drop resonators, that feels bad. You need it to hit additions, but it also taps you out. Yeah, Rusted, it's certainly something I'm working on. The biggest thing is that we need it to be wireless, because right now they are there is no cables at all connecting us and the stream table. That is the big advancement of this season. Is I am not anywhere close to with any kind of connecting cables to the stream players, and so we need our new microphone to be wireless. So huge thanks to our members for being able to make that purchase happen, to be able to have the fully wireless connection from the stream table to the players. That's awesome to be able to do, and hoping to be able to get that upgrade soon here. Phantasmal Ascendant coming in here past the next turn after the falling into the cracks, trying to get some more stones. Looks like we blocked the horse. We gained some life thanks to horse. The horse is a horse, of course, of course. Before recovery. We see an awakening of the Winged Lord here. Ooh, is that a Dawn of the Earth? Interesting. Dawn of the Earth in hand. Yes, Rustin, it's very nice to have this much distance between myself and the stream table. There's like no way for them to hear us, which feels very good. Dawn of the Earth is an interesting choice here. It serves a similar-ish kind of world of like falling into the cracks of time, but the problem is that it doesn't stop horse, because horse is still technically played. Seeing a awakening of the Winged Lord going in here. Rebuilding a game state, it looks like. Doing a rebuild, it seems like. Origins on her turn in response to the awakening of the Winged Lord. I think Jeremy forgot kind of when his stone was going to go away and kind of was doing things on his turn as opposed to the end of Eris's turn. But in doing that, we have access to more cards, and we can use the green, recover a stone, and then use the other stone to cast Sparklefish to stop the awakening of the Winged Lord, to just cancel it, and then the stone goes away, and now we're drawing for turn. A strong rebuild by both players. Ooh, 50-50 split here on top tables versus ruler pick. So get those votes in based on what we're going to see for round 5. And I might have a co-commentator finally for next round, but we'll see. Pulsing Thunder, very good pickup here. Using a random before recovery, thanks to Dolly, to do Priscia's big show, setting up those big shows. Unfortunately, just not seeing a lot out of the diversity. Although, that being said, the Dominator could be very good against the Mikey. Just forces it to be removed from the game when it would be flickered back in by the Schrodinger. Could be very, very good. Problem is, the longer he waits for that, the more resources that Eris will have to be able to counter-offensive it. Although that's also probably why we might see those, setting the stage of Providences. Dragon of Solari, getting us some blue. Interesting that we use Moonshade for that as opposed to the random stone. Just not wanting to hurt itself. Surging Lightning. Coming down here. Using the Olivia random. Destroy a non-magic stone entity chosen at random, but you can use Olivia and make it not random, but it still doesn't target. Because it's choice, and choice is not targeting. We got rid of the Altising Secret Hideout, and there's another one coming down here for protection. But ultimately, it seems like this hand is not looking like much for Jeremy S. to be able to play through. Just not seeing much in terms of any form of interaction or aggression. Which just gives Olivia more time. Another Perseus Big Show here. Really just holding on to that. Dawn of the Earth. What are those 2 cards in his hand? Is that 2 Kingdom of Diversities and a Dawn of the Earth? If so, wow, that feels rough. Draws for turn. Thank you, Gary Felix. Thank you for maintaining the FOW YouTube presence. Haven't seen Charlie post in a few, but thank you both. Also, Rust and you are all appreciated. We are happy to do it, Gary. Honestly, today has been a ton of fun. Seeing a lot of different people have a really good time, jamming games, laughing, playing games. We played Cube last night. That was super fun. We're going to play that again later today. I was very excited about all of that stuff, so happy to be able to do it. Maybe we'll stream the Cube later tonight. I think, but maybe. I don't know if I have a way to stream the Cube here because I'm not taking this. I'm not taking the streaming gear down, but we'll see. Where the Violet at? There's one in the event. Kyron, welcome back, my friend. You can pick up your syllabus and report to class. See that Dark Alice come down here. Violet's at top tables playing against the Zeus. Thank you for letting us know, Brendan. Congrats on your round 4 win, Machina. Violet showing up some love. Godspeed to him for sure. Brendan, do you know what game they're in? Let us back down. There's one Violet at this event. Violet came to play. That would certainly be surprising if Violet came in. Don't disrupt them, Brendan, but hopefully we can find out. If Violet wins this match, we probably will grab Violet next round, because that's top tables and a ruler pick that's very different. So it'll kind of hit both both pieces here. Unless it gets paired up against something we've already seen, at which point in time probably not. Or unless he just draws round 5. We'll see though. Game 2, Zeus is 1-0. Okay, that's fair. Yes, I do know you were sitting right next to them. I saw you over there. Let's see. Angelic Battle Barrier coming down here. What is that being used for right now with the white? Just to say you get no spells this turn to kind of protect the combo, so it seems like Eris is just going to go off here. Yeah, I probably will grab the Violet regardless, based on what they're paired up against, because that's a ruler pick. But again, it's based on what you... because X1 is still very much in contention for top tables, so we'll go off of your votes, people. We have Schrodinger and Dawn of the Earth coming in, but we can't cast it because of Angelic Battle Barrier. And so then it looks like we're all set here. Yeah, Priscia gets a horse, gets a Mikey. Mikey gets Olivia had everything, Eris had everything she needed to be able to go recover, then play the Schrodinger and go for the infinite with the horses. And so that is the game. Olivia showing up, hitting it out. Mikey controls, you know, control decks, finding that Mikey Schrodinger as a nice little way to have a closer, a control closer. Certainly not unexpected. That infinite was kind of discovered pretty quick. But I have been impressed by how the control decks have been able to make use of it to be able to pull through successfully to find those lethals and use it for a lethal line. It's a very cool line. And they're playing it right, which is to play the slow game and get themselves to a safe way to be able to play the combo and just be like, I'm a control deck. I win this exchange. I win one exchange, and then I win the game. That's exactly what control decks are supposed to do, and that's exactly what the Schrodinger Mikey kind of idea is very cool to do. So we've seen it happen for sure. Okay. I was still waiting for the oops, I have no outs Mikey draw. Yeah, sometimes that'll happen. Okay, so Olivia Darktree tied after both setting up an unanswerable board state and both being unable to deck out. That's very funny. That's both very funny. Okay, so if you haven't seen it, these are the promos. I'll put this here. So we've got the different, the Angels of False Glory, the Dark Alice, the Moonshade. Oh gosh, everything's reversed for me. And then the different duets. We are going to give away a set of one of each of these, specifically to people who have not come to the tournament. I want people to play. I want people to enter who are not here. I know you people who are here over there watching the stream. I can see you later in the other room. I appreciate you all. Please do not enter this contest. You got promos for being here. This is supposed to be specifically a wonderful thing to give away to people who couldn't make it to the GP. So here is your question. You're going to send your answer to this question to rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com. It's in the chat right now, so you can see it. And here is the question for this event. We have seen six rulers for next set, which is Ninja Girl. We don't know anything about them. Ninja Girl, Goop Man, Sylvia Clone, Reflect and Refrain, Zwei, the other, let's see. The Goop Man, the Knight, Ninja Girl, Sylvia Clone, Reflect and Refrain, and the two new Gears rulers that are these are one ruler, these are one ruler. So those are the six. We don't know anything about them. We don't know their names, except for Reflect Refrain. We don't know what their mechanics are. We don't know what the backstory is. But regardless, 6 rulers coming out in the next set, or 6 rulers coming out in the next set. Tell us in that email, just kind of Caseyville contest, and send your email there with your answer of which one you are most excited to see more about, or excited to play or try out. And we will do that drawing tonight. And then you'll come back tomorrow and find out who won. And we will give away one of these, courtesy of Games and Geek, being able to hook us up for you for hanging out with us. This has been a ton of fun. Time on Round was just called, so there are still quite a few matches playing. That being said, I am going to go look around and see kind of what's sitting at top tables, because at this point in time, it's like a 50-50 split. So I'm going to look for a high-end new ruler. So like as close to top tables as I can, something we haven't seen before, to kind of give you best of both worlds. Thank you all so much for being here. Click on to a quick ad. Thank you all so much for being here, and we'll see you next round.
Hey there, rulers, DMO73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There is so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership where you get to get, it's $100, and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have prizing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about FowFest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support, and it helps to make funds for FowFest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart, and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much, see you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.
No matches? That's been looking close.
Let's fix that. Wrong camera. Whee! Just see us for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Surprise! And I'm not alone. Hey, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Derek, hi.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Well, scrubbed out, but
That's
you know,
fair.
it was expected.
It's because you weren't playing World of Dark Alice. The universe told me that you should have had that in your hands because you weren't playing it in your 55.
Oops.
Rip. You also weren't playing.
56.
Sorry, were you playing a stemma anywhere? There's your problem.
No comment.
Was there a single copy of a stemma on your sideboard?
No, there was not.
Rip. Unfortunate. So here we have Marcus Neal on the left playing Violet, and Paul Martinson on the right playing Zeus. Both XO2.
Yeah,
Both
this is
fully in contention in this
surprising.
format. So the two decks that like have been like nerfed.
Yep.
Nah, in contention
still
still.
here.
Let's go.
Yeah. I've been playtesting with Paul quite a bit, and I think he's refined the list.
I saw this card in this man's list, and I'm in love with it.
So this is kind of a throwback to the days of Kaguya, where
Yeah.
we said that this card was the best card in the format. Lets you play around Dark Alice shenanigans. You know, it's 2 procs for an altar stack. It was great. And yeah, he's added quite a few other cards. I think he's also playing like the something drone.
Horn of the Sacred Beast coming down here, like the second horn we've seen today.
Yeah.
The combat drone. That,
Yeah.
Like, that when it like
Like quick casts. Yep. Yeah, I didn't know that made it into the deck. I found that out this morning. He's like, combat drone. I was like, that card do? Yeah, it's It's gotten interesting. And Zeus in a whole has gotten pretty interesting.
Terminator drone.
Terminator drone, that's the one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has gotten interesting with the inclusion of Warhorse.
Interesting, yeah.
Because I know he loves, and we'll probably see this quite a few times, where he'll like go for a search and then order the Warhorse and get 2 searches and then do all this crazy fun stuff.
Because it is casting the
Yep, 'cause you are
Warhorse. So
casting the
as
Warhorse.
you choose to cast the Warhorse, you get to cute.
Yeah, I think the most fun thing you can do is just like on your turn order a Fiery Angel of Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance.
Okay.
On your turn, and then crack to search, and then while you're searching, Warhorse on your opponent's turn,
And then
it's
immediately
just,
order.
Yeah, it's just great stuff.
That's cute. That's cute. I
yeah.
didn't think about that. Yeah, we're about to see some of that shenanigans. Okay.
Odds are this probably dies on impact. I'd be, unless they don't have anything.
Yeah, we
see
don't have
Aegis,
hearts.
I see Tiny Violet.
Looks like a Gradius maybe in
setting
there.
the stage.
Setting the stage for sure. So we're certainly playing Bahamut. As soon as you see setting the stage, you're like, okay, we're playing Bahamut. That's fine. Zeus does actually have
probably search for Hera. Yep.
Zeus actually does have quite a few outs to setting the stage, though, in the forms of, like, I'm not going to target to try to cancel it, I'm just going to, like, nuke your board.
Yep.
Or, like, do Athena. Like,
Yeah,
search
so
for
Athena,
Zeus enters the
yep,
game of
I
gods.
will take
Athena,
no
no
damage.
damage. Yeah.
Let's see, we have Gradius.
There is a Gradius there, and it didn't get
Interesting.
pitched.
I wonder if he takes it, actually.
I think you take the Burning Robot. No, you take the Everfrost, right?
Either
'Cause it get-
Everfrost, maybe even Tiny Violet, honestly. Because basically any atom that you take here
Is going to get bought back. Oh, it's just going to get rid of setting the stage.
that's
Interesting.
peculiar.
A full grip of stuff. I mean, Gradius has to come down and kill this Fallen. See, okay, hear me out. I honestly think we should have responded to the search with the
agree.
Gradius to kill it, so now that we don't get free Stone Call.
Yes, I 100%
That
agree.
was a little bit of a mistake here.
And the fact that we're not doing anything right now means that he gets to call a stone because
He regains priority.
Yep.
It's only a Dark Stone, but like, well, it's gonna be whatever stone I want here in a second.
Yeah. Looks like
We are gonna see that Gradius probably get
Please kill
discarded
it.
here. Nope, that's an
Nope,
Everfrost.
oh, that's a Turbulence in hand. He
Wait, that's a
draw the-
Turbulence in hand,
He just drew the Turbulence off of the Everfrost.
which means we're not playing Bahamut.
He's on Firestorm. I remember
Okay,
walking past
okay.
and remember seeing the Firestorm.
Okay, I was like, it can't be on.
Can't be
it can't be. It's like,
Just down the entire event. Illegal death.
Nobody saw it. We catch it on stream. Well, I guess
Like,
Violet's
well.
not in contention anymore.
But yeah, no, I remember going past and seeing
Firestorm.
Firestorm.
I don't
which
hate
is-
that. I don't hate that.
It's a little interesting. Well, I guess you have Aegis, so never mind. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little interesting with considering the addition that just gives you barrier. Yep, here comes the Tiny Violet. Get back to Everfrost. But yeah, the addition that gives you barrier, Great Wall, running rampant with all the Moon Children.
So Aegis
here.
Aegis can pop in and
Yep,
get it out of the
Aegis
way.
has
Yeah,
good,
for
has
sure.
good value. Looks
Okay.
like we are
Activating here. Can hold priority actually,
yeah,
but he can't be searching right now. So it's like crack pass priority. Does that resolve?
I'm curious as to
Nope.
when he's doing.
Looks like it might be end of turn, because the Tiny
Here comes the
Violet
Warhorse.
Warhorse is gonna get ordered. That's very cute.
Yep, and you still have the one open will.
That's
It's so nutty.
did not see that line with horse.
It's so nutty.
Gonna go put horse in Zeus now.
Yeah.
That's really good. I mean, it's not gonna come out. It's not gonna come up a ton often, right? It's like specifically like Fallen Angel of Fiery Vengeance, but this is so
well,
much
like
value.
even if like you just have like a resonator that can unorder itself,
Sure.
and then you just search
Same
with
kind of
Zeus and
thing.
the Game of God.
But also,
like-
I feel like a lot of those got maybe kind of cut. Like, what are the ones that are you still playing Percival? Like Percival's
I
one
think
of them.
Percival is like the number one. You should be playing this in your
I
deck.
took it out actually,
Personally?
personally,
Okay.
but I think everyone's a little bit different
Okay.
going into. I think Zeus lists in terms of like the tech that people are bringing into Zeus lists certainly looks a lot different.
Yeah,
Like you,
that's fair. Looks like we're gonna Brave Force the Tiny Violet
So that it
Paul
survives through the
searching out
Hestia.
Hestia.
interesting.
Not getting wrecked today. Still have Energize on.
Yes, still has
Focus on-
Energize
okay.
and still has Tiny Violet. So
I wonder if Paul's gonna activate the Fallen Angel or if he forgot. I'm assuming he forgot.
might have forgot.
Yep. Or just like didn't consider it.
Rip.
Horse is so ignorant, needs to go.
This has been a popular
it's
debate
definitely
today.
a card. It's definitely a card.
This has been a popular debate here at the event. Whether or not it's just like this has got to go, or it's my perspective of like
Unfortunate
it's strong, but
okay. So he wanted to use it, keep it, so he can unorder on his turn. That makes sense.
but why
So-
not call stone first?
Valid question.
I mean, like,
It probably
are
just one
we
of those
quick
things.
cast ordering here after draw before recovery?
Maybe feasting.
Maybe
That would be like the one thing I can think of, but then you're setting yourself up for like a bunch of stuff. Yep, looks like that is the case. Is it the feasting?
Oh,
untraceable. Okay.
Unchaseable
I
Flames
like
of Nyarlathotep.
this.
Tip.
I like this.
Yeah, I like this.
Because now you are tapped out. Your Mighty Val is just dead.
you
can't
can't
do
respond
anything
to
to
it. Yep, it's
And
gonna
that's
take
probably
500
what-
damage.
That's probably what Paul's explaining.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I like this play.
To the comment, would horse being a once per game have made it less degenerate?
Once per game?
Honestly,
Like a Goddard?
honestly, as you look at, I've said it before, Derek. I said it last night to you. I'll say it again here. I think there are only 2 decks in my mind where horse becomes degenerate. I think horse is a very strong card, and it's allowed to be a strong card. But there are 2 decks where it becomes degenerate. It's Machina and anything with fucking Neverend.
Yep.
So just combo ban it with Neverend and combo ban it with Machina, and it's just a good card. And you know what? We're allowed to just have good cards.
I'm a fan of good cards. You know, I think, like, personally, I'm a fan of the Justice deck that's just like, I'm going to bring out an Amadeus and give it swiftness and then punch you in the face. Like, that's cute.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I'm
you know.
saying. Like, it allows for some pretty silly ideas. In my opinion, the only interactions that are degenerate are those sequences. As a judge
Looks
call
like
in
Patrick's
progress,
over
they're
it.
gonna.
Yeah, they're probably
wasn't me.
like trying to understand how
Let's
this is,
do this. Well, yeah, judge call in progress. Whoop.
they did resolve it.
It's like we're good.
I'm personally a fan of Odin's Power. I've also not hated the inclusion of the bounce spell again, the Machina one.
Oh, sure.
Specifically because what's his noodles in the middle again? Never ends in the meta. Again.
Yes, so it's a bounce.
Yeah, like the biggest issue was like there was always just like your opponent had to have something
resonator.
resonator to bounce.
We're a resonator-based format.
Right.
So
yeah,
resonators are
exactly.
suddenly.
So
Yep. Last format was still very much a J ruler format. This is back to being a resonator format.
Yep. So
Ebbs
I
and
don't hate
flows.
that one.
Because not only did order decks, got some order decks got some stuff, some order decks got some nerfs, but also non-order decks got stuff.
Yeah.
So then suddenly resonators are back on the menu. boys.
So let's see what Paul ends up searching out here.
This is before recovery.
This is before recovery. Unfortunately, he drew the Aphrodite.
I really like
So-
I really like going for Artemis here because this is going to be before recovery, and there's a world where you just recover to cast in the Artemis
Yep.
now,
recover to
move it, so then like and then go into recovery. So then
Yep.
you just like put another body on board, and you pump up your Union 7 count. I have been like hard casting, just like proactively hard casting Artemis just to get the Union 7 count up
and that makes sense.
more often because it's just like
Yeah.
Zeus is trying to
I'd-
find its lethal on like turn 5.
I'd be
It's
hard pressed to see that he doesn't do it unless he has something else he wants to cast, which looks like he might.
apparently.
Play something. Do something.
Terminator Jump.
No. All right.
There it is. We were just talking about that card.
So right now in his hand he has what? I saw an Aphrodite. He has Artemis. He has Hera.
Sure.
He has
I've had some
one
games.
more, Hestia. So I think
yes.
it's 4.
I've had
hand.
games where I have like 6 of them in my hands, and I'm
Yeah.
like, eventually I'm gonna have to cast these.
Yep. So the
Swinging
token
6.
coming in for 6. Take it. Not gonna burn the Energize. He has the dark prom in hand, but Energize probably more valuable than just protecting 6 life here.
That is a full grip of atoms
That is D.
and a Horn of the Sacred Beast in graveyard. Oof. So unfortunate. I mean, like
end of
you're fine
turn.
because you can like Turbulence, and then like Firestorm in response.
Yeah.
So like you still can play through it,
Mhm.
but also like
Yeah, you need.
you do have
it needs to-
Athena.
Ooh.
You have Athena to just be like,
Yeah.
oh well, no damage.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to take that.
Can't one shot me.
Yeah, and Paul's expressed how he plays relatively passively if he can't kill you. It's just
Correct.
Like, all right,
Which is how Zeus
Which-
like
yeah.
with the new tools, like I said before, I was talking to someone. Zeus is no longer looking at turns 1 through 3 as being turns where he can kill you.
Yeah.
He's just like
I
ignoring
need
it.
to live.
He's just like, I don't care. Like
Yeah.
you can. I'm just gonna stop whatever you're doing. I'm not gonna apply pressure. And then you hit turn 4, 5, 6, and you're just like, oh, we hit the late game.
All right,
I have the best late game of anyone.
Yep.
You're going to lose now.
but better to die.
He's just a pure control deck at this point.
Yeah.
So, which is fine. I'm
Yeah,
okay with
I'm
Zeus being,
fine
as
with
opposed to the any tempo deck.
Yeah, I always dreaded the turn 1, turn 2. Oh, I hit double Zeus Stone.
And my
You
hand
probably did.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I probably am.
you got
What
it.
do you want from me? Oh man. Yeah, I'm not sure really what Violet's supposed to do here.
Staring down that horn is honestly the worst part about this.
Yes.
Because like he has to proactively turbulence into an immediate firestorm, which then lets Paul just be able to do order Athena, not take any damage from any of that, and get all your stuff, like make you burn all those cards.
Oh, and God forbid he draws the essence of Athena's power, and then you just lose all your atoms and you can't even Firestorm. You're just like,
Well, it's part of cost. Terminator Drone is part of cost, and then you pay cost of Firestorm by removing them as well. So you always have the ability.
well,
to
no,
be
no.
able
I
to,
was saying like if he like goes to
like build to it.
no, like I'm blanking on the name. Turbulence. If he tries to go to Turbulence, paying cost, like say he ditches, 5 atoms.
Sure.
And then you can and he passes priority, and you can see that he's going for the Firestorm play, and then you're like, oh, I know what's going on here, and then you order Essence of
Well,
Athena's
that's why-
power to RFG is
Well,
great.
that's why I'm saying Firestorm is removing as cost as well, and is quick cast.
Right,
So
right,
you
right,
can
that's
literally go. You can literally go Turbulence, hold priority,
right.
Firestorm.
Yeah. My point was if he doesn't. hold
If you
priority.
don't do
Yes,
that, yeah,
yes,
for
yes.
sure, absolutely unfortunate. Ares coming down here, getting hard cast. So clearly we had Ares in hand for a bit.
Wild. Imagine having Ares in hand.
Yeah, like like me hitting 3 Zeus stones in a row against you in the side event. Yeah,
Yeah,
just like
that's,
I mean,
that's
sometimes
just
we're
unfortunate.
I
And that
did.
was- okay.
I mean, I did offer you the cut, and you did cut the stones. So like, you did choose yours. I'm just
I wonder if dead here.
What's our union at? 2?
Just 2. Like 4 in
If
hand.
Paul taps out, maybe.
Because
we don't have a
like
Firestorm.
Marcus, no, it looks like Marcus is tapped out. I was wondering
Oh,
if,
sorry.
if the Violet was dead. He does have Turbulence though, so maybe he's fine.
He does have coin for turbulence too,
Okay.
so that's important.
We
are going into
Oh, I guess
Paul's
he
turn.
can search for Persephone.
Persephone would.
To put the Turbulence back in hand.
That's not how it happens for searching. The search
Well,
would
right,
be
right,
kill
right.
something.
Right. Yeah.
You need
yeah.
another will.
Yeah. He would need another will. That was the part that I glossed over.
Okay,
Dark
Dark
Alicing.
Alicing
Oh, that's a
here.
good way to get all these things out of hand.
Yes, it's true. She also has made her way into the main deck. She was a big You ask any Zeus player, and they have a different perspective of whether Dark Alice is in or out.
If you ask me, she was in, but for different reasons.
For sure. She went in pretty quick for me as well. As soon as we lost the edition.
I think my favorite card.
I
Was,
honestly think there's a world here where we turbulence.
I think you should.
Like right now.
I think
just
you should.
coin order, like coin toss 3. Just make it
We drew into yet another one.
another one. Yeah, I think
It's
there's a
like
world where you
passing turn.
turbulence, but just do 3. Like
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Turbulence
for sure.
pitch
Yeah,
3.
yeah. No, we're not going for the 3.
just silence him, burn the board for 10, burn him for 10, move on.
Yeah. So the fact
Paul-
that I see Marcus reading a lot of these cards makes me think he doesn't have that much experience versus
Against Zeus, which is
so he
not
might not
great.
recognize that. Hey, he's tapped out. There's stuff on board. Maybe now's a good time to just silence.
brute
But
silence. Yeah,
we'll see.
'cause that
How
is
it ends
a
up.
full grip of atoms in hand,
Yeah.
and it's a full grip of atoms that we could just kind of freely pitch.
Yeah. Well, looks like he's thinking about it. Okay, he's counting the Union. He has Artemis in hand. Oh, we got to recover.
Okay, here we go.
So
We have Union 4 currently. And we have Artemis in hand to get to Union 5.
Artemis, Hera,
Hera's in graveyard.
or,
Artemis,
sorry, Aphrodite,
sorry,
and
yeah.
Hestia.
That's 7 and lethal.
Trying to think if you
Respond to the Hestia trigger by turbulencing. The only way you survive that turn?
I think since he let it go to recovery, he can't survive. Specifically because he also has the search, so he can do, he does. Well,
yeah,
actually,
Callstone. Yeah, you're fine here. He's
I
fine.
don't know if he has.
If Paul sees the line, he has lethal here. 'Cause
Yeah,
you
yeah.
Callstone, and you do Artemis recover, or you just order. That works.
Yeah,
too.
order's fine too.
Um,
Here comes the Hestia.
don't order the Hestia. That puts your unit count lower. Oberazuki that gets there too. That does it.
That should do it.
Because we can also Magna Lenneth. And just like play Magna Lenneth.
Yep.
And because now Oberazuki's gonna be decently sized.
Yes. So looking at top 3 first.
That's an Essence of Alice's power. That's going into hand. This is correct, by the way.
He hit this. No, why am I forgetting all the names? The Guardian, the 07, exile any cards, mulligan.
Oh, Guardian of the Valsivaria. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll certainly accelerate
Yeah,
you
yeah,
in 7.
that's in his top 3.
Yep.
I think I'm pretty sure he put it in hand. Just kind of yep.
For those of you who are kind of wondering, like it used to be that Oberazuki, when we had the mill stuff, it used to be search then mill, but since we've lost everything, it's actually better to mill than search. The reason why is because it allows you to apply a stat neg to the board. Like you'll always have an opportunity to apply a stat neg to be able to prevent any black witches.
Yep.
So you're just like always sequencing that. It used to not be. It used to be please search because I want these in deck, and then I want to not draw into them. But
I'm pretty sure we're searching Magna and Lenneth here. Gives swiftness
to the
Omega,
Oberazuki.
more counters and Eternal.
To the Oberazuki, and then
Yep.
just kill him that way. And then you could just cast the Magna Lenneth. And
And
then
at this point now, even if he does turbulence, I think it doesn't matter.
he also has Zeus enters the Game of Gods.
Yep.
So I'm not sure what Turbulence would do here for us. We don't have Ares, though. We don't have Artemis anymore, but we can go search up.
Why don't we have Artemis anymore?
He's on board. Not Artemis, sorry. We don't have
the
Ares anymore.
Sure.
But we win this
1,
sequence
2,
because
3, 4.
Zeus enters the Game of Gods, go for Persephone, bounce the Turbulence back to his hand,
Yeah.
and then that's just the game. This Oberazuki is currently sitting at 10.
This is
gonna
1,
get
2, 3.
Still Union
4.
4.
What for? Yeah, once.
Gonna get 4 more counters.
So
We're
yep.
responding to Magna Lenneth. Violet effect.
Oh lord. Oh, because it's trying to give it Eternal.
Dark Prom.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
Honestly,
So
pretty decent.
is Magna Love technically in hand?
Correct. The ability of Magna Lenneth is currently on field, but Magna and Lenneth is in hand
Okay.
because it puts its effect on.
Sure.
So
in
we're
thi-
still
in this
at
case,
Union 4.
All right, it's Union 4. Shoot.
Need to be Union 5 to make Magna and Lenneth
so
quick cast.
You flash
Artemis.
in.
Artemis.
Not that one. The Angel.
Okay.
RFG. You have enough.
Don't have enough will.
Well, Artemis will so in my mind, with the play, if you have enough in hand, you RFG enough to get to Union 7, so
Sure.
that Artemis will cost 1.
Sure.
And you flash in the Artemis, recover 2
Oh,
fields, and then
yes.
flash in Magna Lenneth.
You are
I
correct.
think you might be 1 short. I think you might be 1
Welcome
game
to
short.
welcome to Complicated Foul Chases, the card game.
Three, 4.
Guardian
Is a
of
Artemis. Oh, is that? Does he also have a? Or he could just let it resolve too.
Guardian of. Where's Guardian of Valsivaria? There it is.
Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper.
There
of
we go.
Valsivaria, not Guardian. Pfft. We know cards.
We know cards. It's fine. I knew the effect.
Yeah, we got there together.
If I was glinting, it would have resolved because I explained it enough. I described it. Described it enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, at this point, you just call Stella and murder your opponent. There's definitely a number of things Paul could have done in response, but at this point, it literally does not matter. Your opponent's tapped out.
Guardian of Valsivaria, remove your whole deck.
Yep.
You can't do just Hestia here. That's not enough. You're not at Union 7.
Hestia
You need to get to Union 7, then play Hestia. Then it's enough.
goes in 4. How do we get to 21? Oh, 6 and 7. All right.
Yeah, odd numbers.
Yeah.
Odd numbers just take even numbers and make them
There
odd.
we go. Yep.
Guardian of Elsevaria.
Get
Yeah,
the
this is very much
effort.
a case of not having seen the kind of techs that come into Zeus. And when it's a singleton deck, there's a lot of card potential for you to have not seen these cards.
So keep Artemis, ditch all the cards that we're not going to be casting. Keep Hestia.
And Magnalineth.
He also had. also
Sometimes you just
Athena.
have it all. Sometimes you're the singleton deck and you just have it all anyway.
Draw 2 more. Is that Poseidon?
Don't do it to him.
Paul, stop.
Paul, don't do it to him.
Stop it, Paul.
The man's tapped out. Don't
Yeah,
Poseidon
you could
infinite him.
you
Just
could
kill him.
Yeah. The world is an oyster. This game is basically in limbo. We're just waiting for Paul to play the right lines.
Okay,
and
cool.
kill his
He did play
opponent.
Artemis.
Alright, yep.
Artemis only costs 1 because we're
Yep.
at Union 7.
Cover 2 stones.
Does destroy all resonators with flying, but your opponent doesn't have any. So
Yeah,
it just
Just chilling.
creates a trigger. It's important.
Yep.
Like I
Trying to
said,
explain what's happening here.
like I said,
Cost 1.
Zeus is playing a control deck where like his earliest lethals are turn 4, turn 5. Like that's where he's looking. He's like that's where as far as I want to go, and then I'm gonna start killing you. Not gonna try to do it earlier unless you absolutely tap out, and then we go from there.
Gonna do with it on the stack. No, you only recovered 2 stones, Paul. There you go. That costs.
Did Paul recover too many
I
stones?
think he recovered too many stones. Because he played 1 for Order, played 1 for Guardian, played 1 for
And he called a stone.
and he called the stone.
Oh, he's just
I-
Hestia.
he
Having the 1 will from Hestia is also just enough to kill him. So
Yeah, he was dead, but I think he technically recovered
too many stones.
1 too many stones.
I believe you are correct. It doesn't matter in the end, but I believe you are correct.
Let's see, it was 1 for, so you had 3, 1 for Order, 1 for Order, called the stone, went to 3 up. Oba, no. Gatekeeper, Artemis, you have 1 open, recover 2. He still had enough mana, but it was 1 too many stones. This is probably the most interactive you'll probably see.
Fun and interactive. That was kind of a match. That was kind of a game where Zeus just got to do Zeus things.
Such as life when you have to pay Will to activate your abilities.
Although Marcus did draw against a Zeus last round.
Oh, nice.
So, like, he has played against Zeus, but also every Zeus is kind of a little bit different.
That's also true. Oh, I see 3 Black Witch coming in. Solid.
Angelic Battle Barrier, not going to do much.
Yeah, it's not
Zeus is fine
the
casting
greatest.
just 2 cards. That's 2 cards.
And then even if you're like just silencing them before recovery, like.
Okay, call Stone Pass.
Yeah.
I'm a control deck.
Yeah.
Perfectly fine. You've delayed the death for 1 turn.
Looks like Lumia and Unbattle Barrier?
Looks like. Oh, interesting. Currently sitting at top tables, I see Zeus versus Machina. The Wolfgang versus Contractless Falchion. At tables 2 and 3, or tables 1 and 2?
Yeah.
I think that's Contractless Falchion. Seems like it. Machina, a second Machina at the top tables. These guys were sitting at table 5. Gives you a good sense of like the fact of just how many draws there were.
Yeah, there's been a ton.
There's been quite a few.
Curious to see. Well, probably just take the energized. You don't want order decks to have energized. Especially Zeus.
Especially Zeus. Especially now that we have Magi Trooper.
Yeah.
Sometimes we just open up the nuts and we're on the Coid and we have Magi Trooper, Zeus enters the Game of Gods, and we're like,
Yeah,
cool,
just
that's
like,
the
cool.
game. Sometimes,
Sometimes it be like that, you know?
like, order
Just
Magi
like,
Trooper,
yeah,
and then, like,
order.
do a response. And you're like, cool, Zeus enters. It responds to whatever you were going to try to do. Resolve both my searches.
Good, good.
Taking the coin.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Makes all of the sense.
7 cents. Can't even buy gum.
I'm trying to think of like what Paul could have possibly cited in here.
I don't know the
I
deck
don't remember.
lists.
I don't remember his list enough.
He's playing Shackles. So, like, Shackles.
Yeah, that's a solid one.
I mean,
Yeah, Wind of Zeus.
Wind of Zeus feels so bad. Yeah, that's going
get
away.
that to the bottom. Zeus enters. Is that 2 Zeus enters in a Percival?
That might be 2 Zeus enters in a Percival.
broken. Draws Magic Trooper.
At the
doesn't
top
do that.
tables right now, we have, like, control, we have aggro, we have combo.
I think he drew Shackles for. I think the last card in his hand is Shackles.
Growth. Yep.
Nope.
That's getting windmill slammed.
That looks like a Shackles.
That's getting windmill slammed. Right?
Yeah.
There's nothing that Violet
There's
could
no
do
coin red to
to
where.
stop that.
Not that I can think of, anyways. Paying through. The Zeus deck just always has it.
And Shackles of Ice. That is real unfortunate. The only out at that point in time is Tiny Violet Aegis.
Nope. That's the only
That
robot.
ain't a Tiny Violet.
Oh, this is some big ooh.
This is unfortunately probably the most one-sided match that we're seeing today.
Yep.
Oh, yes, there's a lots of draws. And we've also seen, like, Dirtle decks just continue to dirtle each other and then no one wins.
Yeah.
That we saw a lot of that today.
So I guess at least here, this is getting shut down. This one search is getting shut down at
By
least.
what?
The Black Witch.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because
You can coin out, or you can Moonshade the Black Witch out.
yeah, which we would, okay. I was
Please?
I was getting worried. I was like,
Percival the Charmed Knight.
Yep. Look at top 5.
Does still get to get a chant off the top here. So
There's
like,
no 0 mana burn chance, right?
No.
Okay. Trying to think if there was maybe a world in where he.
The Violet deck has been hit by a wall. Correct.
There are really Flames of Nyarlathotep. There's no way this man just keeps hitting.
Or Essence of
Essence of
Nyarlathotep.
Nyarlathotep.
If it, oh gosh, yes, he's gonna get the Callstone here. And then you do, so you do, if that's the case, Callstone, after draw before recovery on Marcus's turn, banish, hold priority flames, hit it, go grab,
Artemis, probably.
don't even grab Artemis, you grab Hera, it's post draw, look at his hand and make sure there's no Tiny Violet in there and say,
Well,
good
so
luck having no hand.
The reason why I was thinking you could do Artemis first is because then you recover the 2 stones, and then you have Zeus, 2 Zeus enters the Game of Gods in hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
also too.
Yeah. Oh. Womp womp.
Well,
Wrong stone.
can't do it anymore.
Apparently they can't have it all.
Sometimes you just can't. Yeah, their watch has begun.
Paying through, probably just dropping this 3/3. Yep.
Improved Burning Robot.
Yep, 3/3.
Problem is you can't even swing with it. Because you don't want to give him a free way to, like, banish, kill the Percival.
I mean, it takes away the 4C.
See anybody playing Ray the Black Owl /0? No? Currently?
I have not, no.
7 damage, coming in.
Taking it.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's like 7 damage. Not
It's like he's thinking about blocking. I was gonna say I'd be surprised. Like you're gonna banish anyways. I don't think the 4C is all that necessary.
especially since you're just going to research.
Yeah. So here he's probably gonna Zeus enters the Game of Gods, end of turn, order in the Warhorse attack into.
How do
Oh,
we,
really?
That's still the Black Witch, though. We're still under. We had no
Right.
way to kill
Right.
the Black Witch.
Right.
We needed to be able to do flames, and we got a Blackstone.
You right. Alright, now we murder.
Now we get to go in.
He also drew Horn. Crazy. Are we sure Zeus is just a deck of one-ofs?
Pretty sure
Is the trade-off you just get to, like, I need this card, and you just draw it?
part of the cards,
Because-
bro.
Dog, let me tell you. This is some stuff.
Persephone?
I mean, why not, right?
Yeah, sure, that's fair.
Just not deal with it. Yeah. This is
Flamey token. It's the Call of Stone.
this is some big oofs.
Oh
say the
yeah,
least.
seeing this, I mean, your deck of singletons. Our sideboard tech is singletons, and we saw it in opener going first,
Womp womp.
and we hit Moonshade.
And you hit Moonshade.
Yeah, so he's safe.
Oh my gosh. And the Amadeus Crystal.
Well, I mean, the Amadeus
You know what?
Crystal doesn't help
This
now.
is deserved. Yeah.
Yeah,
Two
yeah.
bad stones. Forget you.
You're-
Play through this.
You've deserved it.
You got one good rock. Make use of it. Yeah, this is looking pretty
I think.
downhill for Violet.
I think.
And yep, don't forget your end of turn trigger. Otherwise,
I don't think we have any. I think table 1 is XO1 versus an XO. Because I can always forget his name.
Dustin?
Dustin lost last round, right? Or did he win last?
He lost.
So he was sitting at table 3,
And that was at table 1.
or sitting at table 2. Sitting at table 2, and sitting at table 1 is Dalton with XO1. I think Brendan Hill on Machina is the only undefeated going into round 5. Everyone else has had draws.
That's nuts.
This top 8's gonna be whack.
We're gonna have some ridiculous
Weird scores.
Ridiculous. Oh, okay. End of turn search. This is where we grab the Hera to look at your hand. Also order Warhorse. Because you don't want to draw that. Yep. There you go. Resolve your Game of Gods. Yep.
Wow.
Finish the search.
Echo, I hate Zeus so much. Well, there's 2 of them here, and they both are in contention for top 8, so they might have a 100% conversion rate.
I'm so shocked. This is my shocked face. We get to look at. Oh my god, is that triple Gradius? Ugh. This is.
You just take Firestorm, right?
Yup. This is. I don't want to say it's over, but
I mean, it's pretty over.
It's
Pretty over. Good old Hera.
I know. I cursed it last Collinsville with with Ryan on commentary, where Brandon Bremont opened quadruple Lycion into Violet, and we're like, "There's no way. There's absolutely no way." And then I think Joseph ended up siding out one of the healing robots, and so we were just like, "If we just go for healing robot and just
Yeah,
wins."
I do remember that.
And then
I think that
it
was
didn't
last
happen.
Caseyville. We were just like,
Yeah.
where is it? He's got another. He's got it. It just
it
didn't have
just
it.
didn't have it because he's like, "Yeah, I sided out." I was like, "No."
Somehow
we jinxed
Quad
it.
Lycion survived.
Yep. Against all odds.
And there's the horn.
Last search for whatever. You got an embarrassment of riches here.
Are we in your main phase?
Nope, this is end of turn.
Huh.
Guess you could do Artemis if you haven't drawn it. Just recover your 2 stones, because why not?
Gay life.
Yeah, sure. Gain
Also,
2k and draw a card.
Gain 2
Why
draw
not?
card. Aphrodite. Look at all that text.
Yeah! Make him not gain life. Does not care one bit.
Yeah, no.
He's like, I didn't need this life anyways.
It's an extra card at
Yep.
this point in time.
It's
filling
just
your
another
hands.
name. Oh, man. gets to draw a card off of Aphrodite. Then draw for turn.
Yes.
There you go.
Is that a Black Witch?
I think so. Or it's a, no, because he had the promo Dark Alice. No, is that a Blackleaf maybe?
Yeah, looks like a Black Leaf.
I think it's Blackleaf or Black Witch. One of the two. So recover here. Yep, that is
Blackleaf.
recovered. Yep, smack him in the face with it. This is where he moved to clean up and just start discarding cards. Oh,
I mean, we've done that before.
Oh,
It's like, well,
Zeus.
I've got a bajillion cards in my hand.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, let me just clean up. I think he might have taken out the Conclaves. I think he was playing it at one point.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're okay with this trade. This trade does literally not matter. Swing forward, get in there.
Yeah, we took out Conclave as well in
Okay.
our Zeuses.
Honestly, trying to think of like, oh, he does have Gatekeeper. That's nuts.
I'm not sure what the out to this Shackles is at all.
You need to draw the Aegis and then just hard
Uh,
cast it.
Yeah, Aegis and Tiny Violet. Oh yeah, or hard cast Aegis. But the problem is that's even worse. Because it's just like, Ares.
Well, so like what he needs to do is he needs to draw both Aegis and Tiny Violet.
That
and
is
you,
not a redstone. Pay for it properly. 3 bad
Good call.
stones.
just desserts. And this is like a case in point of just like how obnoxious this deck is. He has 3 terrible stones. Well, okay.
I mean,
granted,
white is still
you
good.
can still search. You can Zeus Game of Gods, but like, if you
White
look at his
is-
hand, he's got like rainbow galore, right?
Yeah.
And then you see here, he's like, I have this 1/5 color stone. Shucks. Let me still do everything that I want to do, and you can't play the game. It's just like, oh, come on, man. I think this would have been interesting. Well, it was Black Witch.
Yeah.
So, going to Union 3?
What's happening there? How did my card not load?
It disappeared.
Very strange. Did all of my cards vanish?
Oh, no.
Nope.
Okay.
Just Gatekeeper.
All right. Bye, Gatekeeper.
That was weird. Let's try it again. Yep.
Okay.
Let's look at Hera. She looks nice.
We'll just, yeah.
It was very strange.
Yeah, at this point, we're just playing the waiting game.
Yeah.
Like, yep, Gradius, cool.
Might as well.
There's there's actually 10 minutes left in the round. Unfortunate. And we tapped below Aegis mana, so if we draw it here, we can't. Oh, we have Energize.
Yes,
But we didn't
do,
draw
but we
it.
didn't draw it. And we have no way to continue to dig.
Gain
White
10,
Garden.
or 8. 30.
Why are my cards not showing up?
The card's checked out. They're like, this game's over.
That's very strange. I apologize, everybody.
I think I see a. Is that the Light of Zeus too?
Even the
Yeah.
card display is tired of Zeus.
I feel it. Yep, that's a Light of Zeus.
That's so strange. It's the program causing the problem. We'll fix it between rounds. At least give us something to look at. Bird of Solari.
Yep.
Sure, let's look at that.
So,
Just look at the birds.
in response to the cast of Burning Robot, we're just getting rid of those atoms. Not that they were going to do anything. Yeah, Judgment Violet isn't great here either, because we didn't draw the Aegis. Yeah.
And we know we have hand knowledge, right? We know
Mhm.
it's, this point in time, it looks like a Gradius and a healing robot.
Yeah. Honestly, if Paul wants to style on his opponent, he could literally just, before recovery, just Light of Zeus, give everything Eternal, blow up your things, search for Hades, and then just play Hades. But yeah, there's a billion things that can happen here.
Yes, correct. because we have so much hand knowledge, there's almost any kind of line we can take here.
Yeah.
And again, we're at turn 5. What did I say?
Yep.
Like Zeus is like,
So
we're looking at turn 5. You're gonna die.
yep, you're going to murder.
Light of Zeus gonna come down here. You kill your own warhorse.
Yeah, honestly, no reason not to. Gain 1,000. Well, he's pointing to something.
He's gonna give his warhorse eternal.
Is he blowing up his stone? No, that doesn't blow up stones, right?
It only blows up J slash.
Yeah, okay.
One pulled up.
We'll take it.
Okay, game.
Yep, so we're gaining 10.
After
Not-
this round, we'll take a look at it.
Not that we're hurting on life.
Yeah, we killed our own.
Yep.
Killed our own warhorse there. That we have a chance to be able to reorder.
You're not wrong, Echo. Turn 1 was pretty
Correct.
was
Turn
pretty
1
GG.
was pretty lock in the game. That's a very strong start. Shackles is also Shackles just in general is good in this environment anyway, so it's like meh.
Ordering something.
Essence of Athenians.
Probably put the things back in the grave, because why not?
Typhonamaki.
That card, I'm 90% sure he's not playing.
I'm
pretty
cut
sure
that
all
card,
Zeus.
yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure all Zeus has cut that card.
Yeah, we cut. I think I'm still playing it, but I think I would cut it now, having seen the Warhorse line, because I didn't even think about that fact that you can cast it while you're searching it, so you could technically order it. Typhonamaki gets cut immediately for Warhorse.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good line. I wonder if I can get 2 commentators so I can play in the Wander event tomorrow and play Zeus.
That's probably what I'm doing, honestly.
No, stop.
It's $200.
Commentate for me. Do my job for me.
No, I want money. I came all the way out here. I trolled a little bit, trying to.
Play Mika.
I'm not playing Mika on the side of it.
I said you played Mika.
Yes, I did play Mika. It was fun for all of 2 seconds, and then my opponents kept playing things for 0 mana, and I was like, why am I paying mana for these cards? This sucks. I'm assuming he did this after end of turn triggers.
Yeah.
Calling a stone.
Yep.
Now you got 2 darkness stones.
4. That'll be token.
Get to do whatever you like here. No repercussions. His hand does look kind of
Clunky?
gummed up,
Yeah.
so he probably has to just pass. Yeah. Yeah, the game's basically over, but he just doesn't have everything that he needs.
to be able to find the lethal.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just one of those.
Looks like Union 3.
Yeah.
Aphrodite, Hera, and Zeus order. Zeus
Is that another Gradius? Did you
has
draw
all the
fourth?
Gradiuses.
Oh, no, they got shuffled in.
Correct.
Yes. For Judgment.
Judgmenting Violet. Okay.
Alright.
Look at Violet. What? What's happening with my card viewer? 1 second.
So he's probably just judgmenting here, and then he. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he just passes. Oh. Giving it swiftness?
I fixed it.
Okay. We're punching in for 8. We don't care. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kyron. I'm sorry that we brought your lady onto stream and it just happened to get paired up against Zeus. I got Shackles.
Tackles turn 1.
Turn 1 on game 2.
What are you supposed to do? I think at this point, I just start flashing in 7 Olympians, well, left and right. Like that.
He can't though. I mean, well, yeah, he's
Well,
got quick cast once.
yeah,
Apollon.
Yeah, I'd flash
Apollon
in
would
the
have to.
Apollon.
Apollon would have to target his own Shackles though.
It's only opponent's controls.
Might be right because why wouldn't you?
I was playing it today, so
Yeah, your opponent controls.
I had to make sure because I was like, oh, this would suck if I have to exile my own
edition. Yeah, for sure.
Yep,
Apollon,
here comes
yep,
Apollon.
yep.
Yep. Not doing anything. That's Union 4. Game of Gods, search out Artemis,
Union
Flash
5.
and Artemis. Can't put the ones that need Union 6 on the chase yet. Is that an Odin's Power?
Yes.
Why not? Send it. Oh, he's got Mikage Seijiro. And he's not using it?
And you can recast your wait, Seijiro the 4-drop or Shinjiro?
Shinjiro, sorry. The big boy.
I don't hate that. Recast your your
all
Olympians,
of your
from, the
Olympians from the RFG? Yep.
That's pretty cute. Pretty cute. Like that a lot. Estia, just getting cast here. Not, so now we're at 5. Alright, this is our 5th.
Yeah.
Burn him for 5. Down to 14. Order up Mikage Shinjiro by removing a bunch of them for cost. 1.
Leaving that one there, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What are we keeping?
I don't think it actually matters, but might as well. Oh, I guess actually.
Okay. Remove any number of cards. Make it so it only costs 1 black. Now we can start recasting them. That's
5.
Bye, Robert. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a member to support what we do.
And it's a 15-15, so Gradius 8 doing jack.
Boy is rather large. Magna and Lenneth off the search to be able to give Mikage Shinjiro a bunch of counters and swiftness.
Yep.
Where
6.
Union
6?
Oh, is it 6? 1, 2, 3.
No, it's still 5.
Okay, yeah.
Hestia's the 5th. Artemis off of the Edison's, recover some stones, cast in the Artemis, recover the stones,
Yeah,
cast
there's
in
lethal 17 ways to Sunday.
This is the turn. This is the turn where you die. It's just a matter
All
of
your life force are belong to us.
Paul execute. It's just a matter of Paul executing it.
Yep. Drawing a card.
That ain't it. That's a firestorm. That's not gonna do it.
Womp womp. Do we still have Ares?
Yes.
That's fun. That's hilarious.
Marking the damage, gonna let the Gradius happen. Just like fine.
What's getting what is? I guess we'll find out.
I think the Magna Lenneth is probably targeting the, and then what are we doing here?
I don't know. We're pretty dead.
Gradiusing it again in response to the Magna Lenneth. Still gets to draw 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot quick cast Aphrodite
yet.
right now.
But if you search for that Artemis that you were really looking to get, well, playing the Aphrodite like it.
To do what?
It doesn't. No.
Hey guys, what's going on? And he's finally being played. Oh my. Yeah, we're in round 5 of 6.
Being
Mike.
quote unquote played.
They were both in contention at XO2. And then in game 2, Paul opened up Shackles Vice turn 1. So
And Violet did not see
Aegis
any
at
Aegis.
all.
But we did find a ton
Of Gradius. We've seen like 6? Because of them getting shuffled back into the deck?
That sounds about right, actually. That does not have quick cast. Unless I'm missing something.
No, it does not. It should not. Hold on. If he tries to go take a different thing, I'm going to double check.
Mhm.
Hold on. Okay.
Looks like they figured it
Yeah,
out.
so-
Basically, he was trying to flash in the Magna and Lenneth to get to Union 6. However, you need to be at 6
You need to be-
prior to
Yeah.
putting Magna and Lenneth on the chase at instant speed.
Correct. And because Magna and Lenneth's ability is on the chase, Magna and Lenneth are not on the chase themselves. So the
Correct.
Union was still Union 5. And so, here we go.
Yep, he still has it like 8 ways to Sunday. He just needs to do it. Like, you can pay a black, exile a creature, put Persephone in the grave. Oh, look, you're at 6. Flash the Magna and Lenneth. You can Game of Gods, search for Artemis, recover 2 stones.
Yeah.
Flash an Artemis, recover 2 stones, flash a Magna and Lenneth. Boom.
Stephanie
Yep.
targeting his little robot to put back on the bottom of the, or remove from the game.
Yeah, honestly, you can just kill like at instant speed, which is the funny thing.
Oh, because the count will be so high?
Yeah,
as
because
soon as-
you'll have so many 12 Olympians, like
as soon
Magna and
as-
Lenneth Union 7, just deal 50
as
bajillion
soon
to your
as
opponent's face.
Well, yeah, as soon as this Persephone hits graveyard, he has lethal.
Yeah.
'Cause you can-
Assuming he sees it. Okay, so that.
Yeah, that's
Oh yeah. No, that is the 7th one. Yeah,
he is the 7th. So
Yep.
Magna and Lenneth, even before the double Gradius resolves,
Right.
is just like, hi. Because everything's also getting another 1,000 immediately because we're at Union 7. So Apollo is going to so we're going to see the Magna and Lenneth come in, which is now everything's plus 1,000.
Yep.
And they all have swiftness
Yep.
because of Hestia.
Yep.
So like
This is Omega.
the game is
lethal.
over. The game is over at this point.
Yeah, you're
This is how-
taking.
this is how Zeus works. You get to the late game with Zeus, and it's just like no.
You are taking 7 trillion damage.
a lot. It's a lot of damage. Now that's a lot of damage.
So yeah, this is all in response to a Gradius, by the way, guys.
Second Gradius.
Second
sorry.
Gradius.
Not
My
responsible for
apologies.
Second Gradius.
So yeah, this is a 15-15 getting buffed by 1,000.
So it's a 25-25. And if any of them survive this,
And then Magna and Lenneth is going to give one of these 12 Olympians 7+1/+1 counters,
so
draw
that
2
Apollo's
cards,
going to be a 16-16 plus up to a 23-23.
add all that damage together, you get lethal.
You do get lethal. Who needs to turn things sideways when you just got to put things on the field? I can count to 7. Can you?
Let's count together. 1, 2. Yeah, they were just real hands. Oh.
There it is. That was enough to kill like 2 Typhons.
Yep, that is
That
the
was a
Omega
lot.
lethal.
That was a lot.
Yeah, we weren't even counting the fact like everything just had swiftness,
so
you
then
know.
Hestia just gets to swing in. Yeah. So we're going. That's it for that.
Okay.
Round 6 coming up. Gotta see what we want.
Last time for people to no, this was the last round for people to draw.
Yes, correct. And no one did. Because there are
there's so many draws already. No one
Yes,
could afford
there was
to.
only one true undefeated going into this
and
round.
he probably clap cheeks.
He played Zeus against Machina, so that's actually,
Did he draw shackles on one?
I don't know. We've been watching the Violent versus Zeus match, where they did. I
We
don't.
all saw how that went.
Yeah, we did. Whoops.
Shackle's pretty good.
I mean, Athena, Zeus does have quite a few good things against Machina when Machina tries to go in for pressure, right? Light of Zeus.
Hey, what's up, Lars?
Light of Zeus stops it, can stop it. You can just, Zeus enters the game of gods to go search for Athena so that you gain, can't be damaged for the turn, stop it. Like, Zeus actually has a pretty decent Machina matchup, especially the version we saw, because it was Brendan. Brendan was playing Sprinting Steward, which, like, main deck is not playing any Horn of the Sacred, or it's not playing any Black Witches in the main board.
Yeah.
It's playing Horn, but it's not playing,
Oh.
it's only, no Alice's Fantastic Trick anywhere in the list. It's only spot removal with Sealed One-Eyed Dragon, and the main board was not playing any copies of Witch of the Fallen Kingdom. So game one, in that matchup for Zeus, probably pretty heavily favored for Zeus, because it's like, oh, I can just search all day, whatever.
Searching all day. It's fine.
So, but then game 2 and game 3, it'll be interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah. Lars, top tables, I think we have
Machina, Aristella, Zeus. Two Zeus. Couple of Wolfgangs. I think although one of the Wolfgangs just lost its win and in potential is going down to X2. So Wolfgang, Arastella, Zeus,
probably
Machina,
Arastella.
World Gang. Troll Aristella, I think, is also still in contention.
Oh, I have to ask Logan how he did.
Just.
I think there might be a Justice control in contention, like has to win out. I think there's a Justice on a win, like a win streak to get into top 8. But again, going into the last round, we only had one person who's full undefeated, so that means like top 8 is going to be weird. Like top 8 points,
Be crazy.
like the point values of what's going to make it into top 8 is going to be all over the place. There could be some X2s.
Honestly,
There might be an X2. Might.
that's
like
a
one.
heavy might.
One might. But we'll see. It's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely.
And trying to find out from the other Zeus if it won or lost. So give me 1 second.
Do we know who
Machina.
It was Machina?
Yeah, he was playing on table 1 against Machina. So Brendan, Machina beat. So Sprinting Steward, Machina beat Zeus. And so going into the last round is the only undefeated. Pure undefeated. So it is a lock for top 8. The Machina lock.
All right.
Zeus is on a win and in at that point in
Win and
time. Both Zeuses are on win and ins at that point.
Wolfgang was playing against. What was
I don't know what Wolfgang
against?
was playing against. Justice lock. Contractless Justice.
Do we know how that went?
I think Wolfgang won, from what I could tell.
Oh, is our
So-
boy Dustin on his winning?
I think Dustin's on his winning in. We'll have to see. We'll see what comes out next round. We'll try to
I'll
grab
find him
something
and
at the
ask him
top
later.
tables. See what's still getting played after this round, and we'll be back for round 6 here in a little bit. Whee! Bye.
Hey there, Rulers, Demo73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There is so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So, let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership, where you get to get, it's $100, and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have prizing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about Fow Fest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support and it helps to make funds for Fow Fest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much. See you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.
right now is so
Getting everybody set up here. One
Yeah, yeah.
second. Here we are. Finally got Vega on stream.
this is an interesting Vega.
Not the Vega that you guys were all talking to me about yesterday.
No.
The deck didn't do as good as
He's over there. So like in his last game, his opening hand both games against a Wolfgang that opened a Drywing was double horse, steadfast steward, contract. Game 1 and 2.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. So I was just like, oh,
I'm gonna let them know their time is good to start.
sounds good.
And one for the stream because you love me.
Yay!
Yay! Maybe? No, she didn't hear me.
Yeah, she probably didn't hear it. All right, so I see. What? Oh, that's Inferno. I thought
that
he
is
had. I
Inferno.
thought he had the ruler in hand,
Like,
and I was like, "You can't have that in your
Vigo
hand."
doesn't go there.
I can't tell if we mulliganed the Inferno. I think we should keep it, honestly.
I think we did. It's also really nice to be able to
I think Inferno
reset your board.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
Like, oh, that's a nice board, Mika.
Yeah, like. Oh wait, maybe he does have it. I just missed.
Maybe we'll see.
I think it's the second card. They might be good.
See if I can convince
Good.
Svetlana to.
The
Number 13.
radius, origin. All right, scry top card.
We're gonna search for 0.
Oh, search for 0 first. I was like, you don't pick up your deck. What is this?
Horse.
Horse on the stack. Battle barriers. Okay.
Okay, we tried.
Get the comments out of the deck.
The one comment only plays one. Oh, Brendan being very kind and allowing him to
I'd have said nope.
get the wall. Interesting choice. Certainly did not have to let him do that
Nope. I'd have said no.
because it is a
Especially for the
it's a missed advantageous trigger. Well, Brendan's locked regardless. He's undefeated.
Well, right, but
But-
you know.
Origins.
Personally, I'm like when it comes to like these kind of matchups, I want my opponent to like sweat, like you know.
Yeah, for sure.
You're in the finals, like you gotta play crisp. Because like sometimes it's like, oh yeah, you know, you play loosey goosey and you know you get to actual top 8 and you know they don't let that happen.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely
And
don't.
then you're just like you're kicking yourself.
Yeah.
You know. So I'd rather you know kick myself early and you know not make that mistake later.
Yes, for sure.
So I'm a fan of Tough Love. This guy's got a
Magi
lot of
Trooper.
stuff. Got Magi Trooper, that's good. I'm gonna draw a card. Probably gonna another one. Play
No
decap.
Sprinting Steward.
Probably just play decap here. And then
Yeah,
play
decap.
another Magi.
Yep.
Nope, just gonna pass.
Okay, now he has 0 will. Steven's gonna kill him.
Kill him. Got it, Gallstone. What?
Magic Stone of the Duel produces 2 red to use the abilities of J rulers.
Nuts.
Is that a Daji in hand? Yeah, this man had Daji. Really fun
Is
against horse when they
this-
gain life. You just force them to take damage for how much life they've gained. Like cute horse.
Oh, Energized Curse of Caduceus.
That's pretty good.
He's trying to read it. Like, what does this do? It's like, you're not gaining life.
Horse is not going to get you any life.
This is a great tech. I love this tech a lot.
Yeah, mainboarded. What a
Mhm.
choice.
Man, this man has Dodgy and Curse of Caduceus. I would not be surprised if there's a...
What is the...
Hmm?
What's the defense, though, with one red? You're just getting run over by Sprinting Steward.
Guess I'll just die.
Yeah, for sure. Potentially. That's the biggest piece here. Like, two
But I
decks-
guess he has to have lethal though. If he actually, hold on.
he doesn't have to pay too low. He can't pay. He can't
No, no,
afford
no.
to pay too low because he
So-
could lose life in response. But like,
Right. What I'm saying is like he has to. Well, he doesn't know this, but if he doesn't kill him and he just gets him low, he can Inferno and then just ping to kill him. If he like gets him like at a minuscule amount of life. Is what I
yeah,
was
we
getting
have
at.
to get to the will to be able because we can't
Right,
cast
yeah.
Inferno at quick cast speed. So like we have to survive. But like the other
Yeah,
thing too is-
currently.
the other thing too is actually that I think Steven's in a good spot for these opening hands is if he does go for a sprinting first, you just Light Child.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair.
Wall stops that damage.
I am curious
Wall
about
stops that damage.
Yeah.
Magi Trooper to top the wall. Flash and Dodgy. Dante answers the game of
that. It is.
Yeah, we're flashing in the Dodgy. Dodgy.
Search for Warhorse. Search for Warhorse. Dump Dragon. Burn him for 5.
Burn him for the 5.
Who the interesting thing here is if Brendan doesn't like recognize that he could technically dump for a dragon, like if he thinks like, oh, he's just gonna search for a horse and fail to find, he might lose the ability to. Well, actually, no, that doesn't even matter because it actually any life he gains is actually also lost. So never mind, ignore me. And he also can't gain life because Caduceus. Ignore everything I just about to say.
Okay. I was like, there's a lot of talking here that I'm not sure what the line is.
So I was thinking like, you know, he would like in response to Dodgy sack to gain life, but then
You can't.
Dodgy would
But
well
also-
one you can't, and then two Dodgy would be like all that life you gained
Sealed
gone.
One-Eyed Dragon is a dragon.
It is a dragon. I was playing this originally in my in Mika. With the
Dodgy to
one-eyed
be able
dra-
to pitch
yep,
what, Sealed
to be able
One-Eyed?
to and then like you know kill
He didn't
something
grab
on
a
my
horse.
turn. Interesting. What if he's playing it?
I don't know if he is. I wasn't paying attention to the deck. Was I shifting through?
Interesting.
Block to keep his
Let's keep the thing alive.
Keep
That
this thing
Magic
alive?
Trooper is dead.
that Magi Trooper does need to be dead.
Unless we're doing something in response. Probably Gradius here. Looks like he's looking at Origin. Wants to make a token and
Dragon
maybe
of
Dragon
Solari.
Solari. Burn it.
So we still get to crack the
Yep.
we have Dragon coming down here to crack the Dodgy, so that'll get killed.
Did.
And the boop, we do get to finally crack the wall, or unless he has something else before damage.
No, I must.
In response to the Dragon of Solari? Happening. Don't have will. Sealed One-Eyed Dragon to
Oh.
burn the Magi Trooper?
Sure.
Sure.
This
I mean, I don't hate this. Keeps your wall alive. Because if he goes for another... Because the thing is, if he goes for another card, he can fire Light Moonchild
Light
here.
Moonchild.
So then Sprinting Steward can't come down this turn, and then the wall can't be cracked, and then you're safe for
But
another
do
turn.
you recognize that though? I guess like would you even be upset about that?
Your wall gets cracked?
Well, like if your opponent like plays a 0-mana one and then just
Oh, not a
pays
zero. Not a 0, man. There is Sprinting Steward in hand. I still think
Yeah, yeah, because like he's gonna play prototype here. Like, do you Godar here?
I think you do. Yep.
Nope, looks like he does.
Yeah,
And
for
he
sure.
recognizes
You don't
it.
want to. You don't want to get Sprinting
Sure.
Steward here. Because I don't think we've searched for horse this turn, and we can make a token off of the Typhon.
Oh, so well, I guess horse just cracks it.
Searches for a 1-drop with the floating. Let's get
That-
the horse before the.
Togusa?
Yes, that is a Togusa, the competent investigator. Got to dig for that Sprinting Steward, my guy.
I don't hate it.
Question is, does Steven have what he needs at this point to be able to crack back for lethal?
Um,
Under Dry Wing. Probs not.
Yes, he does. No. Yes. If he hits a darkness stone.
Magi Troop gonna crack it.
If he hits a darkness stone, I think. Well, no, I didn't. Did you see a steadfast steward in hand? I don't remember if I saw one in hand.
I don't. He does.
He does? Oh, yeah, then he is lethal.
I don't know how though. He can't produce will.
Tap Vega.
Sure.
Go down to 2.
Oh, and then just
Inferno.
Inferno.
Yep. Yeah. If he does he have dragon in
There's
hand?
no stop. There's no answer to this list. I've seen Brendan's.
There's no answer.
Does not have an out.
There's lethal. If he hits the right stone, though. He has to hit the right stone.
Has hit not the dueling stone. Let the other 9 be.
I'd be surprised if you're
Sealed
not.
one-eyed dragon. The problem is the sealed one-eyed dragon from Brendan's hand is lethal. But I also
does he
feel like
have
I also would have seen I feel like we would have seen sealed one-eyed dragon come out.
Not one there.
Yeah, there's no one there. Okay.
Let's see how ambitious. Sure. Hang him too. Why not? Recover. Survey says.
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
Call stone.
That's a
That
null
is a
stone. That's
null-
black sources. That's lethal. Don't.
Thinking about it.
Okay.
Yep.
There's-
You're asking how many cards in hand?
There's no sealed one-eyed in
I
there. I
don't
feel like
see
we
one.
would have used sealed one-eyed already, right? Because
Um.
instead of doing the
Instead
reveal
of
off
doing
of the
the
origins.
the origin, yeah. So that makes me wonder even more if it was correct to Goddard the child.
You were dead if you didn't.
Were you?
There were enough things on board. Yeah, because second horse Magi Trooper searches for a 1-drop, gets a token,
Oh, then you just pay
and,
enough life
and you
to,
just pay enough life
to stay above 2. Okay, sure.
to pay, and then everything's pumped up
Sure,
enough, and then
sure,
you just swing
okay.
in for lethal because the
Asteroid cluster.
Asteroid Tussler can make him a token.
Sure,
It's another
okay.
body. We have enough. So horse Magi Trooper, second Magi Trooper that we saw in hand, token, and Togusa
Yeah,
that's 5 bodies
Okay,
that are all
that's fair.
getting the buff.
understandable. Honestly, at this point,
Just go for it. Rip it,
Yeah.
Steven. Rip it and flip it.
like I'd even be okay with just Inferno for board if you're actually terrified of One-Eyed Dragon. Inferno for to equalize
Clear
the
the
board
board.
is not the worst thing you could do.
Especially since he can't gain the life.
Granted, you could just wait till you're well, no, 'cause
Can't do it
then
during your opponent's turn. You don't have a God's Art. Oh, you do have a
you
God's
do have
Art.
a God's Art. Yeah, you still have yeah. Yeah,
Is it
Moon
in front of
Children
him?
made all the fallen cards omega interesting. So
That's great. That's absolutely great.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you're gonna need to do something here.
Thinking about it. It's like, what are the outs? I mean, you're dead on crackback anyway, so just rip and flip it.
Yeah.
Go for it. Are those two decay of the machines in the
Looks like it. This guy's got
Rip it and flip it, Steven. Let's go. Cheering him on.
would not be
From a
surprised if
distance.
Brendan tries to call him on play here.
I don't think so. Because again, Brendan's guaranteed in.
mean,
right? He's guaranteed top 8, so it's just Brendan's not feeling the pressure. Steven's gotta just think through the potential outs. Selective decapitation.
Oh, that's right. Selective decap.
He could draw into it.
Yeah.
Right? He has 4 things to be able to potentially. Are those 4 horses on board? No, it's 3 horses
It's
and a Magi
3
Trooper.
horses and a Magi,
I think
yeah.
that's all of Brendan's horses. I think he's only playing 3.
Really.
I think so. It might be
That's-
4. It might be
That's
10
interesting.
4 of.
That's a choice.
It might be just 10 4 of. We'll see.
So for those of you wondering,
Currently,
Steven is currently debating whether or not he wants to go for lethal.
go for a lethal line here. Yep.
He has the sprinting steward, goes down to 2, Inferno's his opponent.
He could even do it at instant speed too,
He can do it at instant speed. Mm.
because the Goddard has been played. You just go down to 2, pay cost, and then you could Goddard instant speed Inferno.
True.
There are worlds. Because we have to have something on the chase to target with red is the problem. So like you'd
Yeah.
have to do it. You'd have to like sprinting steward, Goddard red target it.
Well, paying 2. That's happening. It looks like we're not going.
I
Oh.
think he's like, wait a minute, do this sequence properly. Rip it and flip it. Oh, he's
That-
looking at red.
okay.
Yep, he has to have something on the chase to be able to target for red. Fire Moonchild does need to be able to target something. It does not create a cloud effect.
Thankfully. So I don't know how much that would matter, but I'll. Oh, all right, he's going for it.
Okay, here we go. Sprinting
Beyblade,
Steward.
let it rip.
Sprinting Steward. Gonna
Down-
pay
down
down
to
to 2. We do get to scrap. The problem is we get to 4C
Yeah.
when we
so
drop the selective decap. So we got a lot of card selection here.
I think we have to. We let this resolve, right? Because he hasn't declared. He hasn't. Okay, so if he's passing priority here, that means he's not Goddarding,
Correct.
which means.
Well, the triggers are going to go on the chase, though. Because the horses have mandatory triggers when they die. Oh, no, sorry.
Can red target opponents?
Shouldn't be... That's true.
That's actually a good question. I actually don't know if it's just like any spell or ability.
Target spell or ability.
That's nuts.
Gonna make a token
In response
in
to
response to Sprinting Steward.
Yep. Make that untargetable.
Make it. So now we've Godsarted there.
Yep. That's fine.
So
Then
waiting
you
to
let
see
that
if this
resolve.
happen. Making a token.
Oh, you're doing it in response? I would have waited until
Oh
at
gosh,
least
here
one
we
thing
go.
was drawn. I would have waited until at least
Here
one
we
thing
go.
was,
Does Brendan see that he can sack a bunch of selected decap to try to survive?
yeah. I would have waited at least until like the first 4C trigger went on the stack to make him
Yeah.
banish everything on board to not die. So this is
What is happening?
potentially lethal.
Potential.
Oh, that's right. Astro Cluster can target. Oh, I see
Oh,
what's
target his
happening.
face for 400 damage.
I see what's happening.
We
All right,
see
so
it
he
two
had
outs.
so he had to do it
So
this
we
way.
have 2
Okay.
outs.
Scry 1, nope. Scry 2, nope. Oh, yeah.
Rips it. There we go. And we're going to game 2. You had to. I mean,
Yeah.
you had to go into the line there. That was
Yep.
the only out. Was the out. Going to game 2.
Unfortunate. Good old sack outlets.
Yeah.
Yeah, not much you could have done.
The irony of
Um,
asteroid cluster being used for a burn. Ironically enough, if he had potentially gone for the if he had done White Child, he would have had barrier.
Mm-hmm.
But then I still think
Yeah,
he
like
dies.
that's why I was super
It's
curious.
just
I was
like-
like, is he actually dead?
think
Like,
the
because
math
if
is there.
he's dead, then yeah, you're absolutely right. You got out there, you don't die, and then you try to kill on your opponent's turn. If there is a world where you don't die, you just let it resolve. You go down to whatever you're at. You got
White
out.
Child proactively.
Yep, and
So
then
you
you're
have the
like, all right,
barrier.
go down to 2 from whatever you're at, and then you're just like, all right, time to kill you.
And he had wall that got cracked the earlier turn.
Yes.
I think you take red out for Darkness Moonchild. This matchup.
I am inclined to agree. Lets you keep not. I understand wind. I don't. Not the
Why?
biggest fan.
You could stop a horse.
You like stop a horse.
but it's like a bunch of horses.
Yeah, I'd rather kill something. Okay, there we go.
I'd rather
kill
have a
something
I'd
that
rather
has,
have
like,
a
plus
pro
15.
that and also have a proactive God's Art to be
Yes.
able to use as opposed
Yes.
to a reactive. Now he has a proactive.
And now
to-
you have both. You use it proactively or reactively. Whee! You can do whatever you like.
Yeah, the top
But
8
we
for this
standing.
event is gonna be. Top 8 is gonna be all over the place for this event. X2s, X11s.
can't tell if my one or not.
Sideways thumb. What gets sideboarded in for either of these decks in this matchup? Okay. Yes.
No dice.
I will say we have like 9 Machinas in this event, and I think 2 are in contention for top 8. One is locked at top 8, and one is
locked.
in contention.
Yes, I see Steven.
Yeah, I think he's the only other Machina sitting in.
Oh, wait. Table. Oh, I don't know what table that is. So Paul's at table 2, 3, 4, 5. Table 6.
Is Ivan with control Machina?
Right.
Ivan's playing control Machina,
okay.
like green feasting stuff.
Oh, okay.
Like using
Never
Typhon
mind.
to use a Typhon to get free asteroid clusters to have free pay 0 into asteroid cluster and cast it. Then you have an addition.
Oh, got it.
Then feastings live, that kind of stuff. Like a control-y kind of element.
Gotcha.
A lot of stuff in top table is all in contention.
Yeah, looks like Steven's playing against Aristella, the guy that I against. Bobby's playing against
Zeus is playing against World Gang twice. 2 matchups of Zeus v World Gang at table 2 and 3.
Table 2 and 3, that's fine.
So still waiting
Pretty
to
sure
see.
one Wolfgang's getting it. I'm
Pretty sure
90%
both.
sure Paul's scooping. I'm like 90%.
That's fair.
He has paid already. This
That's
means
true.
nothing to him. Dustin doesn't have an invite yet, so.
This is the last round.
And it's the
Lars.
last round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had 6 rounds today. And then top 8 tomorrow. It's okay. We're going to go home. We're going to play Cube. Fine.
Oh, I'm so excited.
25 new Cube cards.
I need a rematch against Charlie. That deck that I had was so good, and I took the wrong card and it went downhill.
No. No.
He had all the answers.
Rip. Overall, we've played 6 rounds today, and I have seen 11 different decks.
Sick.
I'll take that.
Love to see
I'll take it. For a day 1 top Swiss Cut stream,
Love to see it.
hell yeah, we love to see it. We'll come back tomorrow.
Keep it
and
fresh.
Keep it. We'll come back tomorrow and have the top 8s and have the top tables, but also.
That's a fantastic question.
I mean, why is it getting paired up against things that aren't playing Intimidates? Intimidate.
I missed my 0 mana battle barrier, but even if I did that, that wasn't going to be enough. I needed to play like 4 battle barrier and then like also 4.
Machina will have his time to shine. It's okay.
No.
Machina
get
gets
this.
Machina gets 3 months, and then
Give it a day. Give it tomorrow. Tomorrow, e-ban it. Get it out. Just kidding. Nah, I'm just
9
kidding.
were here. 3 are. 1 is locked. 2 maybe. I don't think that says e-ban.
That says too much.
Clearly, a 30% maybe conversion rate equals e-ban. That.
Yeah, get it out of
immediately.
here.
Get it out.
I don't want it. So it looks like I see. Yeah. Don't forget that this time. What is Steadfast at the bottom? I think I saw. Dodgy.
He took the play.
Caduceus.
That's interesting. Why would you give the coin to? Oh, if that's an angelic battle barrier. You're getting sideboarded in. That doesn't feel super great. Eventually, I mean, I guess not.
That
You
doesn't matter, right?
You need to resolve 2 cards for lethal. So
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's fine.
And one of them could be casted into speed.
Or in response to angelic battle barrier.
Okay, Goddard. That can't be. Well, I guess you have the other one now. So.
Goddard kill.
Ooh,
whatever.
actually. Huh, that could be.
Searching for asteroid cluster to have a proactive way to be like, nah, burn your life down. It's actually pretty good. Pivoting from Brendan. He's playing a single copy of Typhon asteroid cluster. That's a pretty solid pivot for him.
I think a lot of people are because they is he on the 4 horns?
3 horns.
3 horns? Some number of horns. You can filter.
We
because
can filter because I have Darkness Moonchild.
That might be also another reason why he decided to go
With black instead of green.
first.
Oh yeah, to be able to go curse right out the gate.
Yeah. maybe at least. We'll have to see how the rest plays out. I can't really make. I think I saw
Sprinting
Dodgy
Steward.
hand and the Sprinting Steward. He did ship one to the bottom. That's a dragon. That's an origin. Oh boy. Is that a
No, he's not. That's a
like after there's like an there's like the second card is like an origin.
Barrier of Shadows.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
That looks like, I don't know why I'm leaning. We do this all the time. We're like, lean. That means we can see the cards better. It looks like it might be a Barrier of Shadow.
Okay.
Doc Scouts Arts, right?
Yeah.
Doc Scouts Arts. Pretty good.
Pay extra mana.
You
for
have a
God Guard.
good one-drop Black Edition. I have a good one-drop Black Edition. Asteroid coming down here now.
Not gonna origin? Oh, Energize Origin. Sure. Yeah.
Origin.
What is green?
That becomes void. So whatever. Recover the stone.
Give her stone.
You can't recover the stone.
Uh-oh. He's shaking his head. He knows he messed up.
Oh no.
Togusa?
Not even searching. Just gonna play the Togusa to look at the top three.
Is this? If he has the combo, is this just lethal? He just got her white gel before. Tap Mika, tap.
Wait, why do we have a Togusa if we paid the green to go? Oh, we search for a zero drop and get one.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. Forget that. Whoa.
I wonder how many people
Well
fell for
then.
that.
Well.
He needs to have Inferno in hand.
Well,
he only shipped one back, right?
Well, yeah.
I feel like there's no way he doesn't have it in hand. I feel like if
I
you're,
see Sprinting Steward.
is that two dragons?
That's not super great. Oh, Dragon can draw him some 4 cards.
That's oh.
Dragons.
I feel like if I don't know if he's all in on the strategy, but it seems like he is. That battle that force to the bottom. Oh, never mind. It is the top.
Yeah. If we have Inferno, that's game, right?
Yeah.
Although he has 2 ways to be able to. He has a sealed one-eyed, so he has. But he could do White
Yeah,
Child.
you just do. Yeah, you white
to have
child, and
barrier.
then you cast your one spell. They can't battle barrier for free yet. And then you cast Inferno, and it's like battle barrier. It's like that's sure. Resolve, kill you. But he has to have it.
Inferno. Did he just top deck it like a boss? I think he might have just top decked Inferno like a champ.
There's no way.
Shackles. In an all red deck. No, we just need the stone.
Yeah, you just need the stone. It's fine. Yeah, Brendan is kicking himself right now.
Yeah, for sure. Rough.
To be fair, I'd have fallen for that.
Darkest Stone.
Um,
That's
or C.
helpful. When we have. That's really helpful when we have a way to draw that card.
Okay,
'Cause
didn't
of-
want that one.
That card. Oh,
Last Sacred Sword?
Last Sacred Sword. Not an Inferno, my guy.
Are those? Now I'm really curious what he kept, because he only molded one card.
Yeah. I also am curious.
I think these are both cave.
That's unfortunate.
Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that is so unfortunate they didn't capitalize on.
I mean, just like use your sealed one eyes to draw.
Oh yeah. Well, so
It doesn't use a spell.
right.
and it
So
digs you
I
deeper.
think the reason why he's not is because he doesn't want to risk it on the like. So if he starts drawing now, and
Sure,
his opponent
doesn't.
has this board and you whiff, then you're just dead.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
your opponent just casts the Steward, pays X, and then. So
If Brendan might be on 38. Sometimes if they tap it too fast, it like doesn't update the thing well enough. So we can't update their life totals from here. So sometimes the app, if they tap it too fast, it like doesn't actually update the server well enough. So they'll catch it during this. Those 3 things can crack the wall.
that's so. And if you deal with this, then you're like, all right, cool, search.
Dodgy. Right? You just do dodgy again. Nope, we're just gonna let the wall die.
That Sacred Sword is in.
Why did we keep so many cards?
I don't understand that either. That is a
unless he
fantastic
shipped
question.
4.
I only saw him ship 1, and it was a Steadfast Steward. But yeah, I like the whatever else was in hand. Like Curse, I understand.
Yes.
Curse made sense. There's a Dodgy, I can respect it. But when you have well, it draws you cards, so I can respect the Dodgy. I think the other 2 are decays. That I don't.
Right. And it does draw you.
Oh, for a second there, I thought that was a Justice card, and I was like, "Oh, what is this? How did we add green to the deck?" It's like we're paying 1. Definitely not going for the. Is Justin playing Origin?
I don't know. Is he? Dark to draw card?
Shark to draw card? Sharks of blue? Be interested to know if he's actually.
We have the sprinting card. Side of Brendan.
Our hand. I'd be surprised if we play it now, considering our entire board is sideways.
Yeah. Too late to do it now.
So we're loading a blue. I don't think we can do anything. Probably playing him. Oh, he doesn't have a decap. Oh,
That's true. No decap
that's problematic. Yeah, a lot of his hand is just dead. Can't cast the War Horses. He has the floating blue. Yep, it's all just gone. I don't know how many cards he has.
This is correct. Both people have the weirdest hand. Yeah, he can get another Magic Troop to hand. So like I said, I think he's playing 3 horses. Oh, there is the 4th horse.
Oh, okay.
Apologize.
That's still interesting. Oh, okay.
Paying 1 with the floating blue to get an armor.
Oh, okay, I understand now. Yeah. With the blue. Okay, sure.
White Child. In response to the casting of horse to make it so that we can't do sprinting steward. Maybe have an Inferno. Does he have Inferno in hand and we just have been like stupid?
I don't think so. Because if he has Inferno in hand, why would we ever got our here? We're at 37.
Because we don't have a way to pay life. Yeah, you're right.
Like,
the horse has already been cast. The basic red. Gonna get us something else. Even must see a line that we.
Yeah, this Goddard is. He does have the benefit of being able to go to 10.
Sprinting. You can pay down to 10 for Sprinting Steward and then last Secret Sword. But he still needs Inferno.
Correct. Right. Yeah. Exactly. And then you still lose the Double Dragon, and that's what I'm thinking. The reason that's the only thing I can think of as to why he Goddarded was because he felt like his opponent was digging for something, and he didn't want him to play the decap, the Togasa, like something.
Yeah. Says like
which I guess I kind of understand it. But at the
double
same time, there's the decay.
Spirit of Decay. But Drywing and Solari engrave?
Probably just Rogue Spectator. Just to get the board.
Yeah. The potential for the body.
Yeah.
Just like, get out of there. Yep, those are engraved. Another card.
Yep, it does draw you a card.
Man. And now we get to Mill a Dragon. We're gonna Mill a Dragon.
5, 8, 9. Gotta clean up.
We're not I guess we're not milling off of Dodgy? That's a mistrigger.
No, he did. Did
he?
Yeah, he said the dragon. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
And then
the thing, the decay's like on directly on top of it.
Okay, cool. Okay. Are we trying to like burn last Secret Sword lethal?
Maybe. He's like thinking he wants to discard the horn. Yeah, he's thinking he wants to discard it.
Okay.
And the fact he's at
Steven.
3, that's interesting.
Steven. And has a line. That's a
Magi
Magi
Trooper?
Trooper, so that's a different card.
Not gonna sack Dodgy before recover,
Oh, to draw some more cards?
or I guess, well, it's not sack. It's
Magi. Problem is now we're at Battle Bear. What is that card? Is that another curse?
That's a very dark card.
That's another curse, I think. Yeah, it's another curse.
or 2. I think that's.
I suppose I keep forgetting that in addition to just like, paying life and making your board big, or making your life total small, like your board is big and it has swiftness, so like you can actually just play things and attack with them.
Yeah, for sure.
I kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, that's a line. That's a line for sure.
Because yeah, like right now, Steven can do
Sprinting
that thing,
Steward.
go super low.
How low though?
Not to
Oh,
6.
Steven not tapping his ruler to call stone. You're right. That needs to be a pause.
What? Why?
He has to tap one of his rulers to
Oh,
call
he
stone.
called the stone. Yeah, sure. The stone was in play, but he didn't tap it. I got it. Yep.
Pause. I mean, it's as simple as
Yeah, yeah. You just pick a ruler.
and we're back at
And it's
dinosaurs.
fixed.
Sorry, there we go. We fixed it. We solved it. Yeah,
Thank
he
you,
just has to
Lars.
have call to stone.
Yeah,
Thank you,
like,
Lars.
it was super simple. Doesn't need to be doesn't need to be complicated. Like, yeah, no, you're good.
It's just a
Just
thing
keep
that you
everybody-
have to happen.
Just keeping everybody honest. No
Yep.
big deal.
This is one of the, we're trying not to interrupt as much as possible, but that is a board state mandatory thing.
They were.
Hey, down to 21, it looks like.
Was he at 37?
He was at 30, a full 40, right? 36, maybe? No,
Maybe he's at full. I don't remember. It looked like he was like.
I wasn't paying attention to life totals.
Yeah.
But he's Angelic Battleberry and responds. I think that's okay.
Doesn't matter.
That's
that double
double
last
last sword. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's.
But now there's an Angelic Battle Barrier.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, now playing the Magi Trooper screws him over.
A little bit. Thinking. I don't know what we're thinking about.
Yeah.
I think all the horses are out. The grave is search for.
Cost,
something.
but he's got a Sprinting Steward in hand is the problem. Steven just cut his life total for him.
So he seems to really be struggling with whatever is going on here. I don't know why.
Double one-eyed Drake?
Yes.
That's kind of hot. Speaking of cards that don't care about silence.
Is there a world where we swing at the horses? Or sorry, no, we don't want him to gain any more life.
No, you can't. Curse Caduceus. We're fine.
Yeah, you just swing with our big dudes at his horses. They get more bodies off of board, so then he technically has to pay more to try to make Sprinting Steward lethal, and then you're just like, you're dead. Problem is, our Sprinting Steward paid life. Our life total's over. Yeah. It's not as good.
So everything's +4, which is not as
Big as he wants
high
it to
as
be.
I would expect it to be.
5. Yeah, super unlucky didn't draw Inferno.
Block with the horse.
Block with horse, don't gain
Really?
anything.
You might be right. I think attacking the This is 5 and 6. That's 11.
Well, currently represented on board is Pegasus a 3/3, so currently represented on board is 1600 damage before sprinting Steward. So like he only needs to pay like 400.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to calculate Steven.
Last Secret Sword not having quick cast is
relevant.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
I do think this is going to be
So
on that
28.
angelic battle barrier. Unfortunately, to be the game.
Yeah, because 6 is not enough. 6 puts you to 22. A6. Deal 6. Puts them to 6. And Dragon plus 4. That 11. Oh, is that lethal?
Odds are to
It is.
kill
I
the
think
horse.
it's lethal actually. So
How much
deal
is-
6, and you dragon him. Deal 6.
Well, the Dodgy's going to hit him for what's Dodgy's base?
2/4. So this should deal 6, putting him to 22. Deal 6 face. Activate dragon.
Can't cast it.
It's not a cast.
It
It's
is.
an activate ability. Dragon is the one card you can play into being silenced. Yeah. So Dragon comes in, has swiftness, deal 11, and then if I saw correctly, should have.
The Dragon's going to deal 6, take him down to 17.
17 or 16?
16.
Yep.
16.
Yep. And then
Dragon
it comes into play,
gets
11.
Lead it
Is
plus
a
4,
7/7
right?
plus 4.
So 11 takes him down to 5.
Yep, and then he's a second dragon in hand. If I saw correctly. Plus Cursor Caduceus.
Gonna just pitch the second dragon right now?
I don't like this.
I don't like that play. Why are we being proactive?
I didn't like it at all. Have a third one? That's not lethal either.
Maybe takes him down to 10.
Yeah, and activate. Yeah, so I personally don't like the way he did it.
Cluster can make a token to block.
Yeah, he did this so wrong. I'm so sad for him. Maybe
Maybe we'll see. A2 for dragon.
I forgot about the cluster actually.
Typhons.
Maybe he's still tilted about the can't untap things.
Stu did not use the will for comes back. What?
He's trying to. He paid 2. He's paying 2 currently.
To activate the ability of Sealed One-Eyed. Yeah. Brendan doesn't see.
He's looking as if he doesn't.
Yeah, for sure. I
Last
can't
card in
imagine
hand.
he's not seen.
Oh, he's looking through his grave. That's not where you should be looking,
That's not-
dog. No,
Dog.
read your cards. I know you're a card game player, but read your cards. Oh.
Makes a token.
Well, what is he doing with it? No way. There's no way he.
Steven's at 15 life. That's not lethal. Did it in response to Steven paying 6 for the second One-Eyed Dragon. Shot him for 4 and then pitched for Dragon. The MVP of that entire match was Typhon Asteroid Cluster. Played as a one of MVP of that match. He was at 22, paid 6, goes down to 16, and then pays another 6 to go down to 10.
Oh,
But in
okay.
response to the second one-eyed dragon, gets burned for 4, gets burned for 6. This is at 10. So because he played the one-eyed
Rough.
dragon, he did.
Should have just.
Or yeah, he might
Well.
have been at 9. The life totals were a little bit off. They have pen and paper over there as well. So even if they forget my little life pad thing, they
Yeah, so I think he was doomed regardless.
yeah.
Turns out he did need to play the Magic Trooper. Funnily enough.
Angelic
Womp,
Battle Barrier
womp,
saves the day,
womp.
and not seeing Inferno.
I mean,
We
let's be real. We went back one card. I don't know what we were expecting.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah.
Not well, yeah, I think the misplay there was not going for the Inferno line. 'Cause
Oh,
the,
absolutely.
The Inferno, like, not hard mulling for the Inferno line,
Yeah.
because the hard mull for the Inferno line gets through Angelic Battle Barrier. Try to do
Correct.
anything else is, like, mediocre to play through Battle Barrier.
Yeah. Well, we saw that he almost got there.
Yeah.
Which was kind of cool.
Even through Angelic Battle Barrier. Yeah, for sure.
I was like, oh,
we
is this
certainly
just lethal?
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, it looks like Control Machina's still playing. Steve, I don't know what Steven's Machina list is looking like. He's not playing Sprinting Steward, is he?
No, just JP.
it's just JP.
Minus some cards.
So it's non-Sprinting Steward.
Non-sprinting steward.
Yeah, it's
Like
like
the more
Institute.
control. Yes, the more control-y variant.
Yeah. We have 2 Zeuses and 2 Wolfgangs in contention playing it out right now. Aristella's in contention playing it out right now in a couple different games.
Some of them called. I missed it.
We still have 5 minutes left on the stream time, which
Okay.
means we probably have about 3 minutes left on in-game time.
Gotcha.
Whew. Vega topped though, potentially. That was
table
Steven's-
2, right? Or
That was
table
table
1.
1, and Steven was 4-1 going into this round, so he's X2.
So he's one of the X2s.
So he's, but because of all the draws,
I think with all the draws,
there's pretty much guaranteed to be an X2 in top 8, and there's a good chance of 2 X2s being in top 8 because of all the draws. Because
Yeah.
going into round 5, there was only one person with an XO record. Everyone else had XO1 or better or worse.
Yes, man. You know his list.
So it's like, yeah, it was a 15 points, 12 points, 15 points, 12 points, 12 points, 10 points
yeah.
of like 301s.
The Arastella player is Chris. If you were here for round 1, my round 1 opponent.
Yes.
So the first match of stream.
Yeah, and he's currently playing against Machina for a win in it.
Yes. Oh, and the guy next to him, I don't remember.
I think. Ivan? No, the
No,
gentleman with
in between.
Yeah,
Oh, unless they're not playing. Maybe they're not playing. He's just watching.
I think he's watching,
Oh, okay.
but maybe I don't know.
I know he was playing against Logan, and he had the most disgusting. I was so upset that This man's literally under Black Witch, Academy Guard.
Yeah, I heard he opened
And
up He needed exactly double Mother Goose and
Yeah.
got double Mother Goose.
It was like contract, bounce something. I don't even remember what he bounced, but it wasn't the Black Witch. And then he played Never End, tapped Never End, got rid of the Academy Guard, recovered the Ruler and the Never End, tapped Never End, got rid of the Black Witch, charged. I was like, this is disgusting. And he still had 2 more on taps. I was like, I'm done. This game sucks.
Wind Witch.
There you go.
Witch of the Unblowing Wind.
Cast Sigurd, get Curse Caduceus. Got him, boys.
Got 'em, boys. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what. I mean, it certainly looks like our top 8 is going to be a pretty good spread of like control, aggro, and combo stuff.
Yes.
So it's still a good spread.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
See
This will
what
also be the
happens.
meta of FowFest. So we also, but now
We
we
don't have
have
a new.
we don't have a new set before
okay.
FowFest, and we also have, but we have a month and a half and 2 more international GPs before FowFest. So like a lot of data for people to like
Yes.
spend more time practicing and figuring stuff out. So it'll be very curious.
Collect
to
your
see.
data. Falling through the cracks of time. Pretty good card. Curse Caduceus.
Did not see enough.
Pretty good
people,
card.
I honestly did not see enough people playing Falling into the Cracks of Time today. Card needed to be everywhere. It's so good.
Curse can have quick cast. It's called Witch of the Unblowing Wind. Ta-da!
Ta-da!
You just don't. You make your opponent lose life, which I guess that is pretty good. That is pretty.
The only the weirdness
Pretty
is that
good.
like Curse. The only thing about Falling into the Cracks of Time is it just puts the stuff back into the deck for Machina, which is like Machina's just gonna grab it again anyway. So like, not as good.
Right. Right.
Doesn't mean it's not good.
Yeah.
Because as you saw there, like, if he didn't have the horses, like, there was no pressure from that
Yes.
Machina deck. It's like, I have horses.
Nice horses.
It's also why we saw the Wolfgang decks. Like, the Wolfgang, we saw Brendan play against Wolfgang and lose game 1 because Acheron got onto the field with, like, 2 other demonic worlds. And it's like, you have no Eternal. You have to pay 3 every time you want to attack, and you have no Addition hate main.
Yup.
Please.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
This is why we play trick.
Yes, I'm well aware that. Yes, I'm well aware that Witch dies to One-Eyed Dragon. One-Eyed Dragon's good card.
Yes, we are back to we play Resonators. Resonator dice removal. Resonator bad, but also Resonator good.
Because, yeah. It's fine, I hard mull for Shackles. Yeah, for sure.
Just play 6.
Just play 6 Shackles. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes out. So we're going to go to a quick break here, play an ad as we kind of wait out here. We will be back to announce your top 8 in a little bit. Yay! Yeah. Tomorrow we cube. Or tonight we cube.
Tonight.
We cube. Okay, see you in a bit.
No matches?
Exactly what it's supposed to be.
Let's take that.
Hey there, Rulers, Demo73 here, and we need to talk about FowFest. There is so much cool stuff that we want to show you just to give you a visual of what you're looking forward to at this event, and we really hope you come. If you haven't already seen it, it's happening here. Some details, November 5th and 6th at the Radisson Hotel in Kalamazoo, Michigan. There are links in the description to be able to go get all that information too, but we need to show some stuff off, and in order to do that, I need some assistance. So, let's go ahead and pull them out. Wait a minute. Why are you not in uniform? Go get in uniform. Okay, much better. Thank you so much. So, here is what we have for you. Your base level entry, $45. The bronze level package gets you all 10 of these amazing promos, plus some other cool fancy stuff thrown in, including a random Force of Will playmat that will be available on site. Once you get up past that, there's the $60 silver level tier where we're going to throw in a random textless dual stone into your entry promos. I mean, like 10 promos, playmats, other stuff, and a random dual promo. You can't really argue with that. And then lastly, we have the gold level membership where you get to get, it's $100, and you get to also throw in a gold top 8 uber rare into your pool, randomly based on what we have available on the day. Moving on from there, we actually have prizing down through the top 64 players. If you're in those top 64 players, you're gonna get a random judge promo, or a random Uber, or more promos thrown at you, just for placing in the top 64. I mean, that's probably the upper 50% of this event, and like, that's insane on top of what you're already getting. Not to mention, if you place through top 32, you're gonna get another Uber rare on top of that. Now here's where it gets exciting. 9th through 16th place are going to take home one of these amazing top 16 Ruler School Fow Festival playmats, as well as getting to bring home a random acrylic prize card. But top 16 is not where you're going to stop, right? You're going to make top 8, very clearly. Well, when you break into top 8, your acrylic's going to turn into a bronze, your top 16 mat becomes a top 8 mat, and you get one of these wonderful sets of Ruler School sleeves. Okay, you won your top 8 match. You're in top 4. Let's go. If you're in 4th place, that is going to turn into a silver prize card ruler instead. If you came in 3rd, you're going to get a silver and a bronze prize card ruler. If you're going to come in 2nd place is so close, you didn't quite get there, but you're going to get a silver, bronze, and an acrylic. And then, because clearly you watching this, you're going to have won the whole thing, obviously. You're actually going to get our championship playmat, you're going to get an acrylic, a bronze, a silver, and a gold prize card. And of course, if you're anywhere in the top 8, you're going to walk away with some cash, courtesy of Vite Ramen. Okay, so that's a lot of stuff just for playing in the event, the prizes for the event, but also we have so much stuff to give away. My handy dandy assistants here are going to just start throwing down playmats that we're going to have available to give away, as well as in part of our side events. There's going to be side events going all weekend long, both days, so you definitely want to sign up for those. We also have some of these amazing exclusive Chinese promos of the Melfies and the Black Witches. These are going for so much money right now, and they are going to be available for giveaways as well as side events, so you're certainly not going to want to miss out on that. We're going to have banners. We're going to have other swag. Like, there's just so much available. You're definitely not going to want to miss it. Let's give a warm round of applause to the assistants here, and again, just get you super excited about FowFest coming up later this year. We really hope to see you there. There's information down in the description to be able to get all the travel information you need, as well as sign up at Odyssey Games. You can go check that out to get pre-registered. If you can't make it to the event but still want to support us, you can actually pre-register even then to get your entry-level stuff. You can go ahead and check the information in the description for figuring out how that works, because we appreciate your support and it helps to make funds for FowFest 3. All in all, this is going to be an insane event that is all about bringing the community together after such a long time being apart and really just celebrating this game that we love, and we really hope you decide to join us. So, thank you all so much. See you at the festival, and until next time, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.
Thank you for sticking around. I have your top 8. And man, is it wonky. Here we go. First place with 18 points, Brendan Hill on Sprinting Steward Machina. Second place, 15 points, is Dustin Jones on Wolfgang 2. Third place at 13 points, we have Dalton Slocum with Zeus. Fourth place with 13 points, we have Stephen Holscheiser on Institute Machina. Fifth place, 12 points, we have Stephen Jesswain with Vega. Sixth place, we have Toby Gaffney at 12 points with Valchin. At 7th place, we have Tyler Tompkins at 12 points with Wolfgang 2. And in 8th place with 12 points, we have Ivanhoe with Control Machina. So, 3 Machinas, a Vega, a Falchion, 2 Wolfgangs, and a Zeus. That is our spread today. Thank you all so much for being here today. It was an absolute blast to commentate with Derek for a couple of rounds and just to be with you all here. We will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for the top 8. Looking forward to seeing those matches. Thank you all so much for being here. Again, if you like what we did, consider clicking that join button on the channel, giving us that financial aid support, as well as just hitting that subscribe, like, and sharing out the video. And we will be back here to see you all tomorrow. So thank you all so much. And until tomorrow, this is DMO73 saying, class dismissed.